And good morning, everyone. Wade Gershner with you, Waterside Wakeup live and on the air on a Friday at TGIF. Thank goodness, finally Friday. It's Friday, June the 28th, 2024. 7:11 is the time. Our temperature at 75 degrees. If you have a birthday or anniversary, you can give us a call at 545-3220 or submit it via our website, KDCountry94.com. Celebrity birthdays today include movie actress Kathy Bates. She is 76 today. Director and funny guy Mel Brooks is 98. Elon Musk, who now owns Twitter, or it's now called X. He is 53 today. Who else is having a birthday today as I look through this list that you might know? John Cusack, movie actor, is 58 here today as well. So once again, birthday, anniversary, 545-3220. Today is a Friday. It's June the 28th, and it is also National Logistics Day, National Insurance Awareness Day, National Paul Bunyan Day, and National Alaska Day is today as well. Our Sweet and Cream on Highway 36 in Mankato's Facebook question of the day: pretend it's Freaky Friday. Who is a person you'd be willing to switch lives with for a day? Janessa says a retired person. I like that answer. Bonnie says Caitlin Clark. She's very popular. WNBA player and star. And Carol says a mom with a new baby. So it looks like Carol wants to go back and relive being a mom and having a newborn. Those are excellent answers, all from different angles. Who is a person you'd be willing to switch lives with for a day? That's our Sweet and Cream in Mankato Facebook question today. When you answer that question, you're automatically entered to win a gift certificate into the week from Sweet and Cream, Highway 36 in Mankato, making memories sweet. Learn more online at their website. Order ahead. Check out their menu, sweetandcreamks.com. Okay, so today is my last day here at KD Country 94 on the air. Next week, I may be coming in maybe for a day or two to tie up some loose ends and so forth and so on, possibly. But today is my last day on the air after being here 18 years. And so this is going to be an interesting morning between now and 10 o'clock, and maybe we'll go a little bit past 10 o'clock. Sometimes we do that on the sports ticket. Today we might. We shall see. And we have various people that are going to be coming into the radio station at some point between now and 10 a.m. And one of those people is the person that gave me the dad joke book for my birthday. And if you listen to this show on a regular basis, you are well aware of the horrible, or I mean unbelievably funny, dad jokes that are in the dad joke book. 600 plus of the very best dad jokes. And my 10-year-old is the one that gave me this book for my birthday back on January the 10th. And that book lasted 6 months. I read the last jokes from it last week. And so my 10-year-old son, Liam, is here at the radio station, and this is what was pretty weird or cool. So the other day, he asked if he could come to work on my final day, and I said, sure, but you're gonna have to get up really early. And so I'm like, yeah, that's nice of him and all, but he's not gonna get up early. So then last night we stayed up too late. I was on the phone with somebody, and my oldest had some friends over. They're playing dunk ball, so I wasn't going to fall asleep anyway. They were being loud outside, which was awesome. It was music to my ears. They had a good time, which was awesome. And so anyway, by the time I went to bed, it wasn't until about midnight. And I'm like, there is no way my 10-year-old son is going to wake up at 6-something in the morning. I expected me to wake him up. He'd roll around, and then I'd take a shower, go back, and he'd be snoring in his bed. But no, he did not. He was up and he was ready to go. So I've been surprised not once but twice already by my 10-year-old. Would you like to make your radio debut, young 10-year-old whippersnapper Liam Gershner? Would you? Because the microphone is on. The microphone is there. You would have to pull the microphone towards your mouth to have everybody in north central Kansas hear your voice. Or you can not say a word, as he's giggling right now, or you could say no word at all, and we'll just continue with the show. So, and you would have other opportunities if you wanted to talk later. But when we have guests come in, then you wouldn't have as much of an opportunity. Anything you want to say, Kimosabi? No? Okay, well, since you gave me this dad joke for my birthday, and you're usually sleeping when I read the jokes from this joke book, I want to read you a couple of jokes from the dad joke book, okay? And I have, okay, here's one. I just happened to flip to it. What type of haircut do bees get? Buzz cuts. Funny, isn't it? Hilarious. How about this one? Do you know who Dracula is? No? Okay. Let's see here. Oh, I'm on a seafood diet. I see food and I eat it. Yeah. Oh, my son is laughing so hard right now. He can't hold it in. He's laughing so hard. You just can't hear it. Which days are the strongest? Saturday and Sunday? Yeah. The rest are weekdays. They're weak. And this one, how do you know if a joke is a dad joke, son? A dad joke has to reach father for a pun. Father, dad, father. Yeah. Yeah, you're the one that got me the book, so don't sit here and act like they're bad jokes. You're the one that got me the book. If you don't like the jokes, that's on you, my friend.
Mom bought it.
Mom bought it? Okay, so you're blaming mom now? She's not here to defend herself, you're blaming mom?
I didn't know.
Look, say something right there. Microphone. Come on, talk. We're live. This is live. Unlike Mike Shant back in the day, we can't erase it. It's live. So straight step up there. Let Dusty come through. And Dusty's like, I got the bad chair now. Well, Dusty came in later than Liam, so Dusty gets the worst chair. That's how that works. Liam's at work. Liam's at work before Dusty is, which is okay because Dusty doesn't have to be here this early today. So Mom got the book. Mom bought it?
Yeah.
Yes. So how did this all come about? You and Mom went into a store and saw a book for my birthday, and you said that's a great idea, or Mom's idea?
I didn't know.
You didn't know, but you thought it would be a good gift to give me?
I didn't know what else to give you.
You didn't know what else to get me, right? And
It said dad.
It said dad, yes. So that would be an appropriate dad present, yes. Well, do you know that you know how many pages of jokes there are in this book? 107. That's a lot of jokes. And I think 2 of them are really funny. 2. So thank you for the gift that kept on giving, son. And I used it as a material here on Waterside Wakeup. So today is my final day on the show. The show will be different. I don't know exactly what direction it's going to go. Nothing is super planned. We have various people that are going to be coming in today throughout the show. There'll be somebody coming in at 8 o'clock. Of course, Dusty's here right now. My son is here. My youngest, my oldest is doing that. And I'm guarantee you my middle son is doing that. And my wife's probably going doing the same thing. So we are going to have guests coming in at 8 o'clock, very special guests. We have somebody coming in at 8:30, and the guest coming at 8:30, I really think is a gigantic mistake that person's coming in today at 8:30. You're not going to want to miss the royalty that's coming in at 8:30. I mean, if you thought Prince William was a big deal, this guy is way bigger of a deal than Prince William, Princess Kate, King George, whatever the case may be. Much bigger deal than the president candidates last night that were just absolute joke. We have what do we have? 300 million people in the United States of America or something like that, and those are the 2 best candidates we can get. And I'm sorry, I feel sorry for, really honestly, about anybody supporting either one of these guys. Because last night, that was a Saturday Night Live skit, except it wasn't. And that's how sad. And there are countries laughing at us. Because we are, because of you could argue our system, because it is about money and power. Because there's no way, and you know what? Clean up my language here. I got a 10-year-old in my life. There is no way that those are the 2 best people we can get to run this country. There is no way. If you watched the debate last night, first of all, you got one. I'm just going to throw it out there. It's my last day, so you don't like it. Too bad. But we got one candidate that about every other thing he says is a flat-out lie. And so you can't trust that person. They did a fact check. Some people don't like fact checks if it doesn't agree with their agenda. 30 falsehoods, 30 lies last night from the one candidate. I'll let you guess who that was. The other candidate sometimes almost like, well, not almost, did lose his train of thought or couldn't finish a sentence. And so I thought of a really fun thing to do that next time they have the debate, which these debates are pointless in my opinion, honestly, because I think people pretty much have decided who they're going to vote for anyway. It's the same damn candidates that we had before, so we know who we're going to vote for. But they've each had a 4-year trial run, and I don't think they should get a redo, either one of them. But whatever, that's what we're stuck with, I guess. But I thought it would be a really cool game show to do is just go ahead and have a gong, or if you know what a gong is, makes a big ding like that, or just flat out have a loud buzzer, which my 10-year-old, when we played this hockey game, it's a little board game or whatever, and it has dice, and so at the end of each period we're playing hockey playoffs, it goes something like that, right? Okay, so what they need to do for the next debate is every time, and by the way, the other candidate had 9 lies. The other had 30. So there's 39 combined. So, if you think they're shooting you straight, you are one very naive person. So anyway, what they need to do in the future, I've got this great idea in my last day here on the show, and that is to have somebody with the buzzer, or if my son wants to go ahead and just hit that sound effect.
I'd be glad to.
You would be glad to?
On the president.
You would? And you would be worn out, son. Your hand would hurt so much from all the times you'd push this button. But here's my presentation, my idea. And make it a bit of a game show, because it's already a skit, right? Except it's real life, and that's what makes it sad. But what we need to do is every time one of the candidates lies, or every time one of those two candidates can't finish and complete a coherent sentence, which, by the way, both of them can't do that sometimes, and they both lie, one more so than the other, so it seems. Like I said, I'm not a fan of either one of the candidates. I think it's sad that we can't have new blood and have somebody half their ages, either one. I mean, Biden's going to be 86 at the end of a second term, if he, has a second term. And Trump's 78, and people just overlook that. Like, he's not like a spring chicken himself. So we got two, and I don't mean be mean to people that are older out there. I'm not saying you can't be spry and sharp and whatever. Yeah. But we've got those are the two best candidates we can get. That's it. This is like, really? This is what we're stuck with? But let's have fun with it. If we're going to go ahead and be stuck with these two guys, which, by the way, can't we have some women? I mean, women are pretty smart. Why always have to be a white man? But anyway, we got almost always. So we got two old white guys, all right, that talk about their golf game somehow. That came up last night. Why? I don't have an idea, because they don't even know what they're doing. And they both have times where they can't even make a coherent sentence that is grammarly correct. English teachers everywhere last night had to be cringing. And then there's the lies that we talked about. So every time that the candidate can't complete a sentence or use proper grammar and or lies, and you know what would be really fun? Change the effects just for fun. Just gang, the gong, all kinds of special effects, and just have fun with this thing. Because if you can't have fun with this thing, which it is serious, the leader of the country, the United States of America. But I saw somebody out there last night put on social media, can we please, we black out ball games in certain areas of the country. Could we black out this debate from every other country from watching, so that it was only us that saw it, so everybody else outside our country don't go, wow, this is what you got? That's the best you can provide? So, hey, whether you're a supporter of Biden or Trump, if I hurt your feelings today, sorry. But I think a lot of us, and I think there are people that supported Trump before, I think there are people that supported Biden before. Actually, more people agree, because I saw this deal where there's a silent amount of Republicans and Democrats are very quiet. And who knows how they're going to vote, per se. But there is some silent people out there. They know if they say something, there'll be the crazy, wild side that'll be like ripping them left and right. So they're staying quiet, and then they're going to have their vote, and it's going to be hopefully heard, and go from there. But as somebody close to me said the other day, we have over 300 million people in this country, and this is what we have left? This is what we have? So let's have fun with it. That's what I say. All right, so we're going to sprinkle in some music today. The show's going to be a little bit different. Dusty and I, it's our last day together. I'm sure we're going to laugh, we're going to cry, we're going to scream at each other, we're going to relive some great memories, and then talk about the Seattle Seahawks and how they somehow got into the playoffs with a losing record. And that was the wildest argument him and I ever had during these 18 years. And we didn't argue very much, but when we did, that was a wild one. And it made no sense why we did. We were talking about it the other day. So Larry Angel He will be coming in at some point later today. And he always likes this song. And he used to host Gospel Down South. Okay, Sunday Morning Gospel. It was Gospel Down South, and now it's Sunday Morning Gospel. And so here's this one as we regroup, and it'll be an interesting show. Yes, there will be more talk today than music, because it is my final day. My apologies to L&M Liquor, the sponsor of Freestyle Friday. But this will be the exception.
It's a different type of freestyle,
It's a different freestyle. Yeah. We are absolutely freestyle. We have no agenda, no rundown, just winging it and having fun.
You shake my nerves and you rattle my brain. Too much love drives a man insane. You broke my will, but what a thrill. Couldn't it reach a great ball of fire? I left in love, but I thought it was funny. But you came along and you moved me, honey. I changed my mind, this love is fine. Couldn't it reach a great balls of fire? Kiss me, baby. Ooh, it feels good. Hold me, baby. Yeah, you gotta let me love you like a lover should. You're fine, so kind. I'm gonna tell this world that you're mine, 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 mine. I chew my nails, I twiddle my thumbs. I'm getting nervous, honey, but it sure is fun. Come on, baby, you drive me crazy. Couldn't it reach your great balls of fire? Good, yeah. Let me love you like a lover should. You're fine, so kind. I'm gonna tell this world that you're mine, 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 mine. I chew my nails, Lord, I twiddle my thumb. I'm real nervous, but it sure is fun. Come on, baby, you're driving me crazy. Couldn't it reach a great balls of fire?
Summer is in full swing everywhere you look. When you're out and about chauffeuring around the kids from camp, pool, practice, and play dates, don't forget to stop by Give & Grace. Their display cooler has fresh, ready-to-go flower arrangements, and their shop is full of hot new decor items. If you're looking for a small pick-me-up bouquet, wedding gift, or anything in between, their friendly staff is ready to serve. Give & Grace Floral and Decor, 205 West Main, downtown Beloit.
All right, so we're doing things a little bit differently here on my final day on the air. There is no local news, so we're just kicking it out today. We're going to have, it gives us a little bit more time to talk. It also gives us a little bit more time to play some music as well. I think people, for the most part, are already probably fed up with politics and everything else, and so I was trying to have a little fun there a moment ago. I will say, real quickly, locally, I see a lot of signs popping up all over for county commissioner and various things and, treasurer. And I must say, I am encouraged because there's a lot of different people running for some of these local offices that I'm seeing. And no offense to the people that are currently in these positions, but at some point you got to change the guard. At some point we got to get younger people, different ideas involved, and more people involved into local politics. As Dusty said many times, local is where you can make an impact, more so. How much big an impact did your president have on you? I don't know for sure. But locally, that has more of an impact than, say, federally. It seems, right?
Absolutely. I'm always making sure I'm at every single election because the ones that are not presidential years actually impact me more than presidential years, is how I've always felt about it. And if you actually are involved with what's going on, I think most people should feel that way.
So, after that presidential debate last night, there's some talk about the Democrats should have a different candidate instead of Biden after what happened last night. And of course, I can't believe that the GOP hasn't demanded, well, I can believe it, but that hasn't demanded they have a new candidate after their candidate got convicted of 34 counts. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Republicans and the Democrats, right, after that debate last night, they should have both fired each of the candidates and just said, we're going to come up with somebody new here by the 4th of July, which would be perfect, right, our Independence Day. And that'd be another way to celebrate. 2 brand new candidates, one for each side, which why do we have to have just one from each side and 2 people? I've never fully understood it. But along those lines, Dusty, if they need to change it up and they need to get a new Democratic candidate for president here in the last minute and a new Republican candidate, which I think a lot of people in the country would be like, thank heavens, that'd be awesome. We have somebody that wants to enter the race.
My fellow Americans. What up?
What up? Oh, is my 10-year-old son Liam? Are you declaring that you're going to run for president? You want to be president of the United States? Say yes.
I have better things.
You have better things to do than to do that? My fellow Americans.
You
just completed a longer sentence than either one candidates did last night. Congratulations. You're hired. Put them on the ticket. Oh, my goodness. So we're having some fun with that. My fellow Americans. That's what Travis Kelce said when he gets up there at the White House.
Yeah.
My fellow Americans. Okay, so we got guests coming at 8 o'clock, 8:30, 9, and 9:30 every half hour because that's all we can stand of each of those people is 30 minutes. That's it. So I'm kidding about that. It is my final day on the show here on the air. Katy Country 94, Waterside Wakeup. Also, sports ticket coming up a little bit after 9 o'clock. We got some more music lined up for you. And then Dusty and I will share some memories, some stories. Maybe our 10-year-old will share some stories and reveal some dirt about his dad on the radio today, if I allow the button to be on.
Tired of faucets that always drip? Stools that run by themselves? Don't like standing ankle deep in water because the shower drains too slow? When the washing machine drains, where does it back up? Call Willow Spring Services and let them dry up those drips, straighten up those stools, and speed up those drains. Call Willow Spring Services at 785-738-2474 for your peace of mind.
Good morning, it's Scott Green from Mankato Livestock. We're expecting 600 cattle. We're going to start at 10 o'clock this morning on the way. Cows will be all right in on the feeders. 130 Bach and Charolais steers, 850 to 965 Bach and Charolais heifers, 750 to 850 mostly heifers, 750 to 830 Bach steers and heifers, 5 to 750, 27 Bach heifers, 750 to 8, 26 Bach steers and heifers, 5 to 750, 25 mixed steers and heifers, 350 to 6, and 18 Bach steers and heifers, 5 to 7. Our next auction will not be until July 19th. We'd like to wish everybody a happy 4th of July, but back to today, we're expecting 600, and we're going to start at 10. If you have any questions, give us a call tomorrow at 785-378-3283. Thank you.
Freestyle Friday on Katy Country 94 and L&M Liquor in downtown Downs. It's the perfect combination to get your weekend started.
All right, we're going to play a little music here in a moment, but a couple things I want to get to here. First of all, it is Bethany Mitchell's birthday tomorrow. She is turning 26 years young. Oh, I remember 26 like it was 22 years ago. Dusty, you remember 26?
Yeah, like it was 15
years ago.
14
to 15 years ago. Liam, do you, my 10-year-old, do you remember 26? Not so much. 16 years from now, you'll be 26. I can do simple math. That was the Trigo Community High School education kicking in. We do have a couple of funeral notices passed along to you, and we'll get back into the music here. Howard Eugene Bud Elkins Jr., age 94, of Mankato, peacefully left our world to be welcomed by Jesus and his loved ones in heaven on June 17th. Family and friends will celebrate the life of Bud Elkins at the Evangelical Lutheran Church, 201 Center Street there in Mankato, and that will be this morning at 10:30 with interment at the West Lutheran Cemetery, Mankato. Lunch served by the Lutheran ladies will follow. Memorials may be made payable to the Mankato Evangelical Lutheran Church or Jewell County Senior Center, and Melvin Mortuary in charge of those arrangements. Tessie Bartholomew, age 95, formerly of Mankato, passed away on May the 17th. The celebration of life will be held on Saturday, July 6th, so that's a ways off yet. Next Saturday at 2 p.m. at the Harmony United Methodist Church there in Mankato. Melby Mortuary in charge of those arrangements. So as I was coming into work today, Dusty, I've got to share this real quick. I received a text from a friend of mine, and I started laughing, and we hit the button on the truck that said that relays it, that plays it out loud. So my 10-year-old is in the truck, and he wants to listen to the response or the text that I got, which is better to do it that way than actually grab your phone, try to look at it, and so forth and so on. And here was I won't say who it came from in case they want me to protect them, but the text I got was, "We'll take this job and shove it, be played on repeat this morning." I'm sitting here going, perhaps it'll be played once.
Yeah.
But I don't think it'll be on repeat.
No.
No. Here's Bon Jovi by request.
Legendary. I know this town like the back of my hand. Every crack in the sidewalk tells me who I am. Living in love is the law of the land. These are our dreams, that's where we stand. Raise my hands up to the sky. Don't need more to tell me I'm alive. Legendary. Who are you and who am I to think that we could ever fly?
Bon Jovi, Legendary by request. 7:40 is our time. 76 degrees. It is a Friday, June the 28th, 2024. Wade Gershner with you, along with Dusty Dinas and my 10-year-old son Liam. My oldest and probably middle son and my wife are all sleeping right now, which is perfectly fine. So I got this from a good friend of mine that I have developed a really cool friendship with, between, you know, a DJ / sports talk show host / radio play-by-play guy with one of our listeners. And I've got lots of, you know, there's been many, many listeners over the years, some that have passed away, no longer with us, that have been big supporters of the radio station. You know, the first, Ralph and Linda Becker come to my mind right off the bat. They were at every single remote, and they were some of the first people that I met, and so forth and so on. And so, and they were always winning. Linda was like one of the luckiest people ever. She would win like all the time. And she was a big Elvis Presley fan as well. So I'd play some Elvis music. She'd call in the birthdays of the family members and so forth. And then, there's lots of people, I can think just off the top of my head, I'm trying not to leave anybody out, but, Cody and Justin and Max are three right away that stand out. Terry, who just called in the birthday. Terry Mitchell, Bethany, 26 tomorrow. Happy birthday from Mom and Dad. And Max. And Max and I have had some interesting conversations over the years. He likes to listen to the sports talk show when he can. And we've had disagreements or different angles, different ways of looking at things. But it's always been healthy discussions. We've had so much fun. It's all almost kind of shtick between him and me. But he sent me a nice text here today, and he says, Wade, listened to you this morning, last day. I'm so going to miss your attitude and our discussions in the mornings. I don't get radio like I used to in my mail car, but I get about an hour of you in the mornings. I truly, truly miss you. You're a good man, fun to discuss things with. I think I'm usually good luck for all the good times. So I appreciate that text from Max. Let's see here. Got one from Liz. Thanks, Wade, for everything you've done for so many. Wishing you only the best on your new adventure. I appreciate that greatly. Thank you very much, Liz. And that, reminds me of Liz and John. John Francis has come over many times to help us here at the radio station fix things, or the AC goes out or whatever. And John's always been great to work with, and Liz, and that's a great family. And then their son, I give him static because he's been working at the bank here in Glen Elder. So every time I roll through there, I make him work really, really hard and wake him up from his nap. Oops, I'm not supposed to have Mom and Dad hear that. Sorry, Braden, that was supposed to be a secret. Whoops, erase that then. That's
common theme today. Right?
One line I'll never forget. Just erase that. And Mike, they don't share their wives. You just said share their wives.
I said that yesterday about what I said about Johnny Furphy being a first-round pick. I came on here yesterday. I was like, erase what I said yesterday. Just erase it.
Right.
Don't count it.
Right. Yeah. So yes, it's been a fun ride, no doubt. So we're going to share some stories throughout this morning. We'll play some music. We're not going to worry about the local news today. I think you can figure out whatever you want if you need that today. Of course, the big thing, people talking about the presidential debate in some cases. Others are just like, I want to be done with it all and move on. And I hear that completely. We do have a new candidate running. I think he is on the... Are you on the American ticket? Because that's the party we need, the American Party, not the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. I think we need a 10-year-old. In some cases, I think a 10-year-old could have spoke better than last night with either one of the candidates. I think could have put together a better, perhaps, presentation. I think it's possible. Now, I will say, my young whippersnapper, Liam, he's 10. Have you ever lied in your life? Have you? It's okay. You can still talk. As the foam thing comes off the end of the microphone. You just broke it. Way to go. Have you ever lied in your life? You're on live radio, so don't lie. Have you ever lied in your life? Yes or no? Have you lied in your life? Yes or no? You're not going to get in trouble.
What do you think?
I think you have. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, boom. You're more honest than either one of the candidates from last night. Congratulations.
Katy Country 94 weather.
Here's a look at your local weatherology forecast. Slight chance of thunderstorms today, otherwise sunshine mixed with clouds at times. Highs level off around 96, winds out of the southwest 8 to 15 miles per hour. Slight chance for storms tonight, lows around 70. Partly cloudy skies tomorrow, slight chance for storms, high of 86. From the Weatherology Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki on KD Country 94. Right now, 75.
Your number one source for local sports in north central Kansas. This is KD Country 94 and Z96.3 Sports.
It's a dribbler. MacArthur's got it. Makes the play. Royals win. They take down the best team in the American League.
The Royals picking up a 2-1 win over the Guardians on Thursday night in Kansas City, starting a 4-game series. More on that coming up in this sportscast. We also look at local sports as Brady Pollen was competing in the Olympic track and field trials on Thursday. The Shrine Bowl coming up tomorrow. NBA Draft Day 2 as 2 KU players were picked, and a former K-Stater has found a new school in men's hoops. It's all coming up in this sportscast on KD Country 94 and Z96.3 The Lake. Beloit native and St. John's graduate Brady Pollen finished the 2024 outdoor season at the U.S. Olympic team trials in Eugene, Oregon on Thursday night in track and field, representing Wichita State at the event. Pollen was able to clear the opening height in the high jump of 7 foot and a quarter. Although Pullen finished his WSU senior season at the Olympic trials Thursday night, 2 other Kansas natives qualified for Sunday's finals in the high jump. Tyus Wilson of Sterling and Nebraska tied for first in qualifying 7'2" and a quarter, and Devin Loudermilk of KU and West Elk tied for 11th at 7 foot and a quarter. Finals will take place on Sunday in Eugene. The 51st Kansas Shrine Bowl takes place Saturday at Welch Stadium in Emporia. Area League athletes will compete for the West team and include Keegan Beams of Concordia, Loden West from Ellsworth, and Daniel Kerr of Southeast Saline. Mitch Gebhardt of Southeast Saline was also selected as an assistant coach for the West squad. Kickoff is set for 7 o'clock in Emporia Saturday night. You can find the full rosters for the game at ncksports.com. Well, sort of the beginning of this sportscast, the Royals picked up a 2-1 win over the AL Central leading Guardians Thursday night in KC. Opening a 4-game set, Cleveland held a 1-0 lead going into the bottom of the 6th when the Royals got back-to-back triples from Kyle Isbell and Michael Garcia to tie the game at 1. Vinny Pasquantino hit a sac fly to bring in Garcia for the 2-1 lead. Prior to the big hits from the Royals in the bottom of the 6th, starter Michael Wacha ran into some trouble in the top of the inning. He exited with 2 runners on, and Sam Long came in. Despite a walk sandwich between, Long was able to get 2 strikeouts to end the threat, and Long struck out 2 more in a 1-2-3 7th as the Royals bullpen didn't allow a hit the rest of the game. Manager Matt Quatero was ejected in the 5th inning for arguing an outside the baseline call against Nick Lofton, but he knows how big Long's outing was for the team.
That's the spot in the game right that turns it around. I mean, these guys are extremely hard to strike out, and he came in and struck out 4, and the guys that he did strike out are extremely tough guys to strike out. So to put him away in the 6th and then go out, that's hard to do, to go back out after using all that emotion to get out of the spot in the 6th, to go back out and have a really clean inning in the 7th was massive for us to set up, this 4 games against these guys, and they have a ton of lefties. You don't want to burn your whole bullpen in one night. So there are a lot of factors, but most, all those things hopefully set us up for the next few days.
Royals are 45-38 after the win. Cleveland lost their second straight, fell to 51-28. Game 2 of 4 tonight at the K. Alec Marsh 5-5 with a 4.40 ERA will take the mound at 7-10.
With the 35th pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Johnny Furphy from Melbourne, Australia, the NBA Global Academy in Australia, and the University of Kansas.
After the disappointment of not being selected in the first round of the NBA Draft Wednesday, Johnny Furphy from KU was taken with the 35th pick by the Spurs as heard, but his rights were traded to the Pacers for the 36th pick. Point guard Juan Nunez from Spain and cash. Also, former KU small forward Kevin McCullough Jr. picked by the Phoenix Suns with the 56th pick. The most notable pick in the second round was one spot before McCullough, as USC point guard Bronny James was selected by the Lakers, meaning he will be on the same team as his dad, LeBron James. As he joins the league, you can find the full draft board and picks at NBA.com. Finally in sports, after one season at K-State and an offseason in which he tested the waters in the NBA draft but ultimately decided to return to college, forward Arthur Kaluma is transferring to Texas. Kaluma played 2 seasons at Creighton before transferring to K-State. He averaged career highs of 14.5 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 assists a game in his lone year in Manhattan. He heads to the Longhorns with 1 year remaining. That's a look at sports on your sports leader in North Central Kansas, Katy Country 94 and Z96 through the lake. Sportscast is brought to you by Zachary's Ace Hardware in Beloit. I'm Dusty Donis.
Let Zachary's Ace Hardware in Beloit help you this summer. Right now, Ace brand pleated air filters are on sale. Buy 3, get 1 free. Zachary's has added to their barbecue grill line and includes Traeger and Weber with the best pellet grills money can buy made by RegTech. Zachary's Ace Hardware also has a large selection of pool supplies and provides water testing for your pool. Zachary's Ace Hardware, proudly Beloit family owned since 1983 and your #1 grill master and barbecue headquarters, plus an exclusive RegTech smoker dealer.
It's Freestyle Friday. KD Country 94 has the music, and beverages from L&M Liquor will help you with your dance moves.
"3:30 in the morning. Not a soul in sight. The city's looking like a ghost town on a moonlit summer night. Raindrops on the windshield, there's a storm moving in. He's heading back from somewhere that he never should have been. And the thunder rolls. thunder rolls. Every light is burning in a house across town. She's pacing by the telephone in her faded flannel gown, asking for a miracle, hoping she's not right, praying it's the weather that's kept him out all night. And the thunder rolls, and the thunder rolls, the thunder rolls, and the lightning strikes. Another love grows cold on a sleepless night as the storm blows all out of control. Deep in her heart, the thunder rolls. She's waiting by the window when he pulls into the drive. She rushes out to hold him, thankful he's alive. But on the wind and rain, a strange new perfume blows, and the lightning flashes in her eyes, and he knows that she knows. And the thunder rolls, and the thunder rolls. Thunder rolls and the lightning strikes. Another love grows cold on a sleepless night as the storm blows on out of control. Deep in her heart, the thunder rolls.
Garth Brooks, The Thunder Rolls. So you never know what the cat might drag in. Eldon Beheimer came in. Eldon Beheimer. Oh, I got to wait till he gets in the vehicles. Eldon came in. So I got a song lined up. My friend Ryan, who texted me earlier about, are you going to play Take This Job and Shove It on repeat all morning long? Well, it might be coming up here in just a moment. Maybe. Possibly. So there he is. He's in his vehicle. He probably didn't listen to us anymore anyway. But anyway, Eldon just walked in. Eldon Beheimer. He's retired, but he's still working. Which, hey, whatever you want to do in retirement. But Eldon used to be in charge of, as I would say, the on-off switches in the city of Glen Eldon.
Yeah.
And so if we alienated or upset or irritated Eldon, which we rarely ever did, I'm sure Eldon would agree now that he's in the vehicle driving off as he peeled out of here, is that we never, bothered him or said anything that made him go, but whenever the power would go off, one of the first things I would do, kind of a little bit of a joke, was, and we even talked about on the air, we upset Eldon. Apparently we're off the air. Why is the radio station the only building and business that has no power right now? Eldon, that seems a little bit obvious. What did we say? Did we say something bad about the boys? Did we not give enough accolades to Bo or anybody else in your family? But no, Eldon's a great dude. Eldon, and all kidding aside, I don't know how many times we had some issues up here power-wise over the 18 years I've been here, and you've been here 20, where Eldon or somebody from the city would immediately come up here and say, the heck with everybody else, radio's more important. No, they didn't actually say that. And Eldon would help us out. And that's one thing that I'll miss about this community, no doubt. And where we're going, where we're going, we've got a place, and we've already met some of the neighbors, and they're unbelievable neighbors already helping us out, and they don't even know us hardly at all yet. Boy, are they in for a rude awakening once they get to know who we truly are. And everybody knows we're a bunch of jerks, right, Liam? But when you've been in a community or area for 18 years, you develop relationships, and so you know exactly who to call. When the power goes out, You don't have to just call some company out of Kansas City. You know, hey, I got Eldon's phone number. Eldon was crazy enough to give me his cell phone number. Oh, Eldon. And you know what? Yep, we'll get up there. We'll fix it.
He went beyond power problems sometimes, too.
Yeah. Listen, Eldon came in a few times to hit a button for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kim and Kay went around, who live upstairs above the radio station. Eldon came in a few times, or a family member of Eldon's would come up here and hit a button for us. Our technology's gotten better. We haven't had to do that very much recently and over the last so many years. But there for a while, we had some of those things happen, and Eldon would help us out. So the running joke was always that when the power went out, what did we do to upset Eldon? That's how much power Eldon had. He was the power behind the power, Liam. He was the guy. I mean, he literally would sit back. This is what I envision Eldon did, and I think Eldon would admit this is probably true. I don't know this for a fact, but since we got presidential candidates throwing out lies left and right last night from both sides, why not me add one? But I don't know if it is a lie. I can just picture Eldon kicking back in a recliner, cracking open a Busch Light, and then going, whose power should I turn off today? Oh, yeah, Gershner and Dynas up at Katy Country 94. Clicks the button and then says, what's the over-under on when they're going to be calling me to put it back on the air? I can see it. I can absolutely picture it. And Eldon, you got my number. I won't change it yet. He might even text me and tell me that's true, or take a picture of himself doing exactly that today. I don't know. But Eldon, thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate you very much. I appreciate so many people over the years, and so many people that have helped me with so many things. A couple things real quick since I'm on this little line of thinking. Eldon's one of those people. Everybody at Cunningham Telephone and Cable, how many times have we had issues, and not their fault, and they would immediately come up here, fix something so we're on the air. Everybody at Cunningham, and I want
his oldest son can shut our internet off too.
Oh, that's even better. Even better. People have too much power. But I appreciate the Cunninghams and everybody at Cunningham Fiber now, because they changed their name just to mess with us. And so I appreciate them so much. And then, of course, I mentioned Eldon, and I'm going to leave somebody out. And if I do today, please do not be offended. I don't have this all scripted, written out. That's not usually what I do. Doug Creer over at Creer's Auto Parts has been an amazing person for me as well, because I don't know how many times I've asked Doug, hey, I got a problem with my mower. I got a problem with this. Or I got a problem with that. Can you look at it? Can you do this or whatever? And Doug always helps me out. Doug, Jerry, and Seth helped me out recently as well. Creer's Auto Parts, those guys over there are absolutely amazing. I'll bend over backwards to help you out. And so those are good people to know, people that can help you, whether it's the local telephone and internet company, whether it's the guy behind the, in charge of overseeing the power of Glen Elder or Beloit, Jason Raby. You had a relationship with him when he was over there as the manager of Beloit. And I would text him a few times, hey, what's going on with this? What's going over with that? The power's out. Is it another squirrel like the Mayor Tom Nas says all the time or not? I wanted confirmation. I wanted to see a picture of the fried squirrel to know that that's what caused our power to go out. So the connections, people that you can immediately go, hey, can I get this done? American Ag right here. How many times have we had a car issue and we can deal with American Ag? Or Becker Autos has helped us out many times. So, and I'm sure I'm leaving people out. And if I am, don't be offended by it. Please don't. Okay, I got another song. This is one that I was told I should play today.
Take this job and shove it. I ain't working here no more. A woman done left and took all the reason I was working for. You better not try to stand in my way as I'm walking out the door. Take this job and shove it. I ain't working here no more. I've been working in this factory for now 15 years. All this time I watched my woman drowning in a pool of tears. And I've seen a lot of good folk die, had a lot of bills to pay. I'd give the shirt right off of my back if I had the guts to say, take this job and shove it. I ain't working here no more. My woman done left and took all the reason I was working for. You better not try to stand in my way as I'm walking out the door. Take this job and shove it. I ain't
of these days I'm gonna blow my top, and that sucker, he's gonna pay. Lord, I can't wait to see their faces when I get the nerve to say, take this job and shove it. I ain't working here no more. A woman done left and took all the reason I was working for. You better not try to stand in my way as I'm walking out the door. Take this job and shove it. I ain't working here no more. Take this job and shove it.
With today's inflation straining your budget, your Kansas Farm Bureau membership can help keep more money in your pocket. Save up to 75% off preferred home and office products with Office Depot. Special package pricing with Lifeline screenings. Exclusive savings on post-frame buildings with QSI. And join the Kansans who've switched to Kansas Farm Bureau health plans. And enjoy significant savings on nationwide medical health care coverage. Join today. For a full list of benefits, visit kfb.org/benefits.
This message brought to you by the Jewel, Mitchell, and Osborne County Farm Bureaus. If you're looking for a pre-owned tractor to upgrade your operation this year, you'll find a wide selection at your local Landmark Implement. We'll work with you to find the right equipment for your needs at a price that's right for you. All backed by Landmark's extensive parts and service network. During the month of June, get financing as low as 3.9% for up to 72 months on model year 21 through 23 wheeled 8R tractors. Visit landmarkimp.com to see our complete inventory or stop by your local Landmark location today and experience the Landmark difference.
North Central Kansas's country station, KD Country 94, is KDNS, Downs, Beloit, Kansas.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by T-Mobile.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. As expected, the 90-minute debate between President Biden and former President Trump last night got personal and quickly. During the CNN presidential debate, Trump accused Biden of weakness.
Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
Biden, during the CNN presidential debate, referenced Trump's recent felony conviction in New York.
How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Trump repeated numerous lies and exaggerations throughout the evening, and Biden stumbled frequently on his answers, often failing to make his points, especially early in the debate. The two will have another chance to go at one another in September. I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. Now with more, here's Peter King.
The president's uneven performance has many Democrats worried about his viability as a candidate. As for Donald Trump, this CBS Morning's voter panel member says he wasn't perfect, but
he got better. But there were periods that, still got into a knockdown drag-out, but they both did. He's a little more animated with it, but he closed good.
CBS's John Dickerson says voters aren't exactly in love with Biden or Trump.
You have two candidates. The country has said they don't want either of them, told pollsters that regularly, and they got a debate that affirmed their underlying view that they don't like either one of these candidates.
The Supreme Court could announce decisions on the elections cases involving Trump this morning, but, says Loyola law professor Lori Levinson,
Supreme Court has other big cases that we still haven't received the decisions on, including decisions that affect the homeless, that affect the power of agencies.
And we're awaiting a ruling from a judge in New Mexico on whether or not the manslaughter case against Alec Baldwin should be dismissed. He was charged after a prop gun on a movie set went off, killing cinematographer Helena Hutchins. CBS News legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum.
One element of the prosecution's case against Alec Baldwin was that he was not only the lead actor, but also a producer. So his duty of care was higher than someone who merely recites his lines. The prosecution has maintained that it wasn't an orderly set, that many things were happening during the filming that suggested gross negligence.
Teddy Roosevelt's missing pocket watch is turned up at a Florida auction house 37 years after it was stolen. This is CBS News.
Switch to T-Mobile and save with tons of benefits on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use the savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch.
Katy Country 94 weather.
Friends, when you choose the Balin team, Chubb Building and Construction Tipton, Kansas for your next building project, you're getting more than a building. You're teaming up with construction design and engineering and manufacturing professionals whose driving goal is to provide you with a successful building project. Chubb Construction in Tipton is now hiring for all skill levels: general labor, concrete finishers, and building erectors. Give them a call at 373-4935. That's 373-4935. Chubb Building and Construction, Tipton, Kansas.
Here's a look at your local weatherology forecast. Slight chance of thunderstorms today, otherwise sunshine mixed with clouds at times. Highs level off around 96, winds out of the southwest 8 to 15 miles per hour. Slight chance for storms tonight, lows around 70. Partly cloudy skies tomorrow, slight chance for storms, high of 86. From the Weatherology Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki on KD Country 94. Right now, 75.
8:07 is our time. 78 degrees is our temperature. It is a Friday, a TGIF. Thank goodness, finally Friday. It's a Friday, June the 28th, 2024. Bethany Mitchell's birthday tomorrow. She's turning 26 from Mom and Dad. Ooh, I got all 4 microphones available here. I got people at every single microphone, so that's good. Our Sweet and Cream on Highway 36 in Mankato Facebook question of the day. Pretend it's Freaky Friday. Who's a person you'd be willing to switch lives with for a day? Answers so far, let's see here. Retired person, Caitlin Clark, a mom with a new baby. So that sounds like somebody would like to relive childhood and change a whole bunch of diapers again, which I don't know why you'd want to do that. But Cynthia says, one of my clients to see how she feels needed care for. Okay. Liam, my 10-year-old son who's here and running for president, if you like to vote for him, and I think you'd get a lot of votes, quite frankly. I really, truly do. Liam, if you would be willing to switch lives with one person for a day, who would you want to switch with? Think about that. Dusty's the one that put this question together.
And you'd think I'd have an answer.
You would think.
Right?
You know how many times I have a question that I throw out like the off the wall to Brian Haney, and I learned very quickly. I had an off the wall question of Brian Haney, voice of KU on a sports ticket, one of the first times we had him on. And it's, off the wall, who knows where it's going to go. And he gave me an answer, and then he goes, how about you? I'm like, oh, crap. And after that, I'm like, don't ask a question you're not prepared to answer the same question in a return question. Okay, so that's what you're doing.
I decided to be fun and come up with a name nobody's going to know.
Okay.
And say J.J. Field.
Okay, who's J.J. Field?
Nev Campbell's husband.
Oh, yeah.
Just to have fun on the last day
Nev
for you.
Campbell,
here. Yeah.
of course, the star of Scream. And she was on Party of Five.
Yeah.
I liked watching her, Party of Five. Party of Five was one of my favorite shows back in the day. And we have a special guest here. I told you we're going to have a special guest every half hour. I'm really dreading the one coming in about 20 minutes. But this one, I really am glad that she's here. Adele Schrant, Mike Schrant's wife. Mike was a news director for many years for us here at the radio station. And Adele, I texted her the other day because I got to share this story. Dusty and I were looking at all the awards up on the wall that we've won over the years at the radio station. And I got to give Dusty a ton of credit for this. I feel horrible that I didn't think about her off the bat. And so today's my last day here at the radio station, and I was looking, and I'm like, okay, there's a few awards that I won individually that I might want to take. First place ones are the nicest ones, of course. Mm-hmm. And so Dusty's like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. And I said, Dusty, if there's one here that you want to take home, it doesn't have to always be here. We got plenty on the wall. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
And so there's a few that I picked out. And then we saw Mike's name on some of these awards. And Dusty just had one of the best. It took Dusty 18 freaking years, but he finally came up with an unbelievable idea, Adele. Better late than never. Best idea he's ever had. And he said, hey, Wade, it'd be really cool if we could give some of these awards that Mike won and earned and did all this to Adele. And I said, that's a great idea. So then I texted Adele and I said, hey, would you be interested in coming up to the radio station? We have something we want to give you. And she said, sure. And she is here today. It is great to see you. How are you?
Doing pretty good.
Yeah. I want to thank you for keeping him in line all those years because it could not have been easy at all.
I really did that?
Yeah, I do.
It seemed like it.
You're a very strong woman, and I think there's no one else on this planet that could have kept him in line except you. And I'd say that as a compliment, because he had to be a handful to deal with sometimes. But I don't know how many times over the years when Mike was here, it would be him and me talking off the air, sometimes on the air, sometimes Dusty when he came in at Liam after he snored, and Dusty woke up at 9. When we were all together, sometimes it would happen as well. And Mike would challenge us or disagree with us or argue with us. I don't know how many times they're like, Mike, do you do this at home? Oh, no. Oh, no. Right away. Oh, no. Like, it was almost like he was put into a corner. Like, he backed up away from the microphone. Like, oh, no. Like, wow, your wife has some serious pull. So we always loved that. But what made Mike so interesting to where he somehow fooled you into marrying him?
Well, actually, my principal, my second year of teaching, called me to the office. I thought I was in trouble because you don't get called to the office.
Right.
And he says, I had 3 openings this year for new teachers. And he looked really stern. I thought he was going to say, and you're going to be the next one to leave. And instead he says, I have 2 eligible bachelors. If you can't do anything with that, my hands are clean.
Oh, my.
And I went, oh, well, and one was Mike.
You're like, so what's behind door number 1 and door number 2? Which one do I choose? So one of the 2 was Mike.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And our first real conversation, he says something about a large family. I said, yeah, people are always saying that, but mine's always bigger.
Mm-hmm.
I have a family of 8 kids.
Wow.
And he says, well, mine has 9. I said, dang it, you beat me.
He beat me. Yeah. And right away you saw how competitive he was.
Yeah.
And right away it's like, well, that's great, but I have 9. I could totally see him doing that. So then you guys, probably went on some dates and so forth and so on, and then boom.
Actually, no.
No? Okay.
First, he was having problems with the girls in volleyball.
Okay.
They were crying, and he didn't know what to do with crying girls. And he says, could you help me after school for a while until I get this figured out.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went down and, the girls cried over everything. I just thought, oh, my gosh, if they'd have let me play, I would never have cried.
Right.
And first time a girl sat down and she was crying, I said, so you think that's going to make you any better? I said, why don't you get your butt out there and just make it better by working at it?
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't have said that. They'd have cried.
Sure. Right. But you could say it and you could get away with it.
That's right.
So you helped him out in that way.
And so by the second year, they didn't need that.
Right.
And then I started going to open gym on Saturdays, and one open gym, he asked me out to go to the Harveyville Fair.
Okay. And you're sitting going about time, but he finally asked you out. Okay.
So we spent pretty much the whole day went to the parade, and when all the stuff was done, then he said, they're having a dance tonight. So he took me out to eat and then brought me back to the dance, and he hates to dance.
I was going to say, that guy, we saw him try to do the Zumba. There is no coordination whatsoever there at all.
Yeah, it was the one thing he was not athletically inclined to do.
Yeah. But he went out of his comfort zone and took you to dance.
Because he wanted to go out with me.
Right.
So, yeah.
And did you know that at the time that he was not a good dancer?
Well, I found out.
Very quickly. Yeah.
But, I enjoyed it anyway. I love to dance.
So how long did you guys date before he popped the question to you?
We started dating in October, and he asked me in Thanksgiving.
Whoa!
Mike, don't waste time.
No. He's probably like, I better go ahead and propose now before she really knows what I'm all about here. I better reel her in, I got her hooked. Bring her into the boat. And you said, of course, maybe. And
no, I
said, let me think about it. I'll get back to you. So you said yes, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah. So how did he propose? What was the situation?
Well, we had just gotten back. I live in North Dakota, on the North Dakota-South Dakota border, and I couldn't go home for Thanksgiving, so he asked me to his house for Thanksgiving.
Okay.
And, when he found out that I fit right in with a big family, all the other in-laws had come in, and they were only like 1 or 2 people that they'd grown up with, and they didn't know what to do with all those kids
at
one place.
Right.
And I played football with him, and I had a good time, just like I always do when we have family stuff. And he saw I fit in, and I think that's why he called. He asked me when we got back to Eskridge.
Yeah. So did he do anything fancy for the proposal, or was it just kind of like, hey, come over here, I got a question for you?
No, he just asked. Yeah. But I told him, I said, you do know once that engagement ring's on my finger, it's done, so you better run now if you're going to run.
Oh, that is quite the interesting story. No doubt about how that. And so, of course, Mike was so important here at the radio station. We did so many fun things. And so here in a few minutes, we're going to play another song, and then I'm going to play some clips of Mike that you may have not heard or you remember hearing back when you were listening that we went into the archives and found. Some of these we played here in the last few weeks, so people might hear them a second time, but I think they're still pretty funny. And then, of course, there's one that's the best of all time. It will go down in infamy. It really, really will. That's coming up in a few minutes. First, Harvest Report.
This Harvest Report on Katy Country 94 and Z96 Through the Lake is brought to you by Simpson Farm Enterprises on Highway 24 in Beloit. You can buy a sprayer anywhere, but nobody knows spray application like the guys at Simpson Farm Enterprises. Call them at 738-2299. Stop by the store on Highway 24 in Beloit or visit them online at simpsonfarm.com. Simpson Farm Enterprises, your spray application experts. Harvest continues along here in north central Kansas. Another day on Thursday with some light rain that came through that will slow things down another day or so for some of the area producers in north central Kansas. We had a chance to catch up with Cody Richards, who manages the Central Valley Ag locations in Glen Elder and Conquer City, and he gave an update on what's going on in that part of Mitchell County.
We started taking grain, I think it was around the 12th of the month, and I don't know, I'd say we're probably getting close to 85-90% done in this area. Most of them are surprisingly happy. I think, especially the guys, north of Highway 24, seems like the yields are a lot higher than expected, and as well as south of 24. I think everybody's just been pretty pleased with the way this crop ended up coming out. Everything's above average, 60-pound test weight. The moistures have all been good, good and dry. Protein levels just all over the board this year. So it's been just a little bit of a different year, especially with the proteins. There was a band of hail that went through, earlier this year, and but that was pretty isolated. I would say a few more good hot days in the field, it'll finish these guys up for the most part.
And again, thanks to Cody Richards from Central Valley Ag in Glen Elder and Conquer City for giving us the update on harvest here in that part of Mitchell County. We're here in North Central Kansas with our harvest reports coming up here at the end of this week, maybe beginning of next week. We'll start chatting with some more people maybe up in Jewell County and Smith County as well, get updates on how that's going, catch somebody in Osborne County as well on these harvest reports as harvest continues here this summer in North Central Kansas. A harvest report on Katy Country 94 and Z96 Through the Lake, brought to you by Simpson Farm Enterprises on Highway 24 in Beloit. You can buy a sprayer anywhere, but nobody knows spray application like the guys at Simpson Farm Enterprises. Call them at 738-2299. Stop by the store on Highway 24 in Beloit or visit them online at simpsonfarm.com. Simpson Farm Enterprises, your spray application experts.
Simpson Farm Enterprises carries the Apache line of sprayers, and there's a reason. In fact, there's several reasons. Apache sprayers come in 5 different models to fit every size of operation. They feature premium technology and the exclusive power-to-the-ground mechanical-driven traction. Most of all, the 5-year warranty offered by Apache is unmatched. That's why they have the highest retained value in the industry. See Simpson Farm Enterprises today at any of their 5 locations and spray with the best you can buy.
All right, Sweet and Cream on Highway 36 Mankato Facebook question of the day. We've been asking everybody, who is a person you'd be willing to switch lives with for a day? You can answer that question, and when you do, you automatically enter and win a gift certificate end of the week from Sweet and Cream, Highway 36 in Mankato. Learn more online, sweetandcreamks.com. Got a little bit of music, and then we're going to go back into the archives and play some clips from Mike Strantwey, who's news director here, and be prepared to laugh.
Freestyle Friday on Katy Country 94 and L&M Liquor in downtown Downs. It's the perfect combination to get your weekend started.
We were golden, we were fire, we were magic. Yeah, and they all knew our names all over town. We had it made in the middle of the madness. We were neon in a great crowd. Yeah, we wrote our own story, full of blood, sweat, and heartbeats. We didn't do it for the fame or the glory, but we
Summer is in full swing everywhere you look. When you're out and about chauffeuring around the kids from camp, pool, practice, and play dates, don't forget to stop by Give & Grace. Their display cooler has fresh, ready-to-go flower arrangements, and their shop is full of hot new decor items. If you're looking for a small pick-me-up bouquet, wedding gift, or anything in between, their friendly staff is ready to serve. Give & Grace Floral and Decor, 205 West Main, downtown Beloit.
Broken window? No problem. Stop on down to Solomon Valley Home Center. We do window and screen repairs. We can order windows and screen doors too. We have got you covered for all those little accidents. Drop it off, leave your info, and what you need done, and we will call you when it's finished. Need to order one? We can help with that too. Bring those window and screen repairs to Solomon Valley Home Center in Beloit and let us help make life a little easier.
Sims Fertilizer and Farm Chemical, Osborne, Kansas. If you'd like to save money, call Sims Fertilizer in Osborne today. That's what they do best. Save you money. Call them toll-free, 1-800-821-4289, or visit them at simsfarm.com. Miller Hardware LLC in Downs is more than just a hardware store. They offer many different services, including chainsaw chain sharpening and window and screen repair. Knitting your carpet cleaned? Rent a Bissell carpet cleaner from Miller Hardware. For your summer home makeover projects, they have replacement windows, storm doors, shingles, ABC metal roofing and buildings, Midland garage doors, and vinyl siding. For the cattlemen, they also have fencing supplies and well pumps. All of this and much, much more at Miller Hardware LLC, located at 610 Morgan Avenue in Downs.
You are listening to Freestyle Friday on KD Country 94. Head south of the tracks to L&M Liquor in downtown Downs to get your weekend started right.
All right, so this is a Freestyle Friday brought to you by L&M Liquor and Downs. We're sprinkling in some music today. Once again, I apologize up front to L&M Liquor that we're not going to be playing as much music today because this is my last day at KD Country 94 on the air, and we were having various guests that are coming in. We were reminiscing and sharing stories, and that's something that Mike was very good at, is sharing stories. Some of them were believable, some were clearly not. But I had a whole bunch of stuff lined up here, but probably don't have time to play some of the longer stuff. But I want to play some clips from Mike, and I want Adele to hear these, and some of these might jog some memories. And we were just talking off the air, Adele, Dusty, myself, and my 10-year-old Liam, is Mike would say things, and they'd be so funny. And sometimes he didn't even realize how funny they were. And then he would try to fix what he said, and it would only get worse, but in a funny way. So you ready? Are you ready, Adele? All right, here we go.
And I've watched parts of your body recess during that time.
Sometimes the things you say just don't sound right when they come out of your mouth. And that was another one of those examples of something Mike said. There should be a whole segment that we should do. Things that Mike said, he didn't realize how they sounded until they were already out of his mouth and through the airwaves on KD Country 94.
It's completely accurate.
It didn't sound good. Oh, that's all I know. Hey, I love hearing my name on the radio, even if I have to share airtime with Shrant. Wow.
Thank you, Matt.
What? You're getting all kinds of shots here left and right. Got to put on some protection, like the body armor or something for all the shots you're taking.
Armor-all.
Yeah, Armor-all. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, put Armor-all on you and see how that protects you. That'd be great. Armor-all.
Make his skin shine.
It'd make his skin look really, really it'd glisten. He won't put armor on to protect himself. He's going to put Armor-all on. Well, you'll be shinier than your tires, Mike. Congratulations.
Well, good.
Yeah. Armor-all. It's just like armor, except it's not.
The 4 hours together was an opportunity for Bornhoff and Hornblom to... The 4 hours together was an opportunity for Bornhoff and Hornblom. The 4 hours together was an opportunity for Bornhoff and Hornblom to learn about the. It's Hornblom. There we go.
And that's where I was like, well, then just spit it out and say it then if you know how to pronounce it. Oh, so
he had a problem with the name. You said spit it out. He had a problem with the name. It was Spinazzola.
Yes.
And I was recording. He was over here and I was recording and he's like, spit. And I was just over here, but spit it out, Mike. Like, and then it ended up being Spinazzola, right?
I do have that clip there somewhere too in that folder, no doubt. So those are some small sound bites from Mike when he was here as news director, and then him and he'd be my sidekick for Waterside Wakeup. And then there's a few more we want to play here for Adele, and these might even embarrass her a little bit. But Mike sometimes would say things like you just heard, talking about Armor All, and it's like, dude, that's not really what we're talking about here, so forth and so on, talking about recessed parts of the body and this and that. But there was a few that, maybe my 10-year-old needs to put his fingers in his ears. Actually, he's already heard this. But listen to this one and tell me, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't laugh after you hear this 27-second bite. Dusty and I will enjoy these frosted cupcakes.
Whoa. When did I get excluded?
When you volunteered Bob to shave off my face.
I think Bob should bid on all three of us, and then that way he could make it a threesome for the station. He can do you and Dusty, and he can do me, and then that way he can say he got all three of us.
We were just sitting there going, dude, this is live radio. Do you know how that came across and how that sounded? And I will say pretty much the best for last. This should be absolutely submitted to the Radio Hall of Fame for goofs, because this is one that I will never forget. Never, ever forget. Here we go.
Hey, listen, I have some information.
All right.
Okay. You kind of call on me for not doing the investigative work on this. Max Winkle and Gary Strider obviously having birthdays today, but a little birdie told me that they also share their wife with two other local folks.
Say that again.
Two other local folks.
They share their what?
Their birthday.
Okay. So I thought you said share their wife.
No, I said birthday.
No, you didn't.
I didn't?
No, you said share their wife.
Well, erase that.
Okay, that doesn't sound good at all.
No.
Okay. I want to make sure I'm hearing right here.
Let me.
I want to clear that up so nobody.
Absolutely. Birthday.
Thank you. Okay.
Birthday. Okay. Yeah, this is a clean show, folks.
I'm going to say, I'm worried right now.
All right. Anyway, well, Steve Zachary's having a birthday. So, based on my knowledge of Steve Zachary, I have a pretty good idea
yes, you do.
of what these guys' age is. They're just a tad bit younger than me. How's that?
Just a tad bit.
Tad bit.
You're 55.
Within seeing distance of my age. How's
somewhere 52, 53, 54. Am I pretty much
somewhere in that neighborhood? Sure.
Okay.
And apparently Steve's having his birthday today, and I think one time he told me that all three of them were in Mitchell County Hospital at the same time. One of them, they didn't have enough room.
That's right.
Back in the late 50s when these folks were born.
Oh, I like it.
Or mid 50s. I better say mid 50s to be accurate.
Okay.
One of them, I think, basically had to be birthed out in the hallway. I can't remember which one of the three.
So that is one that will live in infamy, and we laugh so hard. So let me add a little bit to this story. So Mike said he was talking about those three that are born on the same day and then should share their wives, and like, no, dude. And then he says, erase that. It's like, it's live radio. I can't erase it. It's out there. I can't grab it from the sky. And so what was very interesting was he initially refuted that he said that. As you just heard, he did say share their wife. Okay, and so. I said, no, that's what you said. And at first he argued a little bit. He said, well, if I did, erase that. The phones lit up like a Christmas tree. The phones lit up. And immediately I'm like, I got to get off the air and play a song. And I grabbed the phone. Oh, my God, that was the funniest thing I have ever heard. And then somebody else, oh, he said it all right. I couldn't believe he said it. And I said, see, Mike? And like, oh, yeah, I guess I did say it. Well, dude, you need more proof? I can rewind it and play it for you. So it was so funny how he didn't even realize he had said it. And then sometimes he would go on and say something else, and it would just almost double down, as Dusty would say, on what he said initially.
Right.
Did he have some of those that he do you have an example of something he did where he doubled down with you, or was he just smart enough not to double down with you because he knew better, and with us he's like, I think I can double down?
I just give him a look and really? And then he'd laugh and it'd be done.
Yeah, it'd be over. So I had a longer thing, but I didn't have enough time to play it today because I got a lot of stuff to go to. But there was one we played recently. It was about a 5 or 6 minute segment. We were talking about posters on the walls when we were in college. And of course, if you're a guy, young boy or whatever, young adult, you had nice pictures of really pretty girls up on your walls and so forth and so on. We were talking about that, and so he was talking about how he really didn't like Jessica Simpson. So he took shots at Jessica Simpson at the time. We were talking about her, and then he was talking about Susan Day. Susan Day was like kind of a pinup, and he said, but she had talent, and she had Jessica Simpson doesn't. She doesn't have talent. Like, I don't care about what all I care about is what the poster looks like. I don't care about who's the better singer, who's the better whatever. Guys don't put stuff on the wall going, I think this poster I'll put up because she has a Grammy and this one doesn't. And so we were kind of arguing. Dusty was like, yeah. And so Dusty and I were kind of against him a little bit on that one, and he kept digging a little bit deeper, so forth and so on. So finally, at the end of our conversation, towards the end, I said, so, what poster's up on your wall? And he tried to remember and this and that. And then what, how did he say this? He said something about, posters at home now, and he goes, oh, no, my wife wouldn't let me do that, or something like that. And I think he said his mom wouldn't let him do that, too, as well. And immediately I just thought of you. I'm like, yeah, she would not let you do that, Mike. You would have to pass inspection and get it all approved and so forth and so on. So it was really, really fun to go back and reminisce about all of those times that we had with Mike. And just to share before we move on to our next guest, and we're trying to go along here, so we squeeze less time for the next guest because he's just going to take shots at me left and right. But we were able to see Mike there late there in his battle against brain cancer, and we were just talking off the air about how therapeutic it was for a lot of us, if not all of us, to share some of those stories, and how Mike was still talking about he was so proud about winning awards and winning Station of the Year, which was like one of his big things. He kind of, honestly, he's the one that kind of got us jump started to try to go for it, and we did that 4 times. It was pretty awesome. And then you're talking about the standoff and downs that he covered, with the whole situation over there and their SWAT teams and everything else. And I've heard stories about how he got so close the cops had to you got to back up here, bud. I mean, because Mike wanted to be in the action. Mike was a bloodhound is what we called him. He was old-fashioned school. I mean, he would go to the site and gather the news. Now people just want to read it off a prompter, or they want to read it off the internet. He would actually go find out, grab the information, put it together. And that's a dying breed nowadays in our media, unfortunately. So he was one of a kind. But he would get so close to the action, the cops would actually have to tell him, hey, man, you got to back up here. Because he wanted to know. He wanted to get the information. He would dig. He would ask the tough questions. Sometimes it might be a little bit annoying to people that try to do their job, but he would actually go try to get it. And so when we saw him there for the last time before he passed away, he brought up that standoff and downs multiple times. And you can tell he was very proud of that, because that's not something that happens every day in our communities. Is there SWAT teams, this, whatever. And we, at the time, were fortunate enough to have a rabid sports news director that would go and he did reports from there, and he would stay there until the thing was over. He was at a standoff, what was it, over by Asherville or something?
Yes.
He was there till 3 a.m, and he called me up once. Mike, I'm like, go home, dude. He's like, well, I got to see how this turns out. It was like he was watching a movie and wanted to see the end of it.
Right.
Like, Mike, dude, we're not paying you extra to be there until 3 a.m. You can come back and get all the information tomorrow. No, he wanted to have closure because he started the story, and he was going to bring you the whole story.
And he wanted it first.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Very competitive. You know that. Yes. He was super competitive. Did that ever cause some issues for you when he was super competitive, or was that what kind of helped draw you to the guy?
Well, I'm competitive.
Yes,
not
you are.
quite as much as he is.
Yeah, right.
But
seeing you guys play board games could have been quite the deal.
He liked to make up rules for Risk, so we did not play Risk.
He liked to change the rules all the time.
In the middle of the game.
Yes. You know what's funny? He did that when he was 55. He did it when he was 65. And my 10-year-old does this. And I'm like, sometimes you're a kid at heart. But he would. He would change. He would do that.
Well, he was always the biggest kid in the room.
Yeah.
Always.
Well, one of his family members said, unfortunately, it was a horrible ice storm. And we couldn't get there for the funeral. And that really hurt because we really wanted to be there. But we watched it on the stream. Thank God they had that. And I remember one of the family members, I don't know who it was exactly, was talking about that story, that when they were growing up as kids, Mike would change the rules within the middle of the game on like everything. And I'm like, he never changed. He did that when we did stuff here.
And, oh my goodness. So we just decided we would not play Risk.
Yes.
But if we played pitch and we were on the same team, we did not lose.
Oh, no. I'm sure you didn't.
We did not.
Yeah.
And so their family said, you guys can't play together anymore.
Well, I want to tell you, not only were you a winning combination in pitch, but you're a winning combination in life.
Thank you.
And we enjoyed our time with Mike. And so thank you for letting him work with us. And we enjoyed getting to know you better. And we enjoyed so much of that time sharing stories that day. And I greatly appreciate you coming in on my final day here at the radio station to share these stories. And we're going to make sure you take that box of awards that Mike earned, and you can do whatever you want because they are rightfully yours to keep.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much for coming in.
Yeah, thank you.
It is a Friday, June 28, 2024, 8:39 is our time. So here's the final thing that, Mike, I'm going to play for you because I thought it's the perfect thing to play. And he did this every time he led in with his news intro. But there was one day, well, if you've seen the movie Anchorman, you'll understand this a little bit.
It's time for the news. Here's our news director, Mike Strand. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Wade. Good morning, everybody. This newscast is brought to you by the North Central Kansas Technical College with campuses in Beloit and Hayes. Come build a career. I'm Mike Strand. I'm going to do the news. Read the wrong line there. Could you tell?
Sweden Cream in Mankato is not your typical fast food restaurant. Hamburgers are freshly pattied daily, vegetables are freshly cut, and many of the sauces and dressings served are prepared from scratch. Sweden Cream serves award-winning burgers and fries, but they are also popular for its ice cream treats and brick oven pizza. View their full menu at SwedenCreamKS.com. Sweden Cream on Highway 36 in Mankato is open daily from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. and offers dine-in, delivery, online ordering, and drive-up window services. Sweden Cream in Mankato, making memories sweet.
Don't miss the Sports Ticket weekday mornings at 9:10 on KD Country 94 and KDCountry94.com. Brought to you by Keeper Brothers Automotive in Beloit, your home for fast, friendly auto repair.
Above all powers, above all kings, above all nature and all created things, above all wisdom and all the ways of man, you were here before the world began. Above all kingdoms above all, like a rose trampled on the ground. You took the fall and thought of me above all.
That song by request, Michael W. Smith, Above All. It is a Freestyle Friday, and once again, apologize, not as much music today as I normally have on a Freestyle Friday, as this is my last day. If you're tuning in, you're on KD Country 94, KDCountry94.com. Get the free KD Country 94 app on your smartphones as well. I started here back in, well, I guess it was late July of 2006. And my oldest son, who's now going off to college, this is how quickly things go, time flies by, he was about 2 or 3 weeks old, a couple weeks old, when we moved here. So he all he knows is, he doesn't remember Glen Elder living here for 2 years because he was first 2 years of his life. So all he knows is Beloit, North Central Kansas. But he actually was born in Onega, my oldest, and we lived in Seneca at the time. And now my youngest, who's wolfing down cinnamon rolls, says we have cinnamon rolls and donuts and all kinds of.
We have 7 people in the office.
This is the most people we had in the office ever.
I
know.
Start talking about Mike and donuts just show up.
Isn't that amazing how that works? Yeah, Mike's with us. There's no doubt about it. Mike is with us. Maybe not physically, but he's with us.
So we got 8.
8. So we got 8. That's right. And Liam is a 10-year-old. He's running for office. If you didn't like what you saw last night in the debates, this is the guy to vote for. And
woo!
There you go. Listen right there. He has more energy and excitement than the 2 Kansas last night in 2 seconds. We just heard that.
If they did that, they might die.
Yeah, if they get too excited, they might die. Yeah, that's true. They need to keep that energy level down. They want to get the ticker going too quickly. That's a good point, Liam. Bethany Mitchell. Oh, go ahead.
No.
Okay. Bethany Mitchell, he's starting to loosen up.
He's warming up.
He's warming up, baby. You know, it was 6:30 in the morning. Now it's about 8:45 in the morning. Bethany Mitchell, 26 years young tomorrow. Her birthday from mom and dad. The Sweden Cream on Highway 36 Mankato Facebook question today. Pretend it's Freaky Friday. Who is a person you'd be willing to switch lives with for a day? Submit your answer on our Facebook page, and when you do, you're automatically entered to win a gift certificate at the end of the week from Sweden Cream there in Mankato. Let me grab
my answer.
Okay.
Is Geno Smith. I'm a Seahawks fan.
As you eating cinnamon roll, one of the rules in radio, young man, is when you're on the microphone, don't have food in your mouth. Talking. First of all, you're not supposed to talk with your mouth full ever, but then in front of a microphone, that's a double whammy. Are you done? Now go ahead.
But they can't see it.
That's true. They can't see it, but we can hear you chomping. They have ears. Okay,
I don't care.
You don't care. All right. Once again, you're perfect to be
president.
president.
The one time I don't care.
The one time?
I don't know about that.
That's baloney. There's a lie. You're fit to be president. Congratulations.
139.
139. Okay. So, I forgot what I was going to say now. After all of that stuff. But anyway, I've got some notes and messages from people, so that's been fun to see so far. The voice of the Colorado Buffaloes sent me a text. Wade, congrats on a great run. Good luck in your new venture. Mark's been great to get to know over the years. Thanks to John Bowden for connecting us with him and building a relationship with Mark. And I saw KU men's basketball is going to be going to Colorado next year. Is K-State hosting Colorado or going to Colorado next year? Can't remember.
I saw it yesterday and now I forget.
Yeah,
I think they're going to Colorado, to be honest.
Okay. So there you go, K-State and KU fans. We can go back to Boulder and have a good time. Let's see. Justin sent me a text. In true sports form for your last day. Heroes get remembered, but legends never die. Crush it today. Good luck, my friend. I appreciate that greatly. Cindy, thank you so much for being one of my best friends. Of course, you're not getting rid of me that easy. Thank you for spending special time with me on the bus. Please keep in touch with me, and if the boys have any special events going on, let me know. I'll try to be there. Liam, have a fun day with your dad today. That's from Cindy. You know Cindy, of course.
Yes, Cindy.
Yeah, Cindy.
Colorado's home next year, actually, for K-State.
Because K-State does not get to go to Boulder. Well, unless
we'll get there sometime.
Unless you want to go watch KU Colorado play, which makes total sense for K-State.
So now
fans.
I can watch K-State versus Colorado
at home. Game. Yeah, because Liam's a K-State fan. Most of the family is more KU. as he gets a fist bump from Dusty here. Coming up, we've got another special guest. We got 3 special guests still to come between now and 10 o'clock. We might go a little bit long today. Waterside Wake Up, not our normal show on a Friday. It's unique. We're having some fun. We're winging it. Also, the sports ticket will be much of the same, and that'll be coming up at 9:10, brought to you by Kiefer Brothers Automotive in Beloit.
Katy Country 94 weather.
Are you in need of professional septic services? Look no further than Kingsbury Septic and Pumping in Smith Center, a full-service plumbing company providing top-notch septic tank pumping and maintenance. Their highly skilled team of experts is here to ensure your septic system operates smoothly, giving you peace of mind. From routine pumping to installation and inspection with repairs, they have you covered. They pride themselves on their prompt and reliable service, always leaving your property clean and tidy. Don't wait for a septic emergency. Call Jed with the Poo Crew to work for you by calling Kingsbury Septic and Pumping at 282-0255. Or visit their website, kingsburyseptic.com.
Here's a look at your local weatherology forecast. Slight chance of thunderstorms today, otherwise sunshine mixed with clouds at times. Highs level off around 96, winds out of the southwest 8 to 15 miles per hour. Slight chance for storms tonight, lows around 70. Partly cloudy skies tomorrow, slight chance for storms, high of 86. From the Weatherology Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki on KD Country 94. Right now, 79.
What's your style? Express it in your music with Freestyle Friday on KD Country 94 and enjoy your own style of beverage with L&M Liquor in downtown Downs.
said, I'll tell you all the story about the joker and the thief. I said, that was all about the joker and the thief in the night.
The grass is starting to grow, and you need to mow now with 0% retail financing on new Hustler zero-turn mowers. That's right. Qualified buyers can enjoy 0% financing on qualifying Hustler zero-turn mowers. Come into Jewel Implement today and get that Hustler Turf zero-turn lawnmower you've been dreaming of. That's Jewel Implement, 105 South Custer, Jewel, Kansas, or online at www.jewelimplement.com. Qualified buyers with minimum purchase, other restrictions apply. See dealer for complete details.
Dusty Donis back over here in North Central Air and Downs with Rex. What's new?
Yeah, Dusty, it's that time of year, they got to get ready for spring work. We got the new Honda twin tanks in, 13-horse twin tank, produces 37 CFM. It's the hottest thing going. You can run 2 blowguns, beautiful unit, and we have them here on hand, got a lot of them. They want to take a look, just run over and look at them.
They have questions, they can give you a call too, right?
You bet. 785-454-3409.
That's Rex. See him in the staff at North Central Air in Downs.
Hey there, Internet user. Ready to upgrade your online experience? At Cunningham Fiber, we're not just about fast speeds. We're about personal connection. With local offices right in your neighborhood and live customer support, help is always just around the corner. Say goodbye to long waits and automated messages. Our friendly, knowledgeable team is here to assist you with any questions or concerns you may have. Experience the difference with Cunningham Fiber, where fast internet meets local support. Visit ctcfiber.net. Call now to join the family. Cunningham Fiber. Connect with us.
Harvest is in full swing, and at L&M Liquor, we are your stop to wind down after a long day in the field or for post-harvest celebrations. Check out our wide selection of domestic and craft beers. From all of us at L&M, we wish you a safe and bountiful harvest.
All right, just got off the phone. There's some misinformation that's out there. Some old posts are being thrown out there on social media. I have no idea why. That's been trying to say that fireworks are banned. They are not. So anybody that is reading these things that are out there that are inaccurate, and that's what misinformation does, it really messes up and screws things up for things and people. But that is not true. So you can be shooting your fireworks based off the dates you're allowed to shoot your fireworks. Fireworks have not been banned, contrary to what you may have seen somewhere on some kind of post or something that's being regurgitated. So if you've been all riled up about, oh my God, fireworks are banned, it's not true. Not true. Not true. So you can still shoot off your fireworks. I don't know exactly when you can start doing it date-wise. Obviously, you can do it on the 4th of July. There's a time frame usually. And, of course, don't be shooting them off at 2:30 in the morning or that may get you in trouble. Not a good idea. All right, we got one last song to play, and then somebody that is rich and famous is going to be in here with me. And then we got a couple other people that have been on the radio with us over the years that we're going to have join us during the Sports Ticket. This is one of my favorite songs. I don't have time really to put together a playlist today, but it is one of my favorite songs for when I was in college. I saw this group in concert, so it's weird that this is the last song that I'm going to be playing on this station. Probably have been a better one for me to pick, but I didn't have time to think about it because I love tons of different types of music. But this was a group I enjoyed. Pearl Jam's my favorite group of all time, so I should be playing a Pearl Jam song, but I'm not. But this one was one I found right away that I wanted to put into the system, and this is the Black Crowes with Hard to Handle. They have a new album out as well, and for me to plug it, they should give me a little bit of a cut of that, but they're not, so I'm just nice because I enjoyed their music back in the day when I was young and had more hair, right, Liam? You don't think I had more hair back in the day? I had way more hair before you were born.
Candle calls the mama, I'm sure all the hand and I just around. Action speaks louder than words, and I'm a man, a great experience. I know you got another man, but I can love you better than him. Take my hand, don't be afraid, I'm gonna prove every word I say. I'm advertising love for free, so you can place your ad for me. Once I come along and down by the candle calls her mama. I'm sure all the hand and now just around. Yeah, all the hand now. Oh, baby. Baby, here I am, a man on your scene. I can give you what you want, but you got to come home with me. I forgot some good old loving and I got some more in store. When I get through throwing on you, you gotta come running back for more. Those are running along and down by the dozen. I ain't nothing but drugstore love. Pretty little thing, let me light your candle, calls her mama. I'm sure all the hand and that gets around. Hard, hard the hand and now. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me light your candle, calls her mama. I'm sure all the hand and I just around. Yeah, so all the hand and now. Oh yeah, baby, a good love man, baby, oh, good love man. I need good love.
Robert's Family Funeral Service is a local family-owned and operated funeral home serving north central Kansas with facilities in 3 locations, Beloit, Cawker City, and Glasgow. Their professional staff of licensed funeral directors and embalmers are here to serve you and your family with any pre-need or at-need arrangements. Staff members of Robert's Family Funeral Service are caring and experienced professionals who understand that each family is unique and has personal requests and traditions. If you have any questions, call Robert's Family Funeral Service at 738-2211 or visit them online.
Summer is in full swing everywhere you look. When you're out and about chauffeuring around the kids from camp, pool, practice, and play dates, don't forget to stop by Give and Grace. Their display cooler has fresh, ready-to-go flower arrangements, and their shop is full of hot new decor items. If you're looking for a small pick-me-up bouquet, wedding gift, or anything in between, their friendly staff is ready to serve. Give and Grace Floral and Decor, 205 West Main, downtown Beloit.
9:03 is our time. Our current temperature is at 82 degrees. It is a Friday, June the 28th, 2024. It's finally Friday. And for some people, it's finally time for Wade to get off the airwaves here at Katy Country 94. It's my final day on the air. And so let's get into the good news of the day real quick. And the good news of the day brought to you by Give and Grace Floral and Decor in downtown Beloit. And my good news of the day is... well, for some of you out there, my last day on the air is good news of the day. But for me, good news. I got a thumbs up for our special guest here, King Royalty here. But so what? My good news of the day I want to share is that it's been great to see Adele Schrant. Have her here. We've got a few more guests that are coming in. Also more good news. I got cinnamon rolls, donuts, all kinds of healthy stuff to eat. And all the people that have texted me, sent me messages, whether it's today or before. That's my good news of the day, is all the people that have reached out to me. And that means a lot. So that's the good news of the day, brought to you by Give and Grace Floral and Decor in downtown Beloit. And I could expand that is everybody needs good friends, good company, good connections, good relationships, friendships, whatever it may be, no matter what the age, no matter the color of our skin. We need those type of relationships in our lives. And so I'm fortunate enough to have many of those. Now, I can't say the same about our next guest. I don't know what's going on with this guy. But he took time out of his extremely busy schedule to come here a half hour early because he's so good at what he does. He gets done with his work by 8 in the morning. This guy is so good at what he does. Or as I like to say, all of the people that he's hired to be his servants take care of all the work, and then he takes all the glory. But ladies and gentlemen, making his radio appearance in studio. He's been on the radio before. We had some summer giveaway remotes before at Dairy Queen and so forth over the years. But the one, the only, the legend, the myth, he is real. He is not a fictional character I made up in my mind. Don Highland, the King of Downs, when this is true, the water tower in Downs was originally called Don's. They added the W because they finally got fed up with Don Highland's shenanigans. Don, how are you today?
Well, I was doing real well till I came in here.
Don, I must say, you and I have had some interesting banter over the years.
Very interesting.
Yes, and I always love your typed up notes that you would send me that I would get sometimes. There is a picture, and I'll have to pull this up. It won't be able to do it on the radio, obviously. But I went through doing some housekeeping the other day, and there's a picture of you and Don Miller from Miller Hardware over in Downs, with you guys in front of a radio tower of some kind, or a tower of some kind.
Correct. That's correct.
And it's a cardboard cutout, and you guys use a Sharpie because you guys are so thrifty, and you put 94.15 because they were going to compete against us because they were so-called fed up with our shenanigans. And the running joke for a long time is, when are you going to get that new station on the air? It's a Don and Don. It was the Dons. Don squared.
K-Don.
K-Don is what it was called.
Right. That's exactly right.
K-Don.
They were fed up with you, by the way, not me.
No,
you said our shenanigans. I'm like, not me.
All right, sure.
No, we like Dusty.
Yeah, that's true. Let's make that clear. They like Dusty. They never like me at all. And
makes sense.
It makes sense. It does. It does. Once again, you can run for president. So I went over many times after that happened, and I'd see Don Miller at the hardware store, because if I wanted to see Don Highland, he was never around, and I was told, you're going to have to talk to his receptionist. He is busy on his own private island on his private jet, so forth and so on with his private wait staff. So I'm like, okay, I'll wait till he comes back. And I always knew when Don was back in the country, because he then suddenly would know something that's 2 weeks old. I'm like, okay, Don's obviously been out of the country. He's been traveling, seeing his good buddies, Bill Gates and Warren Buffett and all this other stuff. And this is a true story. He knows those people. I don't. But anyway, yeah, he knows those people, Liam. He's played bridge with them, which, if you want to know what bridge is, Liam, ask him. So when I would go in the Miller Hardware after that picture that you guys gave me, and you were talking about starting a new radio station, I would go into Don Miller and I'd say, hey, Don, how's that new radio station coming? And for a while, Don was really excited. He'd be like, we're doing really good. We got this. And after a while, I don't know. Highlands dropped the ball. He's not doing anything to support this thing. I don't know where we're going to get this thing going. And I think your partner threw you under the bus. I think you lost your partner because you didn't step up the plate and get 94.15 K-Don on the air.
The problem was we lacked it funding.
You needed initial funding to get your
exactly
startup. Right. So you weren't going to take anything from your business repertoire and Don Miller and sell extra hardware to fund it or anything? No?
We didn't have anything to sell.
You had nothing to sell.
No, that's right.
Just ideas, right?
That's right.
Or
it didn't go very far.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. It's hard to sell hot air. And there,
you ought to know.
Exactly. I knew I'd set that up on a platter for you. I knew you would hit that one out of the park. Absolutely. That is what we do. We sell air. I mean, you have to be an amazing salesperson to actually sell air to somebody. Or if you're at a convenience store now, you pay $0.25 or whatever it is now to get air. It used to be free.
I remember your comment on that when you stopped one time.
Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying. Did you know that there's an arrow on your car or your vehicle that shows what side the gas cap's on?
Yes, I'm fully familiar with that.
Did you know that all along, or did you learn that later on?
No, I knew that all along.
Did you? Okay. Because a lot of people don't know that. I didn't know that right away either. And I told my wife, and she was blown away by that knowledge.
Well, when I bought this used car, that's how I found out.
That's how you found out?
The salesman told me about it.
Yeah, okay. Because my wife would complain, like, I always pull up on the wrong side. I go, honey, there's this thing called an arrow right there. That's what that's for? Yes, it is. How's the first lady, your wife? How's she doing?
Well, I left her at home this morning. She fixed breakfast for me.
Okay. God bless that lady. Greatest person on earth.
And you know who's right behind her?
Uh-huh.
Mandy.
Yeah, my wife.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. They're great people. Mandy and Carol are amazing people to put up with you and me. There's no doubt about that. So what do you want to say? I am going to give you the opportunity. Of course, as people know, listen to the show.
This is scary.
Yeah, I know it's scary. But all these years, people know listening to the Sports Ticket, listening to Waterside Wakeup. I won't deny it. That and if people take shots at me, but I'm on the radio and they're not, and Dawn knows this very well, that I almost always get the last word. So I will probably still get the last word.
Really?
Here, because I can push the button and turn him off. That's the power I have. Just like Eldon Beheimer, okay? By the way, Eldon, earlier today, Don, you'll love this. Eldon Beheimer came in. You know Eldon, right?
Yes, Ben Elder.
So I joked about, I can just picture Eldon on a recliner. He's kicking back with a Busch Light going, so should I turn Katy Country 94's power off today or not? And getting a kick out of it. Well, he sent me a picture, Eldon did, with a Busch Light this morning with his vacation hat, it looks like, cowboy hat on. And he's got a remote control in his hand, and he goes, "It's never too late. I still know where the switch is to flip our power off." So that was pretty funny. I love it. But I want to give you opportunity to roast me, what you want to say, take your shots, and let's have some fun on my final day.
Well, I'll tell you what. First of all, I hate to see you go. I mean, it's been a good relationship.
Yes.
But I tell you, you put me through a lot of horror since you've been here, is all I got to say. You wouldn't believe how my phone rings off the wall sometime when you're roasting me. I can't believe how many dumb people listen to you.
That's the audience I have. They're dumb enough to listen to me. You're right.
But all I got to say is I wish I could take as many vacations as you go on and go to Aruba and the Virgin Islands. And I understand you just got back from another vacation, according to what your buddy Paulin told me the other day.
Yeah, Paulin needs to keep his mouth shut. He tells too many things to you.
He is my informant.
I know he is.
You ratted him already. Like, wait, what?
Yeah. Well, we always call him BP. It's not beyond petroleum. That's for sure. Yeah.
But talk about Paulin. Have you heard how his son done last night?
Yeah, he did 7 foot, 7 and a quarter. He didn't do as well as he usually does height wise.
Okay. So he didn't make the trials.
He didn't make the finals.
Yeah, that's too bad.
But you had to go 7 foot 7.
7 and a quarter.
Just
actually 7 3/4 to qualify for the Olympics.
Yeah,
and it would have been. Yeah. I don't know who is all going to actually do that.
I bet you there are only going to be 1 or 2 if lucky. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, it would have been an uphill climb for him to do that to qualify for the Olympics. But the fact that you got a small town kid going all the way and being All-American in track and field and a high jump, and can you figure out where he got his athleticism from? It sure as heck can't be from Byron.
Well, I was going to ask you the same thing.
Yeah.
Where did your son Noah get his athletic ability?
Oh, there's no questions for me.
Where did all your kids?
You think you have athletic ability? No, I'm just kidding. No, they obviously got it from me. My wife actually won't argue that. My wife was not big into sports. She's I don't know even how we got married because we have none of that in common. She
I've
goes
always
to a
thought
separate
that. I wondered how you got married, but go ahead.
Well, we're a lot of different people. My wife and I are very different. One, she's beautiful. I'm ugly. So it doesn't make. But they say opposites attract. So,
that's right.
Yeah.
I agree.
She doesn't talk as much as I do because I'm usually talking, and so she doesn't get to talk, is what somebody might say. But when she talks, it's like the old Indian Winter commercial. People listen or something like that, right? But she's not big into the sports. She's gotten into a little bit with the kids over the years. But in regards to answer your question, my oldest son had a really good work ethic, and I had a pretty good work ethic, but I'll admit it. I think some parents want to act like they were greater than they were back in the day and don't want to admit that their kid was better than them. Listen, my oldest son, way better basketball player than me. Now, he's had more resources that I wish I had back in the day, but he absolutely is way better player than I was. And that's hard to say because we played a one-on-one out in the driveway forever. And then we got to a point where I don't know if he necessarily really beat me, but I just got old enough, my back bothered me, and he got better, and I was smart enough not to challenge him to one-on-one to actually admit that he beat me, but he would. And then this kid over here, my 10-year-old, he's a lefty. So he shoots basketball left-handed. But then he does a lot of other things right-handed, and he's got a really good shot too. So hopefully he can, follow in his brother's footsteps and understand what the work ethic that it takes. So I don't really take a lot of credit for it, other than for some reason I became a sports nut, and my mom and dad were not big into sports at all. But for some reason I just gravitated towards it when I was really, really little, and it just continues. Good. And this kid right here that you're looking at, my 10-year-old, he'll regurgitate all kinds of sports information, and I'm like, holy cow. He reminds me of me when I was him, except he knows even more of that information.
Well, I'll tell you another one is right to my left, Dusty.
Yes, sir. He knows his sports.
You better believe it.
Yes, sir. Except for golf. He does nothing about golf. Yeah, right. He'll admit that.
Well, anyway, the other thing I wanted to ask you is you're moving to Topeka. Now, I want to tell you, a good friend of mine is a neighbor of yours in Beloit.
Oh, yes.
Dr. Jason Cheney.
Yeah.
And boy, is he glad to see you leave.
Oh, everybody in the neighborhood is. Yeah.
Well, that's what he said.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
When I saw him the other day.
we can't wait to get out of the neighborhood. They all suck. We don't like them. We can't wait to go. We're done. That's why we're leaving. We couldn't stand our neighbors, especially the doctor. You talk about a pompous person. Holy cow! I'm kidding. Dr. Cheney's awesome.
He's
Jason's
a nice
great.
guy.
Jason's done a lot of great things for us,
yep.
and especially if there's something pops up with the kids, I can text him and say, "Hey, man." I was saying this earlier. And one thing I'll miss about this area without question is, talking about Eldon, the city of Glen Elder. If the power goes out, we joke about it, but he would be up here. Or if we had a problem with our internet, Cunningham would be here. Doug Creer's helped me out so many times over Creer's Auto Parts, him and his staff. And there are people that I'm leaving out. But there would be another example of somebody, like I could call Dr. Morosis, or I could talk to Dr. Cheney, or I could even text him and say, hey, what do you think here? There's a problem with this or whatever. And they'd get you in, or they find a way to get you in, or they give you some advice on what you might want to do before coming in. And you don't have that in the bigger cities. They don't give out. First of all, they're not crazy enough to give out their number. But that's the relationships that you have in small town communities, don't you?
No, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
Now,
we talk about you every time I see him.
Well, I was going to say, they probably have blocked you, so they're tired of hearing from you, so they block you, so you don't even get through to talk to these people anymore. They still like me, so it's all good. So what? Who are all your informants? BP's an informant. Who else your informant? Dr. Cheney's an informant?
Well, Sheldon Remus. Let's see. Dave Dubert.
Oh, now you know that those two people you just mentioned, there's not a single thing that they say that you can believe. You know this. Don't lie.
I could put this real strong. I won't, since we're on the air.
Okay, good. This is live radio. You cannot erase it.
I realize that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But
realized it before you said.
I tell you, between the three of you, it's a draw.
Which three?
Dubert, Paulin, and you.
Oh, okay. It's a draw?
Yes.
Wow. That's exclusive company.
Can't believe anything any of you said.
Yeah. Right back at you. I wish I would have pulled up all the emails you sent me and some of the tall tales. And I tell you what, the Downs celebration is over in Downs. And
that's correct.
This is a true story. Dusty, you might not know this, but the Downs celebration began... Don Highland created the Dawn Celebration. He started it, and it used to be called the Dawn Celebration. It was all about Dawn. And then finally people got fed up enough where they let him stay in the town, but they changed it to Downs. That's when they changed the water tower from Dawn to Downs and put the W in there, okay? That's a true story. And the other true story is that the whole Tall Tale Storytelling Festival that they have the Tall Tale Contest, that too was created not by Don. In this case, Don did not create it. But it was created for him because they said, listen, there's only one guy who can tell tall tales. Everybody try to knock down the king of the tall tales. That's Don Highland. So it became a challenge is what it was. Everybody knew every year Don, if he chose to enter, would always win the tall tale contest. Always. But over time, more people decided to take their shots at Don. Now, at some point in time, I don't know, what year was it when you stepped away from the tall telling storytelling
I
festival?
never did enter it.
Oh, that's baloney. That's a lie. Everybody knows it. But Don can tell some really big time stories. And I've got some emails that would actually prove that. And so Dawn and I have had some really fun banter over the years. But you're right. I don't know where it started with you and me. Because when I first met you, it's funny. I have an old email that I came across not too long ago. And this is before you apparently got to know me yet. And you were so complimentary and nice to me in an email about something we did. And I'm like, where did we go astray? How did I cross Don Highland? Because next thing I know, we were giving each other a hard time, joking, making fun of each other. I don't know where it started. I'm guessing you started it. But then I took it to another level because I had this microphone in front of me. And one day it just popped in my head, Highlands Island. And I think that's where we started to go with it. Yeah, Highlands Island. And that's when your phone started blowing up. Right?
Well, there's no Highlands Island.
You sold it?
Never did have it.
What about the private charter plane? Sold that too.
I'll tell you what, there's some of your hot air again. And I tell you what, it flows in here.
Yes, it does.
Out of your mouth.
Yes, it does.
Quite often.
Well,
I want to say one other thing. I wish that I could make the money that you made putting out hot air and pushing buttons. Because that's all you do. That's all I've seen you do all morning, just push buttons.
Actually, I haven't even pushed a button here in the last 10
minutes.
Yes,
you
have.
have.
No, yeah, not
I saw you doing it.
Okay, all right. What else you want to do? I'll give you your last chance here to take more shots.
Well, all I got to say is good luck in Topeka.
Thank you.
And I want to give you my grandson's phone number and my son's phone number.
You already gave me that.
I did?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I fooled you and you did it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, I talked to my son yesterday, and I'll give you some information when we get off the air.
Okay. That might be a while. I got other guests coming in.
But anyway, all I got to say is good luck.
Wow. There's not a but?
No, I'll tell you. I hate to see you leave.
Well,
it's been enjoyable.
I appreciate that. We've joked with each other and given such a hard time. All in fun. It's never been personal. And it's been a running, I think what makes this whole thing work with you and me is that you know that I'm messing with you in a fun way.
Yep.
And I know you're doing the same thing to me. It's never been ever mean-spirited, ever. It's just been fun. And you ran with it. You know, to your credit, when I brought up the Highlands Island, and he came right back. Dusty, you know what he came back with? Mr. Aruba.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I had the Highlands Island thing, and he's like, I'll one-up Gershner. I got Mr. Aruba because I know you went to Aruba. And that's how we went. That's kind of how I think it got really started, back and forth. And I have people I run into, I'm sure you do too, that say, oh man, I hear your stories about Highland, or I ran into Highland, he told me something about you. Or I've actually had people tell me something that you've done and called me to tell me what you've done, and you didn't know I had a spy on you, and I didn't know I had a spy watching for me. That's how wild it's been, to be honest. It's crazy. But I have always enjoyed, especially when you're actually in the office, when I go in there, and I see how organized and clean your office is, which it is, isn't it?
Oh, it's immaculate.
It's immaculate. But I walk in there, and Dawn and I will just shoot the breeze. And half the time we're joking and messing with each other like we are now, and then half the time we'll talk about some serious stuff.
Yeah.
And I really have loved getting to know you over the years. I didn't know much about you when I first moved here, obviously. I heard some really, interesting stories about you in a good way. And so it's been fun to get to know you as well. And you've actually kind of been a sidekick of mine, even though you're not actually in the studio. You've kind of been a sidekick of mine as a little bit of a skit in a way. And you've played off of it.
I got some pay for doing it.
Yeah, I know. The residual check is in the mail, Don. Yeah. I'll send it to your private island address, wherever it may be. But I greatly appreciate you, too. I really do.
Okay, well, anyway, thank you for that. And
Don's got to go.
I got to go. And I'm sure Dusty is relieved getting rid of you.
Yes, I think he and many people
Dusty's got a nice smile on his face now, so I can just imagine.
He looks younger, doesn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a big burden off his shoulders.
His hair is growing back, honestly. Pretty good stuff. Don, I love you, man. Thank you so much.
All right.
North Central Kansas's country station, KD Country 94, is KDNS, Downs, Beloit, Kansas.
CBS News Brief. President Biden's performance in last night's CNN debate raises concerns from some Democrats. Here's CBS's Nancy Cordes.
The president's struggles drew attention away from a blizzard of false claims from Donald Trump on health care.
I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors.
On his economic record.
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country.
On his legal troubles.
Because he indicted me because I was his opponent.
Vice President Harris on ABC News.
It was a slow start. That's obvious to everyone. I'm not going to debate that point.
But Harris says Biden finished well. We're expecting decisions shortly from the U.S. Supreme Court, possibly something Biden's opponent will be watching for. Law professor Lori Levinson.
What we're waiting for are the decisions that affect former President Trump. That include both the question of whether he has immunity and also the question of whether the obstruction statute can be used in prosecuting him and others.
CBS News Brief, I'm Peter King.
KD Country 94 weather.
Here's a look at your local weatherology forecast. Slight chance of thunderstorms. Today, otherwise sunshine mixed with clouds at times. Highs level off around 96. Winds out of the southwest, 8 to 15 miles per hour. Slight chance for storms. Tonight, lows around 70. Partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow, slight chance for storms. High of 86. From the Weatherology Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki on KD Country 94. Right now, it's 81 degrees.
Thanks for coming down here, Culligan man. We've got a situation.
Let's get to work.
When we arrived at the house, we noticed the spots on all of the dishes. We found the same scene in the bathroom with soap scum on the shower doors. In the laundry room, we found this.
That's terrible. Dingy clothes and towels. The color's faded from the fabric.
They didn't stand a chance.
I've seen enough. Hard water's the culprit in this home, and Culligan Soft Water's the solution.
Visit Culligan.com or call Culligan Water Conditioning in Downs at 1-800-524-8351 to protect against hard water problems for just $9.95 a month. Limited time offer. Call the experts at Sims Fertilizer and Chemical for the solutions to all your ag concerns. Call them today. Sims Fertilizer and Chemical in Osborne, 1-800-821-4289. Lake season has arrived. Wakanda Boats in Glen Elder is ready to get you on the water with big savings on 2024 Lund boats. Save $2,500 on Lund Tyee models in stock and ready to be customized for your fishing experience. Save $1,500 on crossover and impact models in stock. Rig your unit up with Lowrance Electronics for the ultimate fishing experience. Call or stop in today, wakandaboats.com. Don't forget your lake accessories. They're stocked with tubes, skis, boards, life jackets, and more. Cantu Auto Repair in Osborne is here to get you fixed up and back on the road safely. Clint and the staff of certified technicians can service all makes and models. They do maintenance including oil changes and vehicle inspections and can repair brakes, engines and transmissions, AC and heating systems, muffler and exhaust systems, and they can diagnose and repair any electrical problems or warning lights that are staying on. Call Cantu Auto Repair today at 785-345-4000 or stop in Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Cantu Auto Repair, located at 209 West Main in Osborne.
Storms pop up quickly and can put a lot of homeowners in a world of hurt. After the storm, you want to get things done quickly and efficiently. That's where Frank Construction in Beloit can help. They are fully licensed and insured in Kansas to do roofing, guttering, siding, and they install replacement windows. Frank is bilingual and offers free estimates. Call Frank Construction now at 392-0091. That's 785-392-0091. Fully licensed for your protection, Frank Construction in Beloit, serving all of North Central Kansas.
Punch your ticket to local sports talk with the Sports Ticket Podcast. Now available via Apple, Google, and TuneIn Podcasts or sunflowerstateradio.com.
Hi, this is Greg Sharp, voice of the Huskers. You're listening to the Sports Ticket, KD Country 94.
Do you love sports? Then you've come to the right place. It's time for the Sports Ticket, your ticket to local, regional, state, and national sports talk on KD Country 94. Brought to you by Keeper Brothers Automotive in Beloit, your home for fast, friendly auto repair. And now, here is your master of ceremonies, Wade Gershner.
Allow myself to introduce myself.
And he's joined by his trusty sidekick, Dusty Dinas.
I respect women. I love women. I respect them so much that I completely stay away from them.
And now if you'll all be quiet, we'll start the show.
Boom, 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 boom. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, 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 boom. Bang, 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 bang.
Dinger down for double in Music City. I'm Susie Armstrong. The story next on NASCAR Today.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Drivers, start your engine!
The NASCAR Xfinity Series races here.
Green flag is in the air, and they're playing bumper cars already as they race off in turn one by a fender. It's Cole Custer.
All the exciting play-by-play and lap-by-lap action.
Austin Hill to the bottom. He'll go to second. Big block from top to bottom by Jeffy Lowe.
The voice of NASCAR, the Motor Racing Network.
Shane Van Gisbergen up the front stretch. The New Zealander wins at Portland International Raceway.
It's double duty for A.J. Allmendinger this weekend, driving in both the NASCAR Cup and Xfinity Series races at Nashville Superspeedway. The Colleague Racing pilot finished 10th in last season's Cup Clash on the 1.33-mile oval after hoisting Saturday's unique Xfinity trophy.
To be in victory lane, when that Gibson guitar is iconic, so that was great memories. The Cup car, we've had great speed the last couple of years there, so it's a track that I have enjoyed. It's why I wanted to do the Cup race. I think when I sign up for it, I always forget about how hot it's going to be. This is going to be a long weekend, but it's a racetrack that I enjoy in both vehicles.
Hear more from the Dinger on NASCAR Live Wide Open wherever you listen to podcasts. I'm Susie Armstrong. This is NASCAR Today on the Motor Racing Network.
With the 35th pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Johnny Furphy from Melbourne, Australia, the NBA Global Academy in Australia, and the University of Kansas.
It's a dribbler. MacArthur's got it. Makes the play. Royals win. They take down the best team in the American League.
So a little bit of the highlights from last night. Johnny Furphy, Kansas guard, finally selected. Supposedly going to be a first-round pick. Went 35th, was drafted by the Spurs, traded to the Pacers. So Furphy will be a Pacer unless he gets traded again. The Royals get a nice win, 2-1 over the Guardians as they try to close the gap in the AL Central. Welcome to Sports Ticket, brought to you by Kiefer Brothers Automotive in Beloit, your home for fast, friendly auto repair. Hope everybody's enjoying the show today. Like I said, there's not going to be as much sports talk conversation today. This is my last day on the air. If you don't know, if you're tuning in, this is the last Sports Ticket show that I'll be doing, but really the last Sports Ticket show I did was last Friday, because this is going to be more about talking about some memories with some folks that have been involved in our sports coverage here at the radio station. But the Royals do win last night. KU, Johnny Furphy gets selected in the draft, and of course the big news that everybody wants to make a big deal about is Bronny James going to play with his dad. Pretty impressive. You get drafted in the second round after you average 4.8 points, playing 6 games, have a heart condition. Nobody else would get drafted in that situation, but it is the case with LeBron James, and that's it. I'm not going to spend any more time on that. Let ESPN handle that. They're married to LeBron. They want to talk about Bronny all the time. Doesn't matter to me. I will say, though, I do understand what LeBron's talking about. If I was young enough and was a good enough athlete and I could play on the same team with my son or sons, that'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool. Now, at that level, I think it wouldn't be good for the kid. It might be good for dad, but I don't think it'd be good for the kid. What do you think, Dusty?
Yeah, I get what he wants to do, and there was a thing yesterday like, I don't want to hear about nepotism. It's like the definition of nepotism.
Yes,
a guy averaged 4 points a game playing 6 games, and he gets drafted in the NBA.
And the agent went around telling people that don't bother drafting him. He'll go to Australia.
Yeah, so that's the part for me is like, I don't care about if that's what the Lakers want to do, and if LeBron wants that to happen, that's fine, but like, don't tell me it's not nepotism, because it is.
Right.
And it's like, people are going to talk about that because this is the definition of it. So that's the only thing I wanted to say about that.
Are you truly doing the best for the organization when you draft the star player's son, which he wouldn't have been drafted by anybody else?
No.
And maybe it'll work out. Lakers doing unconventional things, hiring a guy that's never coached at any level before. Maybe it'll work out. I have a friend of me saying, you and I could have more experience than this guy. That's true, but that guy played in the NBA for many years and has connections, and my buddy and I have never played in the NBA. Exactly. So maybe he's got a better chance of succeeding than we would. We'll see if it works. The Lakers might look like geniuses. J.J. Redick may change the way coaching is done in NBA. We can't sit here and say we know it's going to fail, because we don't. We don't know if it's going to fail. People thought Steve Kerr was going to fail. Some people thought that Greg Popovich was going to fail. We don't know that. And we also don't know, in fairness to Bronny James, that he's going to fail. He might be a late bloomer. He's very young. He's a lot younger than Kevin McCullough, who went the pick later, who's done way more in his college career and was picked behind Bronny, which is wild to me. But at the same time, it's based off potential, or in this case, daddy and son want to be together, but who knows? Bronny James might turn into he ain't going to be his dad. Nobody will be. Maybe nobody ever again will be. But his son could turn into a very good player, say 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now, and he might average 15 points, 7 assists, and 6 rebounds. That's a good player. That's a good draft pick. But to sit here and all of us say, well, he's going to stink, or he's a bust, or he ain't going to work, we don't know that. We might think we do, and we might be proven to be correct, but technically we don't know that. What is hard for me to gather is, aren't there a lot of players that would have been a better option to draft? Couldn't you have got Bronny? Why did you have to draft Bronny? Why didn't you just go ahead and let nobody draft him? Because that was the plan. I'm going to go to Australia if anybody else picks me. And then just sign him as a free agent. You know what I'm saying? They didn't even have to draft him. So they could have got another player and then still got Bronny. But that's all about what? Attention, publicity, and that's why this is, I guess, entertainment. And ESPN probably paid for it, for all I know.
Yeah, great for PR. But I told somebody yesterday. I said I don't think this guy's going to have as himself a significant impact on the NBA. But I'm also not cheering for him to fail.
Me neither.
If he has success, I'll be cool.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Hey, by the way, today is National Paul Bunyan Day, so it was appropriate that Don Highland was in here. We finally remember the tales. That's right. I wish I would have brought this up when Don was here. We finally remember the tales of the big blue ox and a mighty lumberjack. It's National Paul Bunyan Day, described as a giant and a lumberjack on unusual skills. Paul Bunyan, one of the most famous North American folklore heroes of all time. So celebrate accordingly. All right, so we've had lots of different guests here. Adele Schramp, Mike Schrantz's wife, was here earlier. We talked about the memories we had with Mike. We've also had the King of Downs. Don Highland was here recently. We appreciate him being here. And now we're going to, and I told you we'd run long today. If you tuned in for a lot of music, I'm sorry. But this is my last day at the station. And that's one great thing about local radio is that we can do whatever the heck we want to do within reason. Corporate America, there's no way we'd be away. Play more ads! You got to get the ads in! What are you doing? Shut up! Nope, sorry. This is going to be my last hurrah. So our next guys are coming in here, and my 10-year-old's here heckling me in the audience, so that's always great.
You said it was your last hurrah.
Yeah. So Todd Clover and John Bowden are with us, and Todd's sporting the Oklahoma City Thunder polo. That hurts Dusty to see that. John
I got
Bowden,
5 more Larry O'Briens than his team does. So.
Wow. And then John Bowden is with us. He is filming this and putting on YouTube. I don't know what he's doing. Or he's just looking at himself in the mirror on his phone. Look at that. Look, I look good. I look real good. Right, John?
Right on, brother.
Oh, yeah. He's sporting the Colorado T-shirt, okay? Colorado's joined the Big 12. You didn't know KU basketball will go to Colorado next year. And John has said that KU is going to win the Big 12 in football. He's already called it.
Yes, sir, it is, and I'm sticking with that all the way. Even though the Buffaloes are going to be coming in our territory, the KU Jayhawks will win the Big 12 championship in football.
Are you? Have you put any money on this yet?
I have not, but I'm going to have to.
Okay, all right, I got you. And by the way, the voice of the Buffalo sent me a nice text, and John, I want to thank you for establishing and helping us create that relationship with the voice of the Buffaloes, who has some of the greatest vocal cords in all of radio. He's a super dude, and I was joking earlier. I said KU and K-State now in the future will go out to Boulder. I said KU goes out to Boulder. I may have to jump in the back of the pickup truck with John Bowden and his dogs, and we're gonna run. And trust me, this is how it's gonna work. The dogs will be in the front seat. I will be in the pickup bed, but that's fine. Fresh air, as long as it's not too cold like Dumb and Dumber, and I freeze on a little mini motorcycle scooter. And we're gonna go not to Aspen, but we'll go to Boulder. Okay. And take it all in. So I will make time to make that happen if you are willing to take me out there.
Well, I guarantee.
Isn't that nice of me to offer you to take me out there?
I guarantee you, Jewel Margaret, which was Reagan's dog, the girl we lost of brain cancer, yes. But she would love to have you in the back all the way to Boulder. And I guarantee you, Wade Gerstner, that you will have a ticket on the front row. Unfortunately, I usually sit with Bill Walton, but we'll sit with somebody famous. So you darn right, Mark Johnson and I will get you there.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Nick, did you get to meet Bill and talk to Bill Walton?
I did. And as you well know, Mark and Susan Johnson have Jake Johnson, who has multiple disabilities, yes. And Bill Walton always spent time with Jake, and that was his number one fan of making sure Jake was comfortable, and he always had time, spent hours and hours with Jake courtside before the games, and a lot of people think Bill Walton was really, really a goofy guy, and he was, and plumb crazy, great basketball player, but he had the biggest heart of all in the world for special needs people.
Yeah, and that's awesome. I have a son who has special needs. He has Down syndrome, and so I totally that touches me, no question about it. And I've heard so many great things about Bill Walton. So John Bowden is with us. John has filled in before, play-by-play on the radio station before for us. He's been kind of a pinch hitter wherever we've needed him from time to time, so we greatly appreciate that. And then Todd Clover's been with us for the very beginning. You did games with Dusty before I got here, right?
Correct.
Okay. So Todd has been the color commentator with me for football and with Dusty for football for 18 years or 20 years, I guess
21,
it would be.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time. Dusty was actually here before I came in 2006. Dusty was here in 03, 04, 04?
03. 03. Yep, July of 03, yeah.
So your first sports season was 03 here at the radio station. And so Todd has been one of our biggest supporters over the years, and not only just a supporter of the radio stations, and yes, he does accept our paychecks when he does the color commentary, although he has said a few times he can bump it up a little bit. But he's always been very helpful all the time, and he's become a great friend of ours. And everybody that's been here today are great friends of ours. As much as we mess around and goof with each other, we all love each other. And I greatly appreciate Todd for all of his support. And so we're kind of sharing memories today a little bit. And, I've shared this before, like when Elijah was born, Todd and Dusty handled 8-man games. First year that we did the 8-man games, told my wife, you can't have the kid any day. You can have any day of the year you can have the kid except that day. And, of course, my wife defied what I said like she usually does and went ahead and got cut open to have a baby. I mean, how selfish is she? And so, because I'm not. It's a joke, people. If you don't get the joke, you really haven't listened for 18 years, that's for sure. But Todd was like, I knew something was going on when Dusty was here and you weren't here and this and that. And Todd sent me a text, and I'm going nuts, going to Kansas City. My son's being life watched to Kansas City. And I'll never forget it. I've shared it many times. But Todd sent me a text, and he said, I have no idea what to tell you right now, basically. I'm paraphrasing. But I just want you to know that anything you need, we're here for you, blah, blah, blah. And that meant the world to me. That meant the world to me because when we went through all of those things at that time, because we're going all over the place, I had people that I knew very, very well that didn't reach out to me. And I don't think they were being mean about it. It's just they didn't know what to say. And then there are people I didn't even know that were like so helpful. And I got to know them for the first time. And they had no reason to reach out to me, but they did, or to our family. And Todd just said what I think a lot of people were thinking, but never had the courage to send it. And Todd did. And that was, dude, I don't know what I can do for you, but I'm thinking of you. Anything you need, whatever. Don't know what you're going through. That's what I took from it. And so that meant a lot to me. Now, Todd is not perfect, nor is anyone perfect. Went to Conway Springs for a high school football playoff game. We were outside. I brought a space heater. It was freaking cold outside. We had blankets, 3 layers of coats, whatever. It was, if you've seen Dumb and Dumber, the movie Dumb and Dumber, where Jim Carrey's character is wearing like 4 pair of gloves, and Jeff Daniels' character says, hey, man, you had these gloves this whole time? So we're sitting outside. It's freezing. Beloit Conway playoff football game, and I have the space heater. And I'm a very nice guy. I put it directly between Todd and me. So I'm getting part of the heat, or hot air, as Don Highland talks about, and Todd's getting part of it. And what happened next, Todd?
Well, it started out as a joke, so at the end of the first quarter, I just slightly turned it towards me, and I'm thinking, well, Wade will notice that, and then we'll have a laugh. Well, Wade is such a hard worker and wanting to make sure this big playoff game is going right. He's not paying any attention to the heater. So at halftime, I turn it a little bit more towards me. By the third quarter, and let me tell you, by that time of night, it was beyond cold. I turned it a little bit more. So finally, in the fourth quarter, he looks down there, and he's just free. His legs are froze. And he looks down there, and it's turned completely towards me. And the game's going on, and Bailey Brown was doing stats on the sideline, and she was telling me how cold it was. I said, it's really warm up here, at least on my side. So it started out as a joke, and it just goes back to Wade's work ethic. He was working so hard during the game, he never noticed until frostbite started to set in that the heat was turned completely towards me. So luckily, I didn't get fired, but it wasn't out of selfishness. I was turning it towards me. It was just started out as a joke. And how long will it take him to notice? Well, it was about 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter when frostbite was literally setting in that he noticed that. So I don't know if I ever apologized, but I will apologize.
You just laughed about it until today.
Yeah, right. Yeah. 14 years later, I finally get an apology for it.
I don't know. He can't even fire me now, so why am I apologizing?
Well, yeah, come on. You could have waited, you know? Well, and I remember that, too, because in regards to, I don't know if I recognize anything during the game. Like you said, I was focused on the field and everything. But I just assumed that the heater quit working.
It did.
For me, yeah. Little did I know. I mean, it was like the Dumb and Dumber movie. It's like, this guy's got 4 pair of gloves on. I'm a little bit warm. You had these all along? Well, you didn't ask for any gloves. And that's Todd's like, well, you didn't ask for the heater to be turned back on you, so I'm just going to get it more and more. And he just pushed it as far as he could go and see how long it would take for me to notice. And finally, and it's a good thing. It might have been during commercial break. I probably said some words to tell that we got on the people there. I'm kidding. But I thought it was funny at the same time. I'm cold. This is funny, but not so funny. But it was pretty hilarious what you pulled off there. I don't know. What are a few memories you have of all of us working together?
Well, there's some great memories I want to get to, but the first thing I want to say on a serious note is, I've seen the professionalism of you guys for all these years, and I see the work that you do. And every once in a while, I might send out, because I'll have a parent say, man, it's like they know everything about every team. And you guys will always send me the game sheets out, and I try to keep those, between us. But every once in a while, I'll send it to a parent. And I say, yeah, this is the actual preparation that they do. And the point I want to make is the people in this area think the work that you guys do is the norm. It's done everywhere. It's not even close to what you guys do. I have coaches' friends that'll come from a different area of the state, and they get here, and it's like, wow, the coverage is absolutely amazing. And the people here are just like, it's what they're used to. And then somebody will leave, and it's like, yeah, our radio station, they basically don't even know that our team exists, and the website and all that. It's just so impressive with what you do, and so. I just want to compliment you guys and let everybody know that, Wade's going to be missed. I'm sure, I don't know what the plans are for the station, but I'm sure it will go on, and Dusty and whoever will do well. But I just did want to make that comment. But one of the first stories I wanted to bring up was John and I were talking earlier about working on basketball skills instead of playing games, and everybody that knows me knows that it's important that you work on your basketball skills and get better during the off season, and my players spend a lot of time doing that. And back in the day, I had a basketball camps in Beloit, and Kendra Wecker, everybody knows Kendra, would come up, and Chelsea Welch from Oklahoma, and we had a shooting contest between my players and Kendra, the number 4 pick in the WNBA draft, Chelsea, the leading free throw shooter in the history of Oklahoma, at least at that time. And we had Jenna Ferris, one of the best scorers in the history of the state. You had Vanessa Cursine, who's going to be in the Hall of Fame eventually at Westland. Bailey Brown, I mentioned earlier, who's the number 2 scorer in Friends. At McPherson College. So we have all these. We're going to have a shooting contest. You guys talked about it on the radio. We even had people from town show up to watch it. So I'm thinking, man, who's going to win this? Because we've got the radio station guys coming. You guys can shoot and all that. And so we have it. And, I was thinking Kendra, Chelsea, Jenna, probably going to win it. And who comes out of nowhere and surprises everybody? Mike Schrant. Mm-hmm. Here's your post player out there draining threes and not missing, but he just showed, obviously he had more talent than everybody thought he had, and because he was by far the oldest in the contest, but his competitive fire that he had that made him so successful at everything he did. So he kind of showed all the great basketball players up, and I'll always remember Mike when he did that. So that was a very, very impressive performance by him.
Yes, I remember. I think our goal was not to finish last, and we didn't. We all hit some shots. Mike got hot, and it was fun. And there's a picture in the Beloit Call. I found some old newspapers that were in a file cabinet, and I was going through that stuff recently. And there's a picture with my wife in the stands, and then my kids at the time watching that contest at the NCK Technical College Gymnasium. And there were some people they're like, why are they coming to watch us shoot?
Because you were talking about it on the radio.
That's exactly right. That, and I think they came to see us fail miserably. And I have to admit, it could have happened. It was possible. I know we practiced more. I mean, you and I went a few times.
Yeah,
we
just
practiced
to warm up.
Because we're competitive. We didn't want to fall flat on our face. And of course, Mike, who knows how many shots he took, we didn't even know practicing because he was so competitive. Of course, we've had so many ball games that we've done. We've had stories of where games went to 10:30 and long, and tons of penalties. We've had some wild games, some amazing games. We've had blowouts. We've had some interesting moments. One of the things that Todd is really good at doing, and he did it again this year in the 8-man All-Star games. He is so smooth at this. He always, mark my words, go back and listen to all the tapes. Well, they're not tapes anymore. Whatever. But that's how old we are. Todd will always get a vague or very specific Oklahoma Boomer Sooner reference in every broadcast. It's easy. And most of the time, the common one is somehow Oregon pops up, which it did again in 8-man All-Star games just a few weeks ago. And I'm just sitting there in my head going, that guy is never going to let that go. And what were we talking about the other day?
Brent Venables, congratulations on your contract. Hope you fail.
Yeah. And Dusty,
we don't hold on to grudges from 1998.
Not at all.
So Dusty, he's like, so he can't let that go. Todd can't let the whole officiating thing in Oregon, Oklahoma football go. And then at the same show, we were talking about J.J. Redick, and I said, listen, J.J. Redick seems like a good broadcaster and all, but I said, I don't like Duke. And that's from my hatred starting back to 1986 when they beat Kansas in the Final Four. So, like, in a short period of time, there was a reference to all three of us about something in sports that we can't let go.
Well, back to that Oregon game. Because,
there we go.
I wasn't even going to talk about that today, but there was some death threats towards that official by some Oklahoma fans. My brother, being my brother and my attorney, did call to check to make sure it wasn't me. And I said, well, I thought about it, but then I thought, no, I better not. So
you're one of the smart ones because others weren't as smart.
No, they just went ahead and called.
Yeah, exactly right. Dusty, what's your best memory of us all working together or working with Todd?
I and this will be the same when inevitably it'll be my turn. But it's actually like it's the memories are not what we've done on air.
Yeah,
it's the traveling to the games, sitting in the car, chatting about things. It's actually, Football Express too, because Todd comes here every week to record that, and we have banter back and forth about that, and just kind of just being able to chat about things that we're not going to be like some broadcaster from Oklahoma at the state soccer meet and actually say them live on hot mics.
Right.
So, no, I think those are the things that stand out to me about this. Everything that us three as a group have done together, of just bouncing off of each other and understanding what we want from each other. And Todd was so good when I started back in 2003 that I needed somebody, and he was right there. I learned about the 8-man game from Todd real fast, and then I'm sure you did. You picked up some different things, even though you've already covered 8-man, when you cover an 8-man game with Todd and the 8-man All-Star games too. And so I think that he brings that to us that we didn't have when we were going to high school, right? Because we played at schools that had 11-man football, or you did. I didn't play in high school football, but we were around 11-man, so 8-man was what was taught, and Todd did a good job of kind of giving us especially me, some of the direction, but everything that we did together was always as a team, and we understood what we wanted together, and I think that made it just simple. It's just sending Todd the sheets, and he knows that, hey, I'm going to look at these, make sure I study a little bit before I go into the game, and you talk about our preparation, but the preparation that Todd does to make sure that he actually looks at those sheets that we send at him, and it just all flows, and it always has with all three of us, no matter if it's on the air, off the air, whatever we're doing.
Well, fellas, one of the great things I remember is coaching Eastern Heights football. We had the state's longest losing streak, 17 games, and I would always listen to you going to the games. And obviously, Eastern Heights, Edgar wasn't in the coverage area at that time, but now with Thunder Ridge,
they lost 17 in a row. They didn't deserve coverage.
it was all coaching.
I'm joking.
But anyway, in one of your coaches' shows, I'm riding the bus to Victoria with the kids, and I got the kids to listening to it, and they're always going, "Well, how are we picked, Coach?" I said, we've lost 17 in a row. We're going to lose. And one of you guys said, the greatest thing about Bowdoin is he'll probably take the bus and the boys through the Victoria homecoming parade. So we did that night, and the parents were taking pictures of our bus. We were the victim, and it ended at half 50-0. But one of you said, the greatest thing Bowdoin can do is take his team through the Victoria homecoming parade.
Lost 50-0. That was funny. Oh, my gosh. Well, like, one thing that popped in my head when Dusty was talking about working together. So, and I don't think I've ever shared this story with Todd before. So it was, Todd and I had only worked together, I think, for 1 or 2 seasons, and went to the Kansas Association Broadcasters sports seminar in Kansas City at Kauffman Stadium, there in the whatever. And Tom Hedrick, who's one of the greatest broadcasters of all time. He called Super Bowls and things, and KU voiced of the Jayhawks. And so they have roundtables, and you go around different sessions, and one of the roundtables is Tom Hedrick. You would bring a cassette tape at the time, I think it was cassette tape. You bring a cassette tape of your work. It's called an air check, if people don't know what that is, whether you're a DJ, whether you're a sports play-by-play guy, whatever. You have an air check of your work. And so you bring it there, and part of you really wants to give it to this guy so he can listen to it and critique it and get better. And part of you's like, oh, my God, but what if he rips it apart in front of all these people and you're going to be totally embarrassed? So it takes a little bit of something to put yourself out there. Now, for me, that's never been a big problem because I've always felt like I want to get better. I can always get better. So there's no better way to get better than to have one of the best that's ever done it listen to my stuff. So when Tom Hedrick was at the front of this roundtable situation, he said, all right, who has an air check? Who's going to be the guinea pig to start out? And I immediately ran up there, and I gave him a cassette tape of you and me doing, I think, Beloit Norton football playoff game. Okay, that was one of the first few years I think maybe we did. Anyway, I gave it to him, and I'm sitting there going, I think it's decent. I think it's good, but who knows what he's going to say, right? So and I was the first cassette tape he played. So he puts it in, he plays it, he's listening, he's looking around the room going, oh dear God, this is not good. He's not saying anything. He stops the tape, and he has this like begrudged look on his face. I'm like, oh dear God, he's going to rip this thing apart. He says, that is an A. And he said, and everybody in here that knows and been in my broadcasting classes at KU, I don't give many A's. But here's the point of my story. He said, who's your color commentator? I said, Todd Clover. He said, how long you guys been working together? And I said, about a year or two. He goes, really? Sounds like you guys have been working together for years. He said, you each know your role. You know when to shut up for each other. You know how to set up each other. And he said, it flows really well. It is outstanding. And he had nothing but great praise to say of that tape. Now, everybody else in the room was like, oh, God, why do I follow up with that one? And I'm sitting there going, oh, my heart can beat again because he actually liked it. But that stood out to me because he immediately said, listen, he thought you and I had worked together for a decade or who knows how long. And it had only been a few years. And that is a compliment to both of us, but really to you, because that's one great thing about working with Todd and play-by-play with football, is that Todd knows when to talk. Todd knows when to be quiet and let it breathe. Todd knows his role. We listen to some big-time college athletics or even the pros where the color commentator becomes the screamer, becomes the fan, and they ruin a play-by-play call for the play-by-play guy. Or you hear play-by-play guys that don't shut up and don't let the color commentator have any way of saying anything. And I learned a long, long time ago from Rod Zook back at the day at McPherson. He said, it's real simple when I was starting to learn the trade. The play-by-play guy says what happens, and the color commentator says how or why it happened. You say what happens, he says how or why it happened. So Todd and I always, and I know the same thing when I listen to you and Dusty, there's always been a smooth transition, like basically every play of football, where we know when to shut up, Todd's got the floor, Todd knows when to be quiet before we get ready for the next play. And it was really, honestly, we built that cohesion, I thought, very quickly. I know you and I did. I'm sure you and Dusty did as well. Mm-hmm. And then the other thing that I think it makes it interesting with us is that there'd be 1 week you do the game with me. Then the next week you do a game with Dusty. And you go back and forth. And Dusty and I are different personalities, obviously. And Todd would seamlessly make that transition. And then Dusty could seamlessly go from having a cohort to doing it by himself. And I could do it by myself and then be happy to have Todd the next 2 weeks. And then Dusty goes solo. It always seemed to flow. And I hope that our listeners really enjoyed all of that because it takes a village, it takes a group of people, it takes teamwork to make those things work. John's the same way. We've talked with John when we had Sports Ticket, or John's been working on things with volleyball, which John, I thought, did a great job with the volleyball coverage that we had. I was listening coming back from covering Beloit at State Volleyball. I was listening on the app, on the phone, listening to John, and I'm like, man, we're so blessed to have people that are willing to step up and provide this coverage and, do the research and have the energy and so forth and so on. And I think I agree with you from that standpoint, Todd, that I think many people do appreciate it, but it doesn't grow on trees, and there are people way better than we are at this. We're not sitting here blowing our own horn and saying we're the greatest. We're not. But I do wish that I wish every station had a group of people like all of us that cared that much and took the time, like John, Todd, Dusty, and myself, and others that have helped us out to do what we've done.
Well, first of all, you could have said this 18 years ago when I could have bargained for a raise.
Yes, I know.
So
me too, waited to the very last day. I was waiting for your apology before I was going to say this.
Okay, so are we even then?
Yes, we're good.
Okay, okay.
And you brought in cinnamon rolls. Hold on a second. Cocker City Coffee Shop?
Yeah, Julie, yes.
Julie.
So I told her you'd put a plug in for the... But I think we took them all. So
yeah. I've got 2 bites over here left.
But and that was really interesting for me because you see things happen and there's so much you want to say, but when you're doing the color, you only have so much time. So you usually have to cut short, and you actually have to have a plan in knowing what you're going to say and be ready to shut up for the next play. And especially if you have a team that goes hurry up, then I really don't have anything to say because they're in hurry up. It's up to the play-by-play guy. But it's different, like from week to week, going from 8-man to 11-man, especially if the 11-man, like doing a Norton game where they have motion and different sets. There's a lot more that you have to do. So I know I have to shut up faster versus an 8-man game, and they come out in the same set every time. And so I know I can talk longer, and hopefully it doesn't offend Dusty that I talk longer because he has nothing to do to set up the play because it's the same formation every time in most instances.
You cannot believe how many people have called me or texted me and said, oh my goodness, thank God they run the hurry up offense. That means less Todd. I got that no, I'm kidding. That's a joke. But yeah, you have those transitions, and then every game is different and so forth. And then the other thing is when you have blowouts, I think one thing we would joke and we go off script a little bit here and there, but we would always still try to focus on giving all the kids names. Like even if it was 2 minutes ago in a 50-0 game, we wouldn't just go off on a tangent and not even talk about the game anymore because we still were professional enough to still know, and you knew that hey, we're still focused on these kids. They practice hard. They might be freshmen in mop-up duty, but everybody's listening and they want to hear their kids, their grandkids, their nieces, nephews' names and so forth. And I always enjoyed that as well because we all understood all that, So it takes teamwork, and when you have a duo or they're in a booth, you got to be able to work well with each other. And the other thing I'll add is you've got to listen. We talk for a living, but Todd's got to listen to me so he doesn't repeat the same thing I just said. I've got to listen to Todd so I don't repeat the exact same thing that he did. And Dusty, the same thing. If I'm working with Dusty, 8-man games or the sideline reporter like we did, we've got to actively be listening. And I think we've always done a pretty good job of that. Last chance is here for you guys to say anything that you want to say. And then we've got 2 of the legends of the radio station that were here before I even was here. And we're going to have them come in. They'll be our last guest of the morning, or we'll go in the afternoon. Who knows? But Todd, John, thank you for everything that you've done over the years with us. Thank you for your support. You both have been unbelievable at promoting us on social media, spreading the word about anything we've got going on. John's I'm sure he's going to put out the selfie of my great looking face and him and me earlier. And John's the taller one, by the way. If you didn't know when you look at the picture, he's much taller than me. But you guys have been great at supporting our station, spreading the word about what we do, and I think that's helped other people discover us.
Well, I'm going to tell you guys, professionalism is the utmost thing that you guys carry all the time, all 3 of you, Todd, Dusty, and yourself, Wade. And it's a bittersweet day for Solomon Valley, all the schools, coaches, referees, fans, kids that you guys have covered over the last 20 years. Your professionalism, your points, your coverage, your excitement. As you said, the kids that are losing getting credit. You got to know that you guys are all loved, and you put this radio station on the map, obviously, with all the awards and stuff. This is a small market radio that has exploded to the biggest radio in Kansas for your coverage and your professionalism and your blood, sweat, and tears. I once worked for a short term on KTVS TV, and yes, I was on air as a sportsman for about a year, and I was so ugly they took me off. But I don't want your job. I love to sell advertising for you. I love to come in and call volleyball or football when needed. But 2 a.m. in the morning, we have a severe thunderstorm. Guess who's up covering it? On all the weekends, you're away from your family. All the time you give, just as you said, as Todd said, the homework for every game, knowing every kid and offense and stuff like that. Those are the things that I know as a coach, referee, and a fan, and a sports fan, that I know the behind-the-scene things that you got to have credit, and we want to thank you so much for all of your credit and the great team you guys were.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And then we got to know you first of all when you were coaching. And so we couldn't do all this stuff without coaches as well, And referees, you said they'll miss us. I think they're not going to miss me at all. I think the refs are happy, and it's the other refs going that way I got to deal with. They're going to be like, oh, God, Gershner's coming our way. I'm joking. Hopefully that's not the case. But I greatly appreciate those kind words that you said and appreciate everything you've done as a coach. It's not easy to coach. And here's a guy that's really, really, really stepped up. He's coached and he officiates. What is wrong with you? I mean, God bless you for coaching and officiating and doing these things, because we need more coaches and we need more officials. And so thank you for all that as well.
Well, as you well know, from the coaching standpoint, you guys are psychologists, especially for losing coaches and people that have problems. The hours and time that you listen to me whine and cry about my team, or I just can't beat Lance Bergman down 50-2 at the halftime. What am I going to do? And then, like you said, the work that you put in, and to all the coaches and fans, you guys were there for all of us listening, and you didn't have to listen to me crying about being 0-21 or 0-22, and then the day that we snapped a 30-game losing streak at Eastern Heights, I called both of you. Go, damn it, Bowden, I'm on the air. Talk to me later.
Yeah, right.
But anyway, the professionalism.
He won one game, and here he is.
The professionalism, the camaraderie, and the work ethic is second to none, and that's why you guys are so good, and that's what I will always remember and most appreciate it. And I will be here for Dusty and Todd, and I'm going to watch you from afar. But I know that much like me moving from Smith Center Golf Course after 33 years to Beloit, I needed to try something different. I knew time was coming down. I'm 58 years old. I needed a move. I needed probably one more move closer to my kids and family. And I think you're the same. You got one more move in you. You're motivated to go try something a little bit different. It's scary as hell, moving from Smith Center to Beloit, but I love it. It's the right thing. And I'm 8 minutes from fishing.
That's right. That's absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Thank you so much. Todd, what would you like to say before we move on to our other guests?
I just, at the start, I mentioned, how much the parents and the kids appreciate everything you do for them. And then just talk about the coaches real quick, because, Dusty's got the interviews he does with the coaches and what you do after, Friday nights after football games and get the coaches on, and the support you have for coaches. And, you've had a few shows where there's been, some controversy or some great coaches that lost their job and you pretty much said why. I'm not going to get into it now. Sure. It's not the time. But you supported them, and I guarantee you the coaches, and especially those good friends and their families, appreciated, because the coaches don't have a voice in those situations. Their only voice they had was you guys. Instead of just going and hiding in a corner, you guys came out and said, hey, this is what happened. It was a crock. And, that's greatly appreciated, because, we can do the jokes and all the fun we've had over the years, but there's been a lot of serious stuff too. And the way you guys handled it is absolutely, professionalism. And, coaches have to take a lot of crap. And when you guys are there in their corner for them, it's greatly appreciated. And I know Dusty's going to do a great job, and hopefully I'll get to still assist him with stuff and let him freeze on a cold night too. But because we didn't even talk about the night in Hoisington, so
that's more than PG.
There's nothing we can repeat that happened that night, so that was interesting. So anyway, and I think I've told you guys before, this has been special for me. Actually, in college, they asked me, well, what do you want to do in life? And I'm like, I don't know. I've been on a farm, and my dad teaches and coaches. I hadn't thought about it. Well, one of the first things I put down was talk on radio about sports. I thought that was interesting. Mm-hmm. So I've actually got to do that with you guys, and it's, if I don't have a bucket list, but that probably would have been one of the top things. So getting to do this has been a pleasure for me working with you guys. So I am so much appreciate everything you've done and given me the opportunity to do this. And I just wish I'd have known 18 years ago that I should have got a raise.
Todd, John, you're dear friends of ours. Thank you so much. And listen, I'm not, as I said to Don Highland out there in the hallway, I said, hey, don't be a stranger. You can still call me. Now, he goes, you're going to keep your number? And I said, well, if you call me every day, I'm not. And I'll same thing with you guys. You're always welcome to call me, text me, whatever. Just because I move a few hours away, it doesn't mean that I don't want to know what's happening in your guys' life. I want to know. If there's anything that I can do for you guys, I'll definitely do it. Yeah, I mean, John, I think about what you've been through personally and your family and losing a child, and that was a hard day for us when we heard about that, and that was nothing compared to what you guys had to go through, but we felt your pain.
I appreciate that, and appreciate all the community and support and all the prayers, and we know she's watching over, telling everybody what to do and taking care of animals and young people in heaven.
Her and Mike are both with us today.
Yep.
There's no question about it.
No doubt about it.
It's funny. Liam was talking. My son, he's 10, and he goes, "Dad, this is the most people you've probably ever had in the studio at once." And he started counting up the people. And then I said, "Well, there's one more above." And then you add in Reagan, there's 2 more. And then he goes, "Oh, yeah." So he added those 2 as well.
Wow.
That was pretty cool. Pretty cool. Thank you, guys. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, actually, it's a little tease here. We got a couple of people that have been with the radio station for a long time that are dear friends of ours that have put in their time as well to help the stations on Sunday mornings. You heard them many, many times on Sunday mornings during the years. And then also, I'm going to do something that nobody has ever done in their final day on the radio. It's going to be playing play-by-play of when I played basketball. Wow. Yeah. Not my play-by-play when I was first starting out. You don't want to hear that. But it was actually play-by-play of a shot I made in a basketball game. I will play that later. And nobody probably in America can say on their final day they played radio play-by-play of when they themselves 30 years ago played basketball. And yes, it was on audio cassette.
I'm Elijah at Kiefer Brothers Automotive in Beloit. Hot weather is here. Is the air conditioning in your vehicle nice and cold? If not, we can help. We have the training and equipment to service vehicle AC systems of all types, including the new refrigerant and late model vehicles. We offer same-day service on air conditioning with no appointment necessary. So don't sweat it out. Give us a shout. Fast, friendly service for your air conditioner can be found at Kiefer Brothers Automotive, just south of the courthouse in Beloit, or on the web at kieferbrothers.com.
State, regional, and national sports talk on your schedule. The Sports Ticket Podcast. Subscribe via Apple, Google, and TuneIn Podcasts or sunflowerstateradio.com.
All right, so we are into the home stretch here of my final day on the air, and we will get Uncle Dale coming in. So Uncle Dale? Yeah, go get Uncle Dale, Liam. Uncle Dale's coming. And then we'll have Larry step into one of the chairs here. Larry, Uncle Dale, Larry was the regular host on Gospel Down South, okay? And then Uncle Dale was usually kind of the fill-in piece of the Sunday morning gospel shows, because if Larry was going to Texas, then Uncle Dale would step in. Then Buddy Mitchell, he was here for a while, and then Buddy passed away. So Buddy, let's add another one to our audience, Liam. Buddy's with us as well, right above us, watching us, along with Mike and with Reagan. And so we're setting everything up here. Here, Liam, Uncle Dale, we got you a seat right here. We got you the plush seat, Uncle Dale. And then Larry's right here. Phyllis is here. So we still got a lot of people. It's going to be quiet in here, Dusty, when they all leave.
Yeah. Bowden wasn't quiet. He needed more time. You probably heard him in the background.
John needs his airtime, man.
It will be quiet for sure.
Yeah. So it's going to be weird when everybody disperses here later today. But Wade Gershner with you, Dusty Dias, Larry Angel, Uncle Dale, as we are here. This is our final segment today. If you tuned in for a lot of music, if you tuned in for lots of sports talk, sorry to disappoint you, but maybe you're excited because I'm leaving. This is my final day on the air here at Katy Country 94 after 18 years. It's hard to believe it's been 18 years. None of us feel any older than we did 18 years ago, right? We're just young. Wrong. Exactly. Wrong. Uncle Dale told me wrong. That is, he is correct, by the way. So these guys here, Larry, you're on. Let me put you on. Turn that up a little bit. Okay, Uncle Dale, can you stand up a little bit so people can hear you, if possible? There you go. Dusty can maybe help move that a little bit, or we can move people around. That's good, right there. Perfect. There we go. Okay, so Larry, when did you start here at the radio station doing the show on Sunday?
I started with KFRM around December of '93. And I came over here. Herb was just having this station built. Mm-hmm. The first day I met Herb, he was in here tacking this down Sydney. On onto the sidewalls. That's the first day I met him.
Uh-huh.
The station went on the air, I believe, in April of '94.
That is correct.
And I stayed with KFRM for a month to 6 weeks. I don't remember the exact date, but he had me move over to here then at that time.
1993. I was 17 and I was in high school. So you've been doing this, not to make you feel old, but that was a very long time that you did that. How did you get initiated, or how did you get to that point where you were doing stuff on the radio?
I'd listen to Gospel Down South every Sunday morning out of KFRM.
Amen.
And I forget the man that originally started it, but Kurt Shoemaker was running it at that particular time, and he was needing help bad. And he encouraged me to just come down and sit in some Sunday morning and see if I liked it or not. And I decided I could give it a try. It was totally something different from what I'd done, for sure.
How many years did you do the show here at KD Country 94? You remember how many years it was? Or do you remember what year you started?
Well, I started here in May or June.
Okay.
94,
94.
Okay. And then you retired
in 17. So
17. 23 years.
Maybe.
Wow, 23 years. And then Uncle Dale, he was the Mr. Replacement fill-in on Sunday whenever Larry wanted to go party and go to Texas, or whatever Larry was going to do, because you would go back and forth to Texas quite a bit. Uncle Dale would step in, and then at one point Buddy was part of the whole rotation.
Yes.
And he did his thing, and you guys all had your different ways of doing the show, obviously, because we're all different personalities. And so Uncle Dale would fill in. And I remember, when we first met, Uncle Dale, well, first of all, I misspelled his last name, and he let me know that I misspelled his last name when I wrote the paycheck. So I had a Post-it note, this is kid you not, and I think I took it down the other day for the first time in how many years. But it still had a Post-it note, and it's from Dale's handwriting on a yellow Post-it note, and he underlined the letter I got wrong. And so every time I wrote a paycheck for Uncle Dale, I always looked up at that Post-it note to make damn sure I got it right. Okay? Every time. Even when I knew I had it right, I still double-checked because I didn't want Dale to come back on me. How many times I have to tell you this is how it's spelled, okay? But Uncle Dale would come in here and fill in as well in Gospel Down South. And one of the funniest memories I have of Uncle Dale, too, well, first of all, we changed boards over the years. The technology's changed, and and for all of us, not just for Larry and Dale, but for Dusty and me, and as all of us get older, it's a little bit tougher to adapt to change, or we get a little bit scared, or we really need some assistance or help. And you guys were willing to learn different things. You might not wanted to, but you had to, or you just be like, well, I quit. I'm not coming in here. But you guys would take the time to try to learn it, which I greatly appreciate, because there's some people that wouldn't have done that. So one day, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but one day it was snowy, a lot of snow, whatever else, and Dusty came in. Didn't you get stuck first?
Yep.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So Dusty, I had a four-wheel drive pickup. I was already here. Dusty was coming in, and he got stuck right up at the top of the drive here at the radio station. And then Uncle Dale, it was not on a Sunday because we weren't.
Yes, it was on a Sunday morning.
We were all here on Sunday?
It's on a Sunday morning.
Why was Dusty coming in on a Sunday morning?
Well, I think actually, Dale, you might have been coming to pick up a paycheck.
Yeah, I don't think it was a Sunday.
It was Sunday?
It was Sunday?
I think, if I remember right, you'd been to a ball play, calling the ball game someplace.
Yeah, or maybe you were running a board that night, too, because you would come in and run
No,
it
wasn't that way.
Maybe
it was on a Sunday morning. It was my Sunday morning to come down, and it snowed.
I probably just left my car there. It was probably already stuck from
and then
the
Monday,
night before.
Come to drive in, and you was stuck. Your car was stuck on top, off to the side. And I thought, well, I can make it. My S10 pickup was a 4-speed. I missed. I didn't shift down quick enough, and I got to the top of the hill, and that was it. Well, I had my stuff that I carried, my personal stuff, in one of those milk crates, and I walked on down here and went on the radio and never thought nothing about it. And Wade come in here, and he was plumb surprised that I was here.
Yeah, because the weather was so bad. And then also, it's weird because I'm like, okay, I've got 4-wheel drive, I got a chain, I got a little tow hitch. I had to pull 2 people's cars out of a driveway. Who has ever had to do that? I'm like, and it was only 2 people working at that particular day, and they both got stuck at the top of the driveway. I'm like, well, thank God I have 4-wheel drive. So I'm sitting here, and this is the wild thing. Usually when you try to, tow somebody out or get them unstuck, you just got to worry about that one. I'm sitting here like, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, which person's car's got to go? Uncle Dale's or Dusty's? Because I'm trying to figure out which one should I tow or pull first so I don't run in to the other's car
that was the thing,
with my truck. That was the weird thing about it. And so I don't remember who I pulled first, but I couldn't believe that there wasn't just one car stuck in the driveway. There were 2 vehicles. That was a wild experience.
Well, I think the thing that surprised you most was that I was here on the air.
I think so.
And had my stuff with me.
Yeah.
What's going on? I don't know how. I wasn't worried about getting out because that was later.
Yeah.
And you got the driveway cleared off, and yeah.
Well, and to your credit, you focused on the job at hand.
Yeah.
He got out of the vehicle, and he still got on the air in time and took care of everything. And that's really the epitome of what we always did here, whether it was Uncle Dale, whether it was Larry, whether it was Buddy, whether it was Mike Schrant, Dusty, myself. We always found a way to get the job done, didn't we?
Yeah, and one of my other members, he was talking about that. I was down here one Sunday morning, and I'll admit I'm not the swiftest man on the computers that there is. And I don't know whether I pushed something wrong or whether it was just natural, but I lost it. I had to call you up to get back on the air, keep music going, and do the repairs at the same time.
Uh-huh.
That was a chore, but we got it done.
We did. And we have to walk through all those things, step by step. And it's also hard not being able to see everything, but you being willing to listen and go, okay, because sometimes it can be overwhelming. You're oh my God, and you panic. Some people panic. You guys, there might have been some panic in you, but we didn't hear it outwardly, which is great. And we always were able to find a way to get it done. Now, Larry, I want to talk to you about this, and this applies to both of you, but technology's changed over the years, but you guys still have a whole bunch of records that are still back in these rooms.
Yes.
And you guys had the old 45s and all these records that you would play. And we had an old board. We had old cart machines as well. Now, we don't have any of that anymore. But the record player was to my right. There's still a hole for where that record player used to be.
There was 2 there to start with.
There was 2? Okay, yes. I remember only 1, so there might have been 1 taken out before that. But you used the records for a very long time, almost, right? Well, didn't you almost pretty much to the end, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so we had cassette tapes, we had records, and then eventually we had stuff playing off the computer. But that was kind of old school, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Not a lot of people were doing and spinning records, and Larry and Dale were on Sunday mornings.
I didn't know that was old school.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah, that's an excellent point. I didn't think CDs or cassettes are old school, but actually they are too, to be honest with you. But all the records, there's tons of different records. How did you go about picking the music you wanted to play? Because records, they have it on the outside of the album cover and so forth and so on. But if young people out there don't know what a record is, or let alone how to find the song, it's a lot. You just don't hit the button to get to the right track and the right song. You have to find the spot on the record. That takes a little bit of time, but I'm sure you guys got to be pros at it because you were so experienced at it, right?
Yes, well, we had 2 CD players and 2 cassette players and the 2 record players to start with. So you tried to keep everything queued up and ready to go in case you got a phone call or something. Somebody stopped to visit or whatever. So I've got in trouble before. You use up everything you got.
Yeah,
and you're in trouble because it takes a little bit to. Yeah. Well, you can't cue it up on air. That doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't. No. And then the record, if you let it go into the next song, then you either got to let it go or you got to abruptly stop it. And with a record player, it'll make that type of noise over the air too. So you're balancing all these things, and then somebody calls, and next thing you know, it could be sliding into. Whereas if you've got some of the technology we got now, you can fade out of it, do this or do that, but you had to be careful to pay attention, didn't you?
Right, exactly.
Yeah. And there's many people over the years. I mean, lots of people. You guys had loyal listeners all the time, every Sunday morning. I know people would call if there was, like, if we were off the air with an electrical problem or there's bad storm, or, you know, I don't want to make fun of you guys, but if somebody hit a wrong button and weren't actually on the air but thought they were. And people, yeah, it happened, right? Done that. And Mike did it too, by the way. Oh my gosh, I can share that story. But they would call. I mean, people would be like, hey, I'm not getting my regular Sunday morning show. And that's a huge compliment to you guys, because I remember when I came in here, I was just like, dude, these guys know what they're doing. I don't have to tell them what to do.
We had him fooled, didn't we?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Well, the other thing that what benefited you was I didn't get up at 7 a.m. on Sunday morning. So if you made a mistake, I didn't even know about it unless somebody told me about it. But it was like, these guys already know what they're doing. So the only thing I had to teach you guys was if the technology changed or something like that. But you guys knew, I mean, you just rolled with it. I didn't have to go over, all right, this is what we're going to do. No, you guys already knew it. You already knew it. You already had it figured out. I was like, that's 5 hours. That's 5 hours out of the week. I don't got to worry about programming because Uncle Dale and Larry got it all covered. I'll worry about the weekdays, and Dusty and I try to work on that stuff. So it was nice and a luxury to have that.
Yeah, and Dusty was a good guy.
He was? Is he not anymore?
Well, yeah, he still is.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure.
You know, before you got all this automation, I would come in on Sunday or on ball game nights and run the board over on Z.
That's right.
And you know, gets down into that second game, down there in the third quarter, the fourth quarter. There was a time or two that I dozed off. And Dusty knew how to pick it up and keep it going. I bet it. He was a great guy.
Well, we there's times where, and this has happened many times over years when you have board ops, and now the technology, you don't have to have board ops as often, although it's kind of nice to have as a backup plan. And so when you're calling a game and you go to break and the board op's supposed to be paying attention and play the spots and everything, and when all of a sudden there's dead air for about 5 seconds, you just assume that the person's in the bathroom. But Uncle Dale was falling asleep. So that's good to know. Dale had it, but we just played it off you were in the bathroom, but you were sleeping. Okay, good.
You know, it's been 10 or 20 years ago, so I can admit it now.
Yeah, right. It's just like Todd. Todd can finally apologize all these years later for the heater. Now Uncle Dale can admit he was on the payroll getting paid while he was sleeping. What an American job he has.
Dozing.
That's a Merlin Dinas thing right there. Dozing. I was not sleeping. I was just nodding off.
Now you sound like Mike Schrant. I did not get lost. I was temporarily misplaced. What?
Mike was always meditating.
Yeah, yes, that's what Mike said.
You were dozing. Mike was meditating.
Yeah, so Uncle Dale was dozing. Mike was meditating. Larry, what were you doing? You were actually working.
I had some issues here, too. I was interviewing Van Bradley one Sunday morning, and I did not pull one of the levers back.
Right, one of the pots.
So a song was playing real loud in the background. So fellas tried to call me. Well, I can't take a phone call right while I'm talking, so I just pick it up and set it back down. That canceled it. So when I got all done, figured out what I had done, had to redo the interview because nobody could hear two going at the same time. So that was one of my worst moments, probably.
Man, if that's it,
you done all right.
You did pretty good.
Yes. If that's the worst thing.
But I do have a Mike Schrant story.
Oh, let me hear it. This is good. Liam is excited.
In 2008, Scott Knoll was murdered over at Portis.
Yep.
And so probably in 2009 or 10, they had the case over at the Osborne Courthouse.
Yeah, the trial.
And Mike was on the front row because that's where you got to be.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it was the first day or the second day, but it just started, and his phone rang.
Yes.
They took the phone away from him.
Yes.
And gave it to him after it was all over, but we've had a lot of fun over that story.
The judge was not happy.
The judge was not a bit happy.
No, not at all. And it's so funny you brought up that story because I had forgotten about it. And I think we told Adele that story when Mike, last time we saw Mike there towards the end. And I remember Mike told me that story. I might actually heard it from I think somebody else told me. Maybe it was even you before Mike actually told me. Because Mike thought he could keep it a secret. Well, people talk, we know. So I found out about it. I was like, what's this I hear about your phone? And he sheepishly had to admit what he did and what happened. And then I said, so you're going to tell Adele or am I going to tell Adele? And so I think he eventually told Adele the story because she knew about it. Because nothing was going to be secret with our radio show or anything. We were going to let people know. But it was funny how that spread so quickly. It's like, hey, your Strand has his phone taken away while he's covering a trial. The judge has enough to worry about than the media guy's phone going off. Shouldn't he know to put it on silent? But no, not the case. Wasn't there another time Mike lost a phone?
In the car.
In the car. He couldn't find his phone. Tell that story real quick.
Oh, yeah, he lost it. It was the same phone, I'm pretty sure, actually.
Yes.
He lost the phone. He couldn't find it. And we're like, did you look under the seat in the car? I mean, that's where you were last, and you easy fall out of your pocket, And I looked everywhere for that thing. So, I mean, he just let it go and got a new phone, right? And so one day, for some reason, I had lost something out of my pocket and went underneath the seat of the car, and I was looking for it, and I'll be darned if Mike's phone wasn't right there underneath the seat of the car. I didn't look for it because he said he looked for it.
Right.
And so there it was, and he got a phone that's no longer activated, and he did not tell his wife about that one because she found out last time we saw Mike.
That's right.
I didn't know you found that phone. She couldn't berate him, though, in the condition he was in.
No, not that time. No.
And that's another one. Mike's like, oh, I'm going to take this with me. And she's not finding out about this thing.
No.
But, yeah, that was funny, too. And I was just like, hey, Mike, here's your phone.
I remember him going, where'd you find it?
It's under the seat of the car.
I looked there. You didn't look very good. That's for sure. Oh, my goodness gracious. Well, we appreciate everything you guys done over the years. Appreciate the relationships that we built with both of you. And you guys were here well before Dusty and I were here.
Yeah.
During Herb and Ruby, when they started these radio stations, KD Country 94 in 1994. And, time flies by so quickly because this is the 30-year anniversary of KD Country 94. This is 2024. So KD Country 94 has been on the air for 30 years. Our webmasters put a little profile thing on our social media stuff showing 30 years on the air for KD Country 94. And if I'd been on top of things, because there's been a lot of things going on the last year or so, I've been like, man, we could have done a really cool thing with the 30-year celebration. So maybe this is at least a little bit of that, is we're reminiscing and telling these stories of all the years have been on the air. And then, of course, I'd be remiss if I don't mention this, and especially with you guys here, is that all of us here got to know Herbie and Herb and Ruby. And they were unique individuals, and I say this with a lot of love, okay?
Yes.
They were unique individuals. Herb, and there's still stuff we got hanging up here in the studio that Herb put up. There's a Garth Brooks picture, Alan Jackson, Toby Keith, and there's an autograph to KD Country 94 that he wrote for Herb. There's other stuff. We still have license plates and stuff from vehicles, and Herb had up here we never even touched or taken down, which means it's really dirty. It's never been cleaned. We don't believe in that here, apparently. But and don't go in the bathroom, although Dawn did, so I don't feel sorry about that. But Herb is the one that started the stations, and then Ruby was a character herself, and you guys knew them when they started the stations. What was your first impressions when you met Herb and Ruby for the first time?
He was a little short guy.
Yes, he was short.
And she was quite a bit bigger than him.
Yeah, right.
She was
in charge sometimes.
She was definitely in charge.
Yes, absolutely.
I remember some of the stories because he was a radio disc jockey.
Yeah.
Several places. I remember one of the stories he told. He was DJing in, I believe it was Colorado Springs.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a salesman going into this country and western store. Nobody listened to that radio station. No 10 cents in advertising on that. So the guy took a pen out of his pocket and throwed it down, went back to the radio station and said, well, I was just in such and such a store. And he said, I had that pen. And he said, it's not worth anything to anybody, but my grandma gave that to me, and I'd like to have that back. I'll give $100 to the guy that brings that in there. That store started advertising with them after that.
No kidding.
Neat.
That's a good story. I never heard that one. That is awesome. That is fantastic. And, Herb, it's funny, one more thing about him is we've had different engineers here over the years because we don't have a full-time engineer on staff. And Dusty knows what I'm about to say. And I don't know how many times where we've cleaned some things up here, equipment-wise, whatever, lots of wires, cables, and an engineer would come in and be like, what in the... How in the... They can't even complete a sentence, much like the presidential candidates last night. Can't complete a sentence. And I said, if I had a quarter for every single person that tells me that, and they'd be talking about how Herb wired this, duct taped that, paper clips here, but it worked. He somehow found a way to be on the air. It was unconventional, but he found a way, didn't he?
Yes, he did. I've seen it several times. He really understood the radio system.
Yeah.
He didn't want to go pay somebody to come every time.
Yeah.
So he learned it, and he patched it up. He could get it back on the air and going again.
He would. And then one more thing I think about with Herb, and this is a story I've heard a lot, and I bet you guys already knew this. But Herb had the old Doppler radar that he called it over here to the left. And what was funny about it is it didn't even work when I first started here. So I heard these stories from people that listened before we took over in 2006. And they said, and we'd start doing severe weather coverage. And then we had a computer and we had all this stuff so we could get more specific in what we were trying to do, technology, right? And I had so many people say, yeah, listening to severe weather coverage is a lot different than Herb's. Like, how so? Well, Herb would be doing the severe weather coverage like, well, there's a cell over Winkle's house. And we'd be listening going, but what if we don't know where Winkle's house is? That doesn't help us. But Herb would describe it like it's over this house, it's over Eberle's, it's over Winkle's. And it's like, no, we need towns, we need landmarks. And so this is one thing I remember. So Ruby got such a kick out of this. I wish this was recorded, dear Lord. So I am sitting in that chair at the front desk here at the front lobby. And Herb is standing over off to the side. And Ruby's just sitting relaxing on the couch. And Herb starts talking about his Doppler radar. Oh, you got to keep that. That's you've got to keep the Doppler. It helps keep. I'm like, hey, Herb, we've got a computer. And because he didn't have all the technology at the time. And I said, hey, we can pull it up right here. I don't need your apparatus here. And he goes, well, it's great to have. And I said, it doesn't even work anymore. It's broken. And Ruby starts laughing. And Herb goes, well, it needs to be fixed. I said, but I've already got it, so I don't need to fix it because it doesn't work. And this that I have works, so why would I fix something that I don't need? And Herb and I would go back and forth. And it was kind of like me and Don Highland, having fun back and forth, razzing each other. And Ruby was like a kid in a candy store or watching a movie that was a comedy. She's just cackling, just taking it all in because she was wise enough to understand what she was watching. She was watching the younger guard coming in, and she was watching the experienced older guard transitioning out. Mm-hmm. And so I remember when we got the Adobe Audition or Cool Edit Pro editing software on a computer. Because when Herb did an ad, and you guys know this, you probably had to do this yourself, he would have to time out the music on another apparatus. And if he messed up while he was voicing the commercial, or if somebody came in and yelling or screaming or slammed a door, or he stumbled, or the CD player messed up, or the cassette player, he'd have to start over the entire ad. And if the music was too loud, he'd have to start over again. So we got this technology, and this is right here in front of us right now. And Dusty and I showed him, look, you can take out your little burp or your little weird noise, and you can change this, move this. And Herb's mind almost blew up in front of us. And he thought it was awesome. He was like, oh my God, this would be so much better. I'm like, that's what I'm trying to say, man. I think it hit him when we showed him that editing software. It's like, oh my God, that would have saved me so much time. And there are things now that get better than even what we had because over time things progress. But Herb and Ruby were the architects of these stations. They're the ones that started these. Without those two individuals, none of us are sitting here reminiscing or talking about any of that stuff. And it hurts me that they worked so hard for retirement. And then not too long after retirement, went down to the Ozarks that Ruby passed away unexpectedly. Yes. That was, I have the funeral notice, I think it was 2011. Maybe it was sooner than that, actually. But it was way too soon because they like to go fishing, they like the outdoors, and they didn't get to enjoy as much time as they should have had together.
They came up on the station up here. Well, first there was an opening here, but he was really in the water, so he was right here by the lake. That was a big thing for him.
Yeah.
I have one comment about Herb that I always enjoyed. Every Sunday morning, they always went to church, always. And he'd come down the stairs, and he'd pace around a while and visit a little bit. And pretty soon he'd holler up, Ruby, if you don't come pretty soon, I got to go back and shave again.
I remember that.
I can see her impatient out there waiting on Ruby.
Yeah.
Like, no matter if it's Sunday, if they're going over to Beloit to get some groceries or downtown, whatever, I can see him with his hands in his pockets just pacing around.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, man, we were talking about storytelling earlier today. You know, Don Highland can tell some tall tales. I can tell some tall tales. I got that from my grandpa. He was 99. He told stories all the time. Herb was as good a storyteller as anybody, especially with the musical side. His experiences with radio, music, meeting artists, CDs, records. I mean, he has a ton of it's still here. He never came back and got some of it, but he could always tell a heck of a story, like the one you just shared earlier, Uncle Dale. He was always a good storyteller. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I think when people get radio stations going, at least maybe back in the day, I don't know about now, isn't that kind of the basis of how you start radio stations? You have a vision, but also you have a story to tell in a roundabout way. Mm-hmm. And we've been sharing all these stories here today as well. Larry, Uncle Dale, thank you for all your time here. Thanks for coming in today. Is there anything else you want to add before we leave?
Thank you for having the patience. And one thing I've always wondered, and you've talked about this several times, when your middle son was born and problems you had, the day of the All-Star game, and it might have been the first time we had both of them.
Yeah, it was the first time we had the game.
You called me up to come down and run the board. Mm-hmm. What would you have done if I hadn't been available?
My day and Todd's day, Wade's day, we all would have been miserable.
Yeah, yeah. And yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. So thank you. Yeah.
And the only thing that ever irritated me, he never told me I had to bring my lunch with me.
Yeah, because the two games, they go from like 9:30 to 4:30. Yeah, you're right about
thank
that.
Thank goodness I have a sister that brought me down something to eat.
It's a good thing that somebody taking care of you is what you're trying to say. And you took care of us that day. Yeah, there was a lot of moving parts that day. That was the most stressful day of my entire life. There's no question about it. The longest day of our lives.
Yeah.
And of all the days that happened. And I'm just thankful, one, that you're able to help us out. I'm thankful that Dusty answered the phone at 3, 4 in the morning because he sleeps hard, you know, from what I understand. So the fact
Not
that...
so much anymore.
No.
But,
but he answered the phone. He doesn't answer the phone there. Who knows what happens as well? You're not here, able to come in. Who knows what happens? You're right. I don't know. And here's the great thing. I don't need to know because you were here. So thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
Enjoyed the story.
For having the patience to...
Absolutely.
You know, the one Sunday that I missed was they was predicting bad weather to come in, and it did. And I never even tried to get my pickup had, you know, a half an inch of ice on it. And the next time I talked to you later in the week, you said that the answering machine was full of church cancellations that day.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Absolutely.
That's kind of a record that wasn't always perfect when I was here.
Right.
But we played gospel music, and I started every morning with Statler Brothers. I woke up this morning feeling fine.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's a good one.
And I appreciate the fact that you're keeping gospel on the Sunday morning.
You bet. Yes. You bet. You bet. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for coming in. This has been awesome. We are going to take a break here, and then Dusty and I will wrap up the show. It's our last day working together on the air, and so Dusty and I, we've been hand in hand for a long time. I've spent more time with this guy than my wife. Don't take that in the wrong way. Don't go there, people. All right? Don't go there at all.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, Uncle Dale knows what I mean. That I need that, no question. So we'll wrap up the show coming up here today. We hope you've enjoyed listening to some of these stories. If you listened to our station for a short time, a long time, you probably learned a lot of different things. I've learned things today by talking to various people about what's been going on, and so we hope that you've enjoyed it as well. So we'll be back here in just a moment here on Waterside Wakeup, Sports Ticket, Reminiscing Day, whatever you want to call this show.
I'm Elijah at Keever Brothers Automotive in Beloit. When your vehicle has a problem or needs maintenance, Keever Brothers is your home for fast, friendly auto repair. Whether you need tires, brakes, batteries, belts, hoses, air conditioning, a transmission, engine, or just an oil change, there's only one thing you need to remember. We fix everything. Keever Brothers Automotive delivers fast, friendly auto repair, and we fix everything. Find us just south of the courthouse in Beloit and online at KeeverBrothers.com.
What if I told you that you could start saving money every time you swipe your debit card? Buying groceries? Boom, more money in your savings account. Getting gas? You guessed it, more money in your savings account. It sounds too good to be true, doesn't it? Well, it's not. First National Bank and Trust is happy to introduce Rollover, the easiest way to start putting more money into saving. This is Kent Culbertson with First National Bank and Trust in Phillipsburg, Logan, and Long Island. Smith County Bank at Smith Center and Solomon Valley Bank in Beloit, member FDIC. With Rollover, every time you swipe your First National Bank and Trust debit card, we'll round the total up to the nearest whole dollar and automatically deposit the extra change into First National Bank and Trust account of your choice. That's it. No complicated spreadsheets or strict plans to follow. You don't have to change a thing to start saving more money today. Call 785-543-6511 or visit us in person to learn more and sign up for Rollover today. Again, that number was 785-543-6511.
Hi, this is Derek Phobes, medical technologist at Mitchell County Hospital Health Systems. I find joy in working here because it provides me with the opportunity to serve my community directly. Being able to positively impact a patient's health is incredibly fulfilling. The sense of teamwork among different departments promotes a collaborative environment that I value greatly. Opportunities from clinical to non-clinical positions are available. Come join our growing team by applying today at mchks.com.
Okay, so I was asked about how did Waterside Wakeup get its name? And I have to admit, I can't give you every exact detail, but I can tell you this. When I started back in 2006, we made it a contest. We threw it out to our listeners, and we said, hey, we need a name for the morning show. And we didn't want to say The Morning Show. A lot of people do The Morning Show, like, wow, that's creative. So we wanted ideas, and we got a lot of submissions of names, and we narrowed it down to 3. I don't remember what the finalists were, and I, quite frankly, don't remember exactly who it was that came up with the idea of Waterside Wakeup. But I remember we talked about it, and immediately we're like, that's the one. Waterside Wakeup, because we have the lake, we wake up, water's by our side. It makes complete sense. Waterside Wakeup. And it rolls off the tongue. It's always rolled off the tongue for me. And it's weird that you asked that question because it came from one of our listeners. It wasn't our idea. It wasn't at all our idea. We opened up to our listeners. And that's what I think has been important during our time here is that we tried to have listeners be involved. You know, we had our summer giveaways, we had remotes and so forth and so on. We talked to people, you know, after games, this and that, interviews, so forth and so on. We have community matters. We've done many of those things as well. But it was really cool to have people help name the show because I thought it gave them a little bit of ownership. So the name actually came from one of our listeners, and now I'm a horrible person because I don't remember who the person was that came up with that name. But that's where it came from.
Kathy Bingosh.
Did she come up with it? Well, boom, there we go.
She knew who.
She knew all along. She just set me up to fail here. Yeah. So Kathy Bingosh is the one that came up with it. Well, I did not remember that. Kathy is an amazing person as well.
No,
we've enjoyed
Kathy
getting to know.
And Gene are some of the best people in this world.
Absolutely. So are you saying I have to send residuals to Kathy Bingosh now for Waterside Wakeup? Well, what's the deal going on now? You know, Clover finally apologizes. Now he wants a raise after the fact, and now Kathy is going to want residuals from Waterside Wakeup. We'll see what we can do. Tell her the check's in the mail. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I love that name. It just fit. So that's the story behind that. And you filled in the blank for me. Kathy. Thank you, Kathy. 10:47 is our time. It's warmed up. We're so full of hot air. It's went up 12 degrees. 87 degrees is outside on a Friday, June the 28th. Once again, this is my last day on the show. This is a sports ticket brought to you by Kiefer Brothers Automotive in Beloit, your home for fast, friendly auto repair. But it really hasn't been a sports talk show too much, although we talked some sports here and there. If you missed it, we had Adele Strand in, Mike Strand's wife. Mike passed away of brain cancer a year and a half ago. We were reminiscing about that, played some cuts. If you missed this show, we'll try to get it posted online later today in case you want to go back and listen to some of the stories. I know it's been a long show, and some of you actually have to work for a living, so you can't listen to every single second of what we've done. Big thank you to Todd and to Todd Clover and John Bowden. They brought in donuts and cinnamon rolls we can eat for a week. Cocker City Coffee with the cinnamon rolls. My 10-year-old is here. Of course, Dusty's here. I'm here, and then Larry and Uncle Dale, they came in. We just had them on the air, and so we've had a whole bunch of people that have been in here, and then we got video being taken. We got John and Phyllis. We got all this video being taken and pictures. Like, wait a minute, we're supposed to? No, we're not supposed to be seen. We're not supposed to be. No. It's just the audio. Today we're making an exception. So now it's Dusty, me, and Liam. Back to the original three that started this show way back at 7 a.m. Yes, sir? Oh? Did you have something to add?
No.
Just like we started the show.
Just like we started the show.
He's on point.
His first words ever on the radio, Mom bought it. That's what he said. Are you saying she bought my proposal? And she yeah, whatever. Back in the day. So, this is my final day on the air, if you're tuning in a little bit late. I've been here 18 years. That's a long time. My oldest is going to college here in about 6 weeks, and he was a baby when we moved here. And some really good memories down here. When we lived above the radio station for about 2 years, this would be too much information for people, but there were times I came down into Waterside Wakeup, and I was in my boxers. There was nobody who was going to be coming in. I was in my boxers, a T-shirt, and then when I was done with the show, I would go up and shower and then be ready for the workday, even though I'd already worked for a couple hours. And Noah, my oldest, was a baby, and so during lunchtime, I would go upstairs, and I'm not really a big morning person, although I've done it for basically 18 years, getting up early, be on the air bright and bushy-tailed at 7 a.m. I would, lunchtime, I would go up and I'd lay down with Noah. He was, little kid. I don't know who fell asleep first, me or him. But my wife's got pictures of we both fell asleep on the bed in his room. And then sometimes there would be a power nap. I wake up on my own. Sometimes my wife would have to say, hey, don't you have to go back to work? I'm like, I don't have much of a drive. I think it will be okay. And so we lived by the radio station a couple of years. And one of the things that we did here at the radio station, and I've talked about with Mike, we did the banana toss game, which was one of the dumbest things that has ever been invented. And yes, Mike changed the rules on that midway through it. But Noah, and Liam's done it as well, and I did it with Elijah, but Noah, my oldest, we have this long hallway here at the radio station. If you don't know, there's a house here west of Glen Elder, and the upper level is where we lived, and now we have tenants that have lived there ever since. Kim and Kay are great people. And then we are in the basement, in essence, or the lower level. And it's a long lower level. So there's a hallway, and there's this office chair. And I don't know how it started, but when Noah was probably 2 or 3 or 4, whatever it was, he got in the chair and I started pushing him. And then it's such a long hallway. I would push as fast as I could with him in the chair. Now I can't do that anymore. I'm old. I can't do it anymore. I tried to do it with him not too long ago. I'm like, dear God, one time down and I'm out of breath. But I would go.
Well, we could still do one more down.
Yeah, we could.
Got energy.
We could. We'll see what happens, right? If that doesn't throw us back out. So we would go back and forth over and over, Noah and I. And I'd be swinging the chair, and we'd go, and I'd act like I'd run into the wall with it. And then there was Mike. Mike would be back in the back office, and Noah would go back there, and he would be trying to make fun of Mike when he was a young kid, and Mike would give it right back to him, And the best one I remember is Noah going back there, and he was saying "Laugh Your Mane Off." It's off Madagascar movie, a line in Madagascar. Laugh your mane off. But when Noah was learning how to speak, the enunciation wasn't as clear, and so Mike was like, Bernie Madoff. And Noah would go, laugh your mane off, Bernie Madoff. And they would argue with each other. It's like a 4-year-old and a 55-year-old man arguing in the back office, and I'm trying to get work done, and I can hear them all the way back there yelling at each other. And Mike could just get Noah to get higher pitched, and it got louder and louder. And I'm like, that's a Gershner, man. That's a Gershner. He is not going to quit. Mike will have to give up, but how's this going to work? Because Mike doesn't give up either. I got two super competitive individuals. They're arguing about what he's saying, and Mike would just get a rise out of Noah. It was so funny. So those are a few of the memories I remember back then. I also remember when I had accepted to take the job as general manager of the radio stations here, the Triggo Golden Eagles. Dusty and I went to Triggo Community High School in Wakawini, Kansas.
The home of the best broadcasters.
That's right, the best broadcasters. Dusty, me, Dustin Armbruster of Hayes. He's from Wakawini. It's a plethora of broadcasting talent, right? That's what Liam said the other day. So,
I didn't know that word.
You didn't know plethora?
No.
Yeah, you can look it up and everything. So
Or you could tell me.
And I'll tell you, or you can look it up or ask Siri. She'll
Or
tell you.
you could show me in a book.
I could show you in a book,
That's
yeah.
how old
Yeah, you could ask Alexa. She's a good friend of yours. She'll tell you. So, what was I talking about?
When you first found out your taking position.
So, the Trigo Community Golden Eagles, they were at the state basketball tournament in Manhattan.
Mm-hmm.
And so, for some reason, I went, I guess, to support the alma mater. Nobody remembered me at that time. Still don't today. That's how old I am. So I was there, and I went up and I saw Dusty and his family. They were there watching the games. And Dusty didn't even know this, but I was going to become his boss. I knew it. He didn't know it. And I hadn't seen Dusty since he was about Liam's height and age, because Dusty's oldest sister, Tricia, was in my class at Waukene, and we were good friends. We actually went on a date one time.
Yeah.
We knew we should just be friends. And we were good friends. And then Brad, Dusty's brother, he was on the tennis team and basketball team with me. And Brad was a couple years younger. And then and then there's Krista, of course, but Dusty was always the baby. He was the youngest. So I hadn't seen Dusty in a long time. So I'm in Manhattan, I see him, and little does he know that I'm sitting here, my wheels are turning, going, yeah, I'm going to be your boss, and you don't even know it yet. So that would have been March, obviously. Mm-hmm. And then a few months later, made it all official, and then we moved down here. And then we worked together. I had all kinds of ideas by listening to the station because he was the sports guy. I was like, okay. And Dusty told me right away, he's like, I'm ready. What do you want to give me? I mean, Dusty's like, I don't have a lot to do right now, especially during the summer. He was ready to go. And I'm like, we're going to do just fine together. We're going to be good. Because I already knew that he wanted to do more. And he wasn't afraid to work hard. And I wasn't afraid to make him work hard either. And so we came in and we collaborated. We had some ideas. We put them in motion. One of the first things we did were locker room chats. Mm-hmm. And you grabbed it and ran with it, and we expanded that as we went. Next thing you know, we talked about a football preview show, Football Express, and Todd was a big part of that. Then we did a local scoreboard show that we did after ball games. And then the next thing you know, we were doing ball games on both stations instead of one station. Then we had the sports ticket and talk show, and we just kept going on and on. And so Dusty did a lot of sports, but then he had to do many other things, production work, seeing clients, advertisers, and so forth and so on. And so we've worked together now for 18 years. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much. Thank you. Same to you. Same to you. And so Dusty and I have worked together now for 18 years. And today's the final day we'll be on the air together. Who knows? Maybe down the line in the future we'll have a reunion tour and we'll take the world by storm like great musicians do. But I have thoroughly enjoyed working with Dusty over those 18 years. And when I decided, or my family decided, that this was the move that we thought we need to make to go to, we'll be living north of Topeka, but working for radio stations. It's called Mini Signals Communications, or KNZA Incorporated, so forth and so on. I knew I had to tell the owner, the boss, about it. Yeah, there was a little trepidation to tell him, but I was more worried about telling Dusty. Because I know that Dusty's probably had overtures before to leave this station. I had overtures to leave the stations. Full disclosure, 2 years ago, very close to leaving, but did not because the timing wasn't right. I was not going to move when my son was a sophomore in high school, and I'm glad we didn't. Had a great year in sports this year individually and as a team, and did some great things. The timing seems a lot better now. This opportunity has popped up again, except it's even better than it was a couple years ago. And so we figured the time was right. And as my wife said, it's kind of now or never. If we're going to make it, we're going to make it. And if we're not, then we're going to, like John Bowden said earlier, he had one big move left in him, and I have one more big move in me. I'm not planning on going anywhere past the next move. Will I do some freelance work? I hope to still do some K-State play-by-play. That'd be great. Whatever I can do, fine. I'm open to all those ideas. But I'm going to be part owner, general manager of a 6 radio station cluster, and it's locally owned and operated. It's not corporate. So that appealed to me as well. Plus, I get to work with some people that I've known for many years and I respect and admire, and I know they're super professionals as well. But Dusty and I have been a team. We did the math here. Out of the last 5 years, it's been Dusty and me only for 4. We had Jason for a year. We were by ourselves until we hired Mike. we've had times in between where it was just Dusty and me. Then there was a spell where it was just me and Dan Page because Dusty was obviously having his health issues in Salina. So a good majority of the 18 years, with the exception of when Mike was here, Chad was here for a couple of years, Dan was here, I think, for a couple of years. Those would be the exceptions. But I would be willing to bet you at least half of the 18 years, it's been just 2.
Yeah, it has to. It has to be at least half.
At least.
Yeah.
At least 9 of the 18, maybe 10. I didn't look up exactly how long everybody worked and how many years Mike was here, but Mike obviously left an impression, and the awards prove that and everything, and the memories. So it's been Dusty and me, and so I've always thought, if Dusty left and it's all on me, that would suck, but I would be really happy for Dusty. And then the opportunity came for me to leave, and I told Dusty, and the first thing Dusty said, and this is what true friends do, he said, I'm happy for you. Sucks for me, but I'm happy for you.
Those were the exact words.
Yeah. And totally get it.
Not happy for me. I
would have said virtually the same thing. I'm like, happy for you, but hey, that sucks for me. I don't know what that means for me or going forward. And so I'm not surprised. I've been Dusty's boss for 18 years, but I've never truly looked at it that way. I've looked at it as he's a coworker. He's a teammate. Am I helping direct the orchestra in a way? Yeah. Okay. I'm the conductor? Sure. But there are many times where Dusty has to become the conductor when I'm gone. Or Dusty will run with something when I'm busy with something. And he knows, hey, I'm not going to bother Wade. He's doing this. I can handle it. It's never been, hey, Dusty, you got to run every single thing by me. And the credit to our boss, he's never said, hey, Wade, you got to run everything by me. There's never been micromanaging, been allowed to do a lot of different things, which has been part of the reason why I think we've been successful over the 18 years. But I greatly appreciate everything that Dusty has done for the company, for the stations, but for me personally, because there's nobody better to work with than Dusty. I know I'm going to go work with some amazing people where I'm going, but I've said this many times before, and I'll say it again, there's nobody better to work with than Dusty. He's a team player. He'll do whatever you ask him to do, and then some. He's a great friend. He'll listen. He feels comfortable enough to share things with me. I feel comfortable enough to share things with him that we'll leave between him and me. Because that's the relationship that we have built. So I've never looked at it as, well, I'm Dusty's superior, or I'm the GM and he's just a sports director. We've worked hand in hand as a small team or unit or duo. And, they've been talking about, and Liam brought this up the other day, well, they already on ESPN got LeBron and Bronny as the greatest father-son duo of all time. And then they compared Del Curry and Steph Curry. I'm like, those guys didn't play at the same time like Bronny and LeBron, and Bronny hasn't even played yet. Well, let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen in ESPN. Put Dinas and Gerster up there in the greatest duos of all time, all right? Put them there.
You're Dusty's father?
Yes, I had him when I was 7.
Oh, man.
Yes, I did. Absolutely. Yes. Luke, I'm your father. Dusty, I'm your father. No, I'm not. But, so yeah, we've always, worked well together. So I'm going to share one story, and I'm going to let Dusty take the platform here because I've talked enough today. My apologies. We have disagreed on things from time to time in regards to sports. That's pretty much it. I don't remember us having any kind of disagreement about anything else other than we would talk sports sometimes.
Yeah.
We almost always are on the same page as to here's the games we need to do. Or, hey, Dusty, what do you think? Should we do this game or this game? And Dusty's like, I think we do this one. I'm like, man, dude, I agree with you. Or we submit stuff for KAB recently. I'm like, what do you think? This better entry or this better entry? Boom. It's like, okay, cool. I feel better about that choice because Dusty thinks the same thing. Oddly enough, Liam here, my son, is a Seahawks fan. And for some reason, one day we were talking, and we've talked about KU and K-State, and we've discussed or disagreed on various things. But one day we were talking about, I don't even know where it started, how it ended per se, but it was about the Seahawks with a losing record being in the playoffs. And then hosting a playoff game because they won the division. And I don't even remember what my take was on it. I don't. But we somehow
it probably wasn't even. It was probably more of you weren't like all the way in on the take, but you wanted to present a devil's advocate. Probably
so.
I just took it the wrong way.
Yeah.
Probably.
I don't remember even. All I remember is we got pretty heated. Probably the only time ever that we got super heated on the show, kind of yelling at each other about something. And we had people after the show like, "Holy cow, what was that all about?" And Dustin and I were just talking about that the other day. And anything that we disagreed on, which, like I said, there was never really that was the only time I remember us really getting into it on the air. And it was one of the dumbest things ever. It was involving Liam Seahawks at the time. But then like an hour or two, we still were like kind of arguing after the show about this or that. And then after a while, I think we both realized like, what the heck is this? What are we doing here? This is stupid. And I told Dusty the other day, I said, we don't even realize it, but maybe, and this is a good cop-out, I guess, but maybe that was a day where we had a lot on our shoulders. We've been working as two people to run a radio stations, and maybe we just got stressed out all at the same time, and that was just our way of relieving stress, and that's why it came to what it did that day. But what was funny was, an hour or two later, we were back talking normal business. Nobody held it against each other. I wasn't mad at him. He wasn't mad at me. We just blew it off. Now, some people maybe couldn't, but we could. That's a relationship that we had. And still do.
So you worked together 18 years, man. We're not going to agree on everything.
No.
And it, and that I think is what stands out the most is that, you talk through the things that maybe you didn't agree on, and then you come to a conclusion of this is the way we should do this. And, there's just been a lot of times throughout those 18 years where, I've had an idea. You might think, yeah, that's great, and we went with a lot of our ideas. Were all pretty good for the most part, and we worked together to create that and make those or bring those ideas to fruition. I think really, really well over the last 18 years. So, I guess this is my platform. There's a lot of things that I'm not going to say here today because it's something that we just know with each other, and we've been through some stuff, though. You brought up the 8-man All-Star game. I got in a situation where I couldn't even get myself up out of a car coming back from lunch one day, and thankfully we did have Dan at that time to help shoulder some of the burden and all that, and so that included you being gone when Elijah was born for about a month. I mean, I think I kept it together for about a month. He had to come back and do some stuff, and then you were gone with doctor's appointments even longer than that during that time, but I did what I needed to do to step up because that's what I do. I mean, I was raised on a farm in northwest Kansas just like you were, and I think that's probably a lot of what goes back to that of us having success together. We're kind of raised in the same environment, same type of situation. We knew what hard work was, right? And we knew, and I think we both got that work ethic from our dads, our grandpas, and all of that. So I think that helped out a lot. And so it was a tough time. But you know what really helped in that time when Elijah was born is it helped me learn a lot about what happens behind the scenes in the radio, because up until that point, I mean, if I'm listening to the radio and it's off the air, I'll call you and say, hey, we're off the air, and you were here for the early part of that, like you had said, and so I didn't really have to come out here and do a lot with engineering stuff. The transmitter was down, things like that, but during that time, if something went wrong, I was the one that had to know about it, and I had to make sure if something did go wrong technically or engineering wise that I needed to know who I needed to get a hold of. And so I think that helped me learn a lot about what the inside workings of radio actually is and what it takes to keep this thing going, keep this thing on the air. At the same time, it was like I just did what I needed to do, right? Like I've had so many times in my life where everybody's like, well, what do you do? How do you do that? And how do you deal with that? And it's like, I think I just innately know that when tough times come, you just do what you need to do. And even when I was in the hospital, right, like everybody's talking to me about tough times here, like you must have had to work real hard to get through that. And I'm like, I'm just trying to stay alive for my family. I want to be here for everything. And I think that's during that time was I think when I realized we had a different relationship than just boss and employee, right? Yeah, I mean, you were going down to cover a K-State women's basketball game at Wichita State, had a game that night, and stopped to see me in the hospital, and made that stop. And, you know, to some people, that'd be like, well, that's normal. But I think that was the point where it was like, oh, okay, well, this is different than he's just my boss, right? And I knew that probably already. But that whole 3 months, I mean, I'm getting at least 2 phone calls a week to check on me, even when I can't call you because I'm in rehab and doing things that I don't want to be doing, but I need to be doing. And you're checking up, and I'm making sure I'm calling you back just to update on myself. You were not asking me when I was coming back to work because that was not on your table. That was not on your plate. You wanted to know how I was. And it's the same thing that you talked about when you told me that you were leaving, right? It's that expectation of we're friends right now. And those things just, it's a relationship that I don't know that I ever thought I'd have with a boss, right? But it was easy, and we'd been together at that point for 8 years when I was in the hospital, and then fast forward to last summer when I'm stupid, riding around on a 4-wheeler on the farm, and you talk about dreading something. I'm like, I can't use the words that I used with my dad and brother when I did it, but when I hit that dirt pile on the farm and pushed that 4-wheeler to the left and I ducked right and I ended up on the ground, the pain blacked me out, whatever. Whenever I came to, they were already there to come get me and take care of me. And the first thing I said was, I don't have time for this bleep. The 8-man All-Star games are in 2 weeks. Yeah, because I knew this was not good. Like I did a little number like this, and I'm like, that's broken. And I said, I don't have time for this 8-man All-Star. And then I was worried about if I messed up Dad's 4-wheeler because he had just gotten it like 5 or 6 months before that. And so that was what was on my mind. But I'm like, I'm dreading this phone call to Wade because we have a very busy time coming up. And I can't tell him that I'm maybe out of commission for part of it because I'm stupid and got on a 4-wheeler and wrecked it, right? But that phone call was about a minute. We'll get through it. We always do. Yeah. And that's just what we did, right? Like, no matter what happened, good, bad, we had a lot of good here. And we got through it because it was good, right? But for me, it was, boom, I'm gonna get this surgery on Thursday. I'll be ready to go by the start of next week. I don't know how I did that, to be completely honest with you. Now that I think back about it, but I'm not trying to brag about myself. But it was another situation of I'm going to do what I need to do to do my job for this station and for you. Right. And I'm not going to get into a lot, but I've found that over the last 18 years, what grounds this place is us together. Yeah. And that's what it comes down to. And so, yeah, that's about all I can say because I won't be able to make it through the rest of it. But I do appreciate the time. I didn't prepare anything because I didn't want to actually cry while I was writing something and then get on the air and have tears in my eyes. But this has been the comments that you're getting from people and that I'm getting from people when we go out and see our clients or whatever that may be. Obviously, they're disappointed that you're leaving because you've left such a big mark on this area. And everybody's going to miss you.
Thank you. Oh man, don't make me cry.
I didn't know that was going to go there.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It means a lot, and it means a lot coming from you because, listen, Dusty's one of the best broadcasters in the state. I mean, if people around here don't know that, then you just haven't been paying attention. Dusty's won the KBCA, the KWCA, Oscar Stauffer Award. He's won all kinds of awards, but not only that. There are a lot of people that there are a lot of people that would love to have Dusty working on their radio team. All right, you know why? Because they all know he's highly respected. He works his butt off, and he does a great job. And that gets around. You don't need awards to get that. People know. People talk in whatever industry you're in. People know who the good ones are and certain ones that you don't want to be around. Dusty's one of those people that anybody that has him should feel fortunate to have him on their team. And I've always felt that way. Maybe I didn't show it as much as I should have, but I've always felt that way. And I can't imagine trying to do what we've done the last 18 years without Dusty. I can't imagine somebody else doing it besides Dusty. I just can't. It worked. And it's always worked from really day one. And so I appreciate everything that you have done, both on the air, off the air, in between, and everything else. And, one thing I should point out, in the last few years, Dusty's pretty much done 99, 95% of the severe weather coverage because it's usually happened on his watch, or sometimes I'm out of town, and that's when some of the weather happens. And Dusty, he doesn't complain about it. I know internally he probably does, and I would. But at 2 or 3 in the morning.
Don't talk to my family.
Yeah, right. But Dusty does it. Dusty, he didn't sit and go, okay, that's it. I'm not doing this anymore. Dusty is a team player. He would do it because also we have a connection to the communities that we serve. That's the way we could look at it. We serve these communities, and we're trying to provide the best local coverage, whether it's weather, sports, news, morning show, sports talk show, coaches shows, programming, music, whatever it is. We try to do the best that we possibly can. And so I appreciate all of the efforts and the work that Dusty has done. All the accolades that you receive are well-deserved, if not more so. And so I really don't know how to end the show today. I really, truly
I do want to say, you told a bunch of these people if they call you every day, you might change your number. I better be the first one to know when you change your number, though, because I may need to call you every day, just like some of our therapy sessions that we've had here. So better let me know if you change your number.
Bowden was talking about, when you struggle as a coach or you go through things and you talk to the radio guys, you develop relationships, and then they tell you all stuff off the air, off the record, blah, blah, blah. And you and I joked about, and it was that way when I did a whole bunch of locker room chats up at Seneca. Yeah. You become the coach's therapist, right? Yeah. And in many ways, I think you and I have been each other's therapist.
Absolutely.
And I know probably more so you've been mine than me being you. With various things that I've gone through in my life here the last few years. So it's, you can always call me. Like I've told everybody, just because I'm moving doesn't mean I'm leaving the world. I'm moving a few hours away. You can still contact me. You can text me. Anybody out there listening has my number. You can still text me. You can still call me. You can still email me. You can still message me on Facebook or whatever platform you want. It's not like I have to cut ties or anything like that. That doesn't have to happen. The way I look at it is I'm just going to be extending and expanding my network of relationships and friends, and expanding and extending my career. Absolutely. And going into a different adventure and chapter. And as John Bowden said, one more big move in me and for my family, and that's probably this is the last one, more than likely. So, it's been a blast. We've done a lot of amazing things. There's so many memories that come flooding back. Not enough time to share all of them.
No, it's
at all
impossible.
But I want to thank I've thanked so many people, but one thing, my family.
Yeah,
I haven't even thanked my family. My wife has been amazing. I joke that I know all of these things about all these sports teams, and I know all these players' names, and I know when this happened with a high school team, and I know this weird nugget and stat, and I know all of this stuff. And then you ask me, when's your kids' birthdays? I think I know 2 out of 3, right, Liam? I always mess up Noah's, right? Noah always tells me I don't remember his. I know yours. Yours is easy. And then when people say, well, how many years have you been married? I'm like, oh, crap. I start to do the math.
What day's your anniversary?
What day's your anniversary? That's the one that catches me more than any of them. I know it's in July, but what number is it? Yet I can remember the very first day, the first date I had with my wife, and I've held that over for years that she wouldn't remember and I did. But yet I have to think a little harder about the anniversary day or how many years we've been married. But I have all this other useless information about all kinds of sports and nuggets like that. And so it's just been tremendous that, I'm sure that's a spam call. It's been tremendous, obviously having my wife by my side. And we've made lots of moves over the years. I went from Pittsburgh State, where I met her, and then went to Kansas City for a year. Had a job there. Then we went to Omaha, Nebraska, and worked there for a couple of years, and that was a tough time. She had friends in Kansas City. We cried a lot about that one. We went to Omaha, met new people, made new friendships. One of my best friends is from Omaha. Actually, two of my best friends are from Omaha. Mm-hmm. They stood up for me at my wedding back in 2002. See, I remember when it was. And so made great relationships there. Then moved to Seneca. Didn't know anybody really there. Got to know people, and then that's when Noah was born. And then 2 weeks after he was born, we moved here. We didn't know anybody here, and then we made our family here. I mean, we built our family here. We built the stations, or not built the stations, but grew the stations. But we built a family. We have 3 wonderful boys. right?
Yeah.
Okay. 3 wonderful boys. I got one that's going to college. It's going to be tough, to adjust with him not being around. That's true of any parents, I'm sure, when your kid goes off to college or the next chapter in their lives after high school. Got a son that we've talked about how he was born and how stressful it was that day, that wasn't even breathing, was barely had any blood in his system, and he was survived and revived by the doctors at Mitchell County Hospital Health Systems. I'm always going to be in debt to Dr. Cheney and Dr. Morosis and their staff for saving Elijah. And then we got Liam, who, for crying out loud, surprised the crap out of me when the other day says, "Hey, Dad, can I come to work on your final day on the air?" I'm like, "Sure. Are you going to get up that early?"
Yeah.
And then it was late. It was late last night. We went to bed at midnight. I'm like, "There's no way he's going to get up. I won't be able to get him up." I shook him a little bit. He woke up. I'm like, "All right, get something to eat. We're going to be leaving a little bit." Came back out. I thought he was back in bed. I couldn't hear anything. He's in the kitchen like, "All right, you ready, Dad?" So that was surprise number 2. So, love my family to death. But the point I want to make is my wife has moved lots of different places, a few that maybe she didn't really want to. Mm-hmm. But pretty much where we've gone has been because of my career and my jobs in radio. Now, the same thing applies with this move. However, how this one is a little bit different is this is the one that she's most excited about. And this is not a slam on anybody or anywhere else we've been. Mm-hmm. But she is from Topeka. She went for Washburn Rural. Don't judge her. I found out there's some people don't like Washburn Rural in Topeka, I found out. But she was there when it was cool.
Yeah.
Okay? And it's still cool, I'm sure. It just depends how you look at it. But, and her mom lives in Topeka and closer to her family. And we've always been a ways from her family. And so she's excited about the move, but she's sad as well because we're going to be leaving friends, but we can still stay in touch. But we've lived here for 18 years in the area, lived in Beloit for 16, lived in Glen Alder for 2 above the radio station. So for 18 years, almost 2 decades, we have been in North Central Kansas. This is our longest stop. This has been home. It still is home, and it will probably feel like home for a long time until we get acclimated to our new place. But my wife has always been there to support me. The family has been there. I give credit to my kids. I'm sure that they don't, necessarily want to move. Of course, my oldest is moving because he's going to college, but they're going to do it. They're tough. They're going to meet new people. They're going to meet new friends, and they're going to expand their network of relationships just like I'm going to do. And they're going to have more friends, and they're going to have friends from different towns. And it's amazing how you're going to cross over as you get older in life. I've already met somebody there at Silver Lake that has relation from Beloit and Downs. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's amazing how people crisscross their paths. So I really want to thank my family for all of their support. I want to thank Dusty, of course. I want to thank everybody that's come in today. I want to thank all the listeners out there, all of you in North Central Kansas that have listened to us for 18 years, put up with my voice for all this time. I'm sure there's times where I've talked on the radio and you're like, wow, I totally don't agree with that at all. Or, wow, I really agree with what Wade's saying. Or I enjoy that, I don't enjoy that. To each their own. But I hope you know that I've always tried to give it my very best. I've tried to do the best that I can. Have I made mistakes? Hell yeah, I've made mistakes. Have I said things on the radio that I feel like afterwards I probably shouldn't have said something in a certain way? Yeah, absolutely. Is there times where people misunderstand what I'm trying to say or take things out of context? Absolutely. Goes both ways. And so for anybody that I've ever upset or offended, or if I pushed the envelope a little bit and it pushed your buttons, I don't really apologize for pushing your buttons because I want people to be challenged. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I don't want people to be, offended or if it went too far with a point. But we all have opinions. We have a right to our opinions, and I hope we can respect people's opinions. And that's one thing I try to get across on the various shows that we have over the years is you have a voice. You have a right to use your voice. You have a right to your opinion. And it's okay to ask questions. It's okay to explore. It's okay to fact check. It's okay to research things. It's okay to question things. And I hope that at some point, where all of our listeners that listen on a regular basis, that maybe at some point I did make you uncomfortable. And I mean not in a mean way. I mean that as if I can make you uncomfortable slightly or a little bit or pushed you a little bit, then I feel like I've done something that is noteworthy from the standpoint of doing more than just being a jock, just being a radio station GM. Because I think there's a lot of situations now where people are shills. I think there's lots of situations where people basically read a prompter. They don't think for themselves, or they don't have the freedom to voice an opinion because they're going to be fired immediately. In local radio and in small town radio, we're able to go on right now for a long show, back-to-back shows, Wake Up and Sports Ticket. I'll make up the ads. I can rechange this, do this. But you can't do that in corporate America. It is strict. It's governed by the suits, and it's governed by people that you don't even meet. And when you're in small market radio, and the job I'm taking, I'm going to meet people. I'm going to work with people. It's still small market radio. There is one station that the group acquired there in Topeka, but it's still going to serve that community and small communities around it. And all the other stations I'm going to work for are small town communities. So that's still going to be a part of my life and my future. Because I don't want to be to the point where I'm sitting in some suite disconnected from people in a corporate office telling people what to do when I don't have my own boots on the ground. So that's something I really appreciate about small market radio. I think there are some people out there that they thumb their nose, they look down. Some people that are in bigger radio stations may say, well, you're in a small market radio. I don't have to look at you. I don't have to acknowledge you, whatever the case may be. Listen, you can be happy wherever you need to be. If it's large market, small market, medium market, small town, big town, out in a rural area, who knows? If you like to live in an apartment complex, if you like to, live in a subdivision where everybody's tight, or you like to live out where there's more space, we all have the right to do all of those things. And so to each their own, as I like to say. We all have different interests and likes. But one thing I've always enjoyed about my time up in Seneca for the 5 years I was there, and my wife, and then being here now for 18 years, and I'm looking forward to in a new chapter in our lives, is that we're still connected. We're connected. We still can talk to people over the radio. We can talk to people through social media. We make relationships not only with businesses, but also with some of our listeners. And that's important to me. The people that came in today, they listened to us. They listened to our stations. Some of them have worked for us. And I've built really great relationships not only with people that have worked for us or people that I've come across in regards to advertising and businesses that have been on the radio, but I've also come across just people that listen to our stations or certain things they like to listen to. And I've gotten to know people and make friendships that way. And yeah, I've made the mistake of giving out my cell number, and now they go ahead and and I joke because it's fun. It's fun for those people because I've made an impact on them. Maybe it wasn't the way I thought it would, but at least I made some kind of impact. I'm far from perfect, but hopefully I've made an impact on people that have listened on a regular basis, whether the impact's been, more sports coverage, whether the impact's been more severe weather coverage, whether the impact has been telling dad jokes from a book. If it's an impact of work ethic and showing what we can do, I always say we have a small staff, but it's mighty. It's Dusty and me. That's been our staff. We had part-timers, Larry, Uncle Dale, Gospel Down South, Buddy Mitchell. But most of the time, it's been just me and Dusty full-time. It's just been me and Dusty most of these 18 years, a good chunk of it anyway. And so we thank everybody that's contributed to these stations. I do not know what's going to take place in the future with these radio stations. I do not know. I've been asked a million times. I know Dusty's been asked a million times. I have no idea. As one person said, it's not your problem, is it? I'm like, no, it really isn't. I'm not in charge anymore here. Technically my last day is next Friday, but this is the last day on the air. I don't know. I can't answer that question. And I don't think Dusty can either. It's going to be up to the guy that's in charge. It's the person that owns the stations. There are people that thought I've owned the stations all these years. I never have. I had interest in owning the stations at one point in time, and it just wasn't in the cards. Now I get to be a significant owner in a group of 6 stations, and I can still be on air. A lot of people have said, are you still going to do play-by-play? You're still going to do sports talk? You're still going to do this? I'm like, yeah, I'm going to do a good chunk of that. The sports talk stuff might be something down the line as I get acclimated, but I'm still going to do play-by-play. I'm still going to be on the air. I'll probably fill in for a morning show. One thing is cool is I don't have to do one every single day because I don't like getting up too early in the morning. But I want to thank all of you that are still listening right now, or if you listen to this later on our podcast when we put on the website. I want to thank all of our listeners for tuning into our stations, for all the kind words, for all the support, even the criticism. Because even if you criticized us or constructive criticism, it means you were listening and it means you care.
Yeah.
We might not agree with it, but once again, you have the right to your opinion. And I hope for the most part that you, the listener, have respected or understood where we're coming from. Doesn't mean you agree with it. And I hope that we have respected you as well and been able to listen when we've been given the opportunity to. Radio is free for you, the listener. Okay? Satellite radio is not. Local radio is free to you. Now, why is it free to you? We have advertisers. And a big thank you to all the businesses that have supported these stations over the last 18 years. You know who you are, especially the ones that have been with us all the time, every single month, every single year. You are a huge part of why we've been successful, believing in us. Hopefully we can give you the results that you want with your advertising, and you trust us to update your ad, or you trust us to put together the best schedule. You trust us to, give you more than we even say. I don't know how many times we have sponsorship packages where we give more than we say we're going to give you. We give you more coverage, or we give you more promos or ads, because if you're happy, we're happy, and it all goes pretty smoothly. If you're not happy as a business owner, if all our listeners are unhappy, if nobody listens, if nobody advertises, then guess what? We don't have a job. There is no radio station or stations. So a big thank you for everybody there. Anything else you want to say before we sign off?
No, I'll say anything else I need to say to you in the time being.
Sure. That sounds good.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you so much for everything you've done. Liam. He is running for president, we established earlier today, because there is no good candidates out there, and he's 10, and he cares about America. He's running on the American ticket platform. What would you like to say, Kim Osabi? Young whippersnapper Liam, what would you like to say today? Your radio debut today. You've done a great job.
My fellow Americans.
Boom. Vote for Liam for president. He's not eligible to technically be president for quite some time, but honestly, we might be in just as good hands if he were now. I don't know. I think there'd be...
Allstate, you're in good hands.
Not a sponsor.
Not a sponsor, but I brought that up as an analogy. All right, thanks for tuning in again, everybody, today. Thank you for all your support. It's been quite the run, 18 years here, and look forward to what's next in our lives. And everybody out there listening, wish you nothing but the best. And thank you so much for all of your support, whether you listened, sponsored, spread the word about our stations, in whatever way you supported us. We are greatly in debt to you. Now, I'm going to end this. I forgot I had this.
Oh, yeah.
So I said earlier, and this is going to be, I'm going to just say what it is. Nobody's ever done this in the history of radio, I'm pretty sure. And that is, on your last day of radio station, a play-by-play guy like myself, Dusty's a play-by-play guy as well, as we know, that I could have played some of my first play-by-play I found the other day, and that would be really hard for you to listen to. And I will admit, this next 60 seconds is going to be hard to listen to because it is grainy, recorded off a radio, okay? But let me set this up. My junior year high school basketball, and really the main reason I play these cuts is to selfishly prove to everybody that I was a good player in high school. I have proof. So bear through the next 60 seconds. Listen carefully. You will hear some name, Kid Gershner. And then you will, if you're from Phillipsburg, this is really going to be painful for you. But I'll set this up. So this is, I found, as a cleaning, decluttering, I found old cassette tapes. Didn't even know I still had it. And to give you an idea of the coverage that everybody gets here, when I was at Waukene, there was only one game a year that was on the radio, and that was when Phillipsburg played Trigo. And if we play them twice in a year, then we'd be twice on the radio. So my junior year, Phillipsburg came to Waukene. And Phillipsburg won like 8 in a row. They're playing really good basketball. And we had lost a ton of close games. I mean, a ton of close games. We could never win that close game. And so it was my junior year, which was my best year in basketball. Don't get me started about my senior year and the mess that happened with a new coach. Yeah, we don't want to do that. No, yeah, it's not a good thing. We don't want to talk about it. But my junior year was my best year in basketball. It was awesome, and so forth and so on. And I've said this before. I wish everybody could experience what I was able to experience that particular day. I forgot what date it was, but it was back in 1993. It was on my home floor in front of the hometown fans, and we played Phillipsburg, and it came down to the wire. Let's see if you can decipher this. Now, you couldn't make that out. It's hard, I know. I told you it would be tough for 60 seconds, but I hit the game-winning shot. I missed a shot, and then I hit the game-winning shot at the buzzer. And I remember my teammates mobbing me. I was jumping up and down. I had so much adrenaline in my body. Oh, my Lord. I could have jumped to the moon. And it was an amazing feeling. Now, I don't want to remember that the team that ended our season that year was Phillipsburg at Substate when I had a last-second shot to tie it down 3, and my three-pointer was off. So sometimes you make the shot to win it. Sometimes you don't make the shot to tie it. And so that was a game-winning bucket literally at the buzzer. I followed my shot, put it in at the buzzer in the middle lane, and we won by 2. But there was some coaches' comments because they got recorded. They had coaches' shows back then, too. Mm-hmm. We call them locker room chats here. And so I play this just to prove that, yeah, Phillipsburg, I broke your heart, baby.
It was all tied at 64. Trigo come down the court. Wade Gerstner forced a shot in the lane with about 4 seconds to go, got his own rebound, and put it in right at the buzzer. And the Panthers' hearts were broken, but Trigo, a fine effort from their ball club.
That's right. I broke hearts, not only with the girls because they all wanted to date me when I was in high school. I broke the hearts of a whole town for one night. Okay, if you believe what I just said, the first part, you don't know me very well. I wasn't breaking any girls' hearts. Nobody was asking to see. I had a face for radio, for crying out loud. We've established this. Then I even had the coach mention me, which I play this because I'm 48. And this is cool to go back and listen to. Dusty and I are on the other end like this announcer, where hopefully people years from now will have copies of stuff Dusty and I did talking about their kid and great things that they did.
And, Coach, I'm sure you're pretty dejected right now. It's always tough to lose a ball game on the last second shot. Wade Gerstner hits it and breaks your heart, 66-64. Trigo down here. You knew coming in it was going to be a tough place to play. And Trigo, a talented squad, and but you guys, a great comeback there, down 14 in the third quarter, down 13 at the start of the fourth quarter. And you guys almost pulled off another last-second win for your squad.
Yeah, I tell you, Trigo is a good basketball team, and they got some very good talent. I see Gerstner had 26 points for the night. He's a good ball player.
Hey, see, there's a coach. He called me a good ball player. There's the proof that I was a good ball player. For all you people don't believe me.
You scored 26 points?
Yeah, 26 in that
It's like a miracle for you.
Actually, I had games of 34 and 33, but hey, whatever.
You really couldn't have done much more. Gerstner took the drive at about 5 seconds from the top of the from the half court line. He ends up at the free throw line. He has a very difficult shot. He was well short with it, but then he was able to get the rebound and then put it back up in right at the buzzer.
I thought, again, our defense played well in that last minute of the ball game when they did have the ball holding it for the last shot, and they didn't get a great shot for the final shot because we had good defense on them, but it was just one of those things where an offensive rebound came back and bit us, and they put it right back in the hole. So the Gerstner kid did a good job of following his shot and putting it back up. So you got to give them some credit for that.
See, first of all, that makes me feel young when you said Gerstner kid, because that was back when I had a full set of hair, young Liam. And so it's kind of cool to go back. And so I hope that a lot of people that have had kids have gotten copies of play-by-play broadcasts that Dusty and I have done. In some cases, copies of video with video stream that we've done for Beloit. We even did a few years of St. John's way back in the day too. Or if it was something that we had locker room chats. I know there's a lot of parents over the years that have gotten copies so that in the future they would have something like this. And the reason that I play a few of those things is, well, yeah, selfishly I can say, see, it's true. I was a decent player. I wasn't a superstar, but I was a decent player. But the bigger reason why I play those cuts is to show you the nostalgia of something 30 years ago that I think is kind of cool. And I'm like a kid at heart right now. That's pretty cool to hear that. And we did that, and that was only 1 or 2 games a year our team had on the radio. That was it. People around here, their teams are on, 4 or 5 times a season, some cases almost every single game. And don't take it for granted. Don't take it for granted, because there's a lot of schools that still only get 1 game a year on the radio, let alone video streaming, or let alone coaches' shows or locker room chats. So I hope all of you out there that if you've had kids play ball, hopefully you've gotten a copy at one point or another of a radio broadcast, or maybe it's a video streaming download, or whatever the case may be, or it's a coach's interview, because that is something that, may down the line, even 30 years from now, like me, you go back, you find it, and you go, holy cow, Like, I was listening to that play-by-play. I don't remember putting the ball on my hip at midcourt, holding the ball. I wasn't the point guard. Why the heck was the ball in my hands at midcourt on my hip? Because I would imagine my coach wanted me to take the final shot and said, hey, just give it to Wade, clear out, and see what happens. And guess what happened? I took a bad, tough shot, but then I rebounded and put it in and totally redeemed myself, just like they said in Dumb and Dumber. So that's why I play those cuts. If you're wondering, like, whoa, wow, you talk about an ego. You played your game-winning shot. Well, it's the only one I had in my life, so let's just put that out there. And two, it just gives you an idea of how it was obviously important enough that somebody recorded this. I don't know, my mom recorded it or what. And I still have it all these days and years later. And maybe that's something that hopefully you have. And I did have a parent send me a really nice message recently and said, you were the soundtrack to my kids' sports in high school.
Yeah.
And I thought about that for a second. Now, I don't know who the play-by-play guy was that did my game 30 years ago, but I know it was from the Phillipsburg station, okay? And we work now with the Phillipsburg station. We've crossed paths still today with different people now in charge. And it's pretty crazy. But, yeah, 30 years from now, a high school kid, girl or boy, is maybe going to be 48 years old. And they're going to go back and listen to something. And they might not even remember your name or my name. But we're going to be, once again, painting the picture years later.
Yeah.
And they're going to relive this all over again. We are a constant in those folks' lives for the rest of their lives, and we didn't even really think about it.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
It is. And, I had a situation in my family where somebody's mom passed away, and they had their voice on a cassette tape and asked if I could take that off. Mm-hmm. And I got to thinking, I'm like, man, whenever I'm gone from this earth, there's going to be so much of my voice, people aren't going to want it all. Yeah. Like, I have all that stuff on a portable hard drive, and it's something you don't think about in this business because we're here doing it every day.
Right.
But it's cool to think about as you get older and understand what that actually means, that your voice could tell somebody's story that would be important to their life.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's I think probably as you get older, and it's one of the things that just comes to my mind right now. It's like the legacy that we can leave is what we did for the people that we covered, right? Like
right.
For the kids that we got to tell their story.
Exactly right. Exactly right. So whether you like our voice or not, it may live on forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. And on that note, love everybody out there. Thanks for all your support. Gerstner out.